7:11. The old scholar brought Lu Shirlu to tour Huaihuang County. Lu Shirlu had never toured Lizhu Grotto Heaven, so he did not feel that things had changed. The big guy only felt sad. This was the place where Shao Qi felt at ease despite being in a foreign land. True scholars were easily at a loss. The hardest thing was to find a place where they could feel at ease in the boundless sea of books. Lu Shirlu regretted his trip back to the mountain. He should have waited a little longer. Even if he could not change the ending of Lizhu Grotto Heaven, he should have let Shao Qi know that there was a fellow disciple who was watching him when he was traveling alone. He would not have been so lonely as if he was the enemy of the whole world. How could he not be lonely? He would even be pitiful, a joke, and incomprehensible. The old scholar said softly, "Silly big guy, don't be too sad. We are scholars. When we read books, we understand what they mean. We are neighbors and friends with the previous generations. After we put down the books of the sages, we will not pass on our responsibilities. If not me, who else can do it?" The old scholar murmured, "If not me, who else can do it?" Lu Shirlu nodded, but he was still a little depressed. Restraining one's nature and heart had always been his forte. Time passed, and the sea house grew. In terms of real age, not to mention his fellow disciples, even his teacher and his close friend Bai were not as old as him. They were far inferior. It was just that there was a seniority in learning Tao. That was why the short and thin old scholar beside Lu Shirlu was called Old Scholar. Huaihuang County was now a first-class county of the Dali dynasty. In the past, the biggest and only official in the small town was the manufacturing of porcelain. Now, almost all the local people had left the small town and the dragon kiln. They had sold their ancestral homes and moved to the state capital to live a happy life. In the past, the biggest and only official in the small town was the manufacturing supervisor. Now, officials of all sizes could be seen everywhere. Now, the peach blossoms bloomed every year. Without the old porcelain mountain and the immortal's grave, there were incense from the civil and martial temples. On the top of the mountains and by the banks of the rivers, there were endless streams of pilgrims. In the past, the small town did not have a county government. Instead, it had an old locust tree that covered an acre of land. Every evening, under the tree, there would be a group of old people talking about old stories and young children who were tired of listening to stories and playing by themselves. During the hot summer, when the children were tired of playing, they would run to the iron lock well and eagerly wait for the family elders to lift the basket from the well. Then they would cut the fruits that were naturally frozen. Even if the weather was hot and the clothes were hot, the water was cold and the knife was cold. It seemed that even the eyes were cold. The old scholar came to the ruins of the iron lock well. The well without the iron chain was still there, but the mystery inside was gone. Now that the government office had removed the restriction, there were fewer people coming to fetch water. This was because the small county was now mixed with good and bad people. Many cultivators came here for the dragon chi, spiritual chi, divine chi, and the chi of the mountains and rivers. Therefore, there was not much of the aura of the market in the small town. It was not as good as the city in the north with smoke rising in spirals and dogs barking. The old scholar suddenly smiled and said, "Your youngest brother was an apprentice in the kiln in his early years. He was very good at it. Later, when he was young, he traveled far away. Because he did not really finish his apprenticeship, he did not work easily. So, if you see him in the future, you can ask him to make some literates offerings for you. You can choose any of the 4 treasures in the study or the 9 marquises. You can tell him directly." Lu Shirlu nodded. Lu Shirlu was not jealous at all. Instead, he was happy because Mr. State of Mind had not been so relaxed for a long time. Mr. State of Mind had not been so relaxed for a long time. Mr. State of Mind had not been so relaxed in a long time. The old scholar obviously meant something, but after waiting for a long time, The blockhead still did not understand. He kicked Lu Shilu's calf. The teacher felt guilty about his little disciple and did not have the face to ask for the items himself. Didn't the other students know how to share the teacher's burden? The blockhead was not as smart as his youngest brother. He was far behind. Lu Shilu immediately understood and said, "I will also ask for a few items for you." The old scholar pretended to be in a difficult position and rubbed his hands. "What a scandal! What a scandal!" Lu Shilu said. The teacher did not say anything. "My youngest brother is so smart, he will naturally understand." The old scholar's face changed immediately. He stroked his beard and smiled. "Of course, your youngest brother is the best at comprehending by analogy. He is the most talented in the 2 words 10,001. You did not teach him well, but your disciple can learn by himself very well. Now, everyone says that my ability to recruit disciples is unparalleled in the world. In fact, the teacher is embarrassed. In fact, regarding taking Chen Pingon as his last disciple, Suishan Guru did not say anything about the old scholar. The mellow scholars Chen Chunan by Zhe and later by Yi did not say anything. So who was that everyone the old scholar was talking about? Only God knew. Lu Shilu nodded. "Just by hearing some rumors from Bai Yi and the teacher, I am sure that my youngest brother is a very smart person." The old scholar laughed. It had been a long time since he felt refreshed. The blockhead praised him 3 times. The teacher had a good eye, and the youngest brother was smart. As the eldest brother, he did not doubt. Very good, very good. In terms of social knowledge, among the 4 direct disciples, Cui Dong was certainly the best. In fact, the blockhead could be ranked second, but he did not like to talk and pretended to be taciturn. When he was willing to speak, he was often stubborn. For example, he once chased Alliance to beat him. There were 4 brothers in the same sect. They were not close or distant, but they spent a lot of time together. Although Shao Qi and Zhua had many disputes, they were actually closer to each other. Cui Shi and Lu Shilu had a good relationship. One of them thought too much while the other spoke too little, so they got along well. Lu Shilu walked in the small town. Other than strolling with the teacher, he also paid attention to many details. Whether the door gods pasted on each house had spiritual light, the size of the incense burning in the civil and martial temples, whether the flow of the mountains and rivers in the county was stable and orderly, all of these were the knowledge that the eldest brother Cui Dong had perfected. In the Dali dynasty, it was an invisible manifestation of the Great Way. It must be known that the human heart is dangerous. The Tao heart is small was the first 8 words of the Confucian literature's 16 characters, heart transmission. In Lu Shilu's eyes, Cui Dong's 100 years of meticulous cultivation in Dali and the Aquarius continent could be said to be lifting the heavy with ease and lifting the light with weight. In his early years, he was not the imperial tutor of Dali, just the embroidered tiger of the sage of literature. There were too many things that he wanted to say to the world. However, Cui Dong's knowledge was getting bigger and bigger, and his temperament was too arrogant. In this life, the only person who was willing to listen to him was Lu Shilu. Only this taciturn junior brother was worthy of Cui Dong's attention. Lu Shilu said, "When the golden body of the ancient remnant was broken, my original intention was to give it to the northern mountain as a gift to Wei Shanjun of the cloud-splitting mountain. I did not expect that there would be a strange existence in the dragon-riding alley who could use supernatural powers to collect all the fragments of the golden body." Looking at Wei Shanjun, he did not seem to be surprised and did not seem to have any grudges. The old scholar nodded and said, "The longevity Taoist of the dragon-riding alley has an extraordinary background. She is the incarnation of the ancient gold essence copper coin. She is now an anonymous consecrator of the Luopa mountain. She came to collect the fragments of the golden body and is compatible with the great Tao. Other than Wei Shanjun, The cultivators of the northern mountain could only be confused. Wei Shanjun is also used to being the scapegoat of the Luo Pa mountain. There is no pressure to have too many debts. So in the future, when you meet Wei Shanjun, you have to be more polite. Look at him. He is so generous. He held night banquets one after another without even blinking an eye. Lu Shirlu said, "Then I will go find Senior Brothers will later and destroy a few more golden bodies that covet the northern mountain. In advance, I will tell Longevity Taoist to remember to let her give Mount Biyun 50%. The old scholar nodded happily and said with a smile, "It is indeed a good habit to help others, and yourself. Left and right, the one with a one-track mind would not be a big problem for the time being. Even if there was an accident as a teacher, he was not incompetent. Besides, Lu Shirlu was on the left and right of Senior Brotherswa, so his words were useless. Left and right, this guy liked to put on the airs of a senior brother since he was young. Back then, at the wine shop of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he was hesitant and unreasonable. In the past, every time the old scholar wanted to drink more wine or open a special kitchen to entertain the Five Viscera Temple, he would urge Blockhead to take care of the two sides of the money bag. They would negotiate that if they had money today, they would spend it today. If they did not have money tomorrow, they would borrow it tomorrow. In the end, they never succeeded. Xiao Qi was more honest. When he was free, he would go out to set up a stall and help people write spring couplets. Every time he earned some money, he would not pass it to Senior Brotherswa. Then the teachers and students would secretly leave their attendance and first go to the wall outside the house. After burping and dispersing the smell of alcohol, they would enter the house. Lu Shirlu asked, "On the way here, Bai also mentioned something to me." He said that the former hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Xiao Chua, should have merged with the wild world. Ooh. The old scholar said, "Xiao Chua is a sword cultivator and has merged with the wild world. Of course, she should not be underestimated. However, if she was forced into a corner, she could reach the 14th level without merging with the wild world." At this point, the old scholar was worried and shook his head. He said, "It is best not to do so. Which 14th level can be a free person? Moreover, your Senior Brotherswa is the most taboo sword cultivator. It's not like you don't know how great of a problem that is. If he gets stubborn, let alone you junior brothers, even my words as a teacher won't be of much use. In the past, I was not particularly willing to switch to the left and right to learn the sword." Lu Shirlu said, "Senior Brothers will practice the sword extremely late, yet he managed to turn the potential sword immortal into a joke on the mountain. Even Bai feels like the path of the left, and right is not small. His sword skills will be great." The old scholar sighed. The path of profit and loss cannot be ignored. As they strolled along, many people on the street noticed the burly Lu Shirlu. Fortunately, the people of the Dragon Province had grown accustomed to immortals on the mountain, so they did not find him particularly frightening. Due to the matter of his final disciple Chen Pingon breaking his contract with GQ from the Mud Bottle Alley, the Dali dynasty had only left behind a false image of the ancient well that was similar to a small dwelling as a reward. They had moved the truth to the pond behind the bamboo lofts on Desolation Mountain. There was a completely different world within the well. The Song clan were knowledgeable and knew about the many secret uses of the well, but they had always been powerless to open up a separate dwelling. At the end of the day, there were just too few sword immortals in the Aquarius continent. Otherwise, the dwelling within the well would be a rather impressive place for cultivation, especially suitable for serpents and demons of the water sheen. Of course, it was also possible that Cui Dongshan had purposefully kept it to himself, treating the well as his own possession a long time ago. The old scholar sat beside the well for a while, thinking about how he could open up a connection to the blessed land and connect the lotus root blessed land with the dwelling. After thinking about it, he found someone to lend him a hand. That would be fine. After all, the old scholar had accumulated some goodwill from the righteous nation. It was just a pity that money was far too difficult to borrow. So all he could do was sigh. A single copper coin stumps a hero. A poor scholar will die from worry. As a result, Lu Shirlu said, I can borrow money from Bai. However, the old scholar shook his head. He said that borrowing money from friends and never returning it would hurt their relationship. Afterwards, the old man raised his head and looked at the blockhead. Lu Shirlu thought about it and said that it would not count as borrowing money from Bai. It was said that when Bai sent Jun Qian back to the mountains for the first time, he wrote the word magnificent and deliberately added a little more strong. It implied that his friend Jun Qian had more than a little spirit and had watched the mountains and rivers of the human world for thousands of years. Thinking back to those years, the scholar who was known as the proudest scholar in the human world was able to write such a book. He was indeed not disappointed at all. After sending his friend back to the mountains, when he went down the mountain alone, Bai also wielded his sword in the human world. With one strike of his sword, he split open the yellow river and the heavenly abode. The scholar resisted the heavenly Tao with his own strength and prevented the central divine continent from having to worry about droughts. It also caused the water fortune of the righteous nation to soar by 10%. How high-spirited and vigorous. As a result, Wei Pai, who came from the old deities of the divine water country, naturally held Bai in high esteem. The only person who could be so impolite to Bai was probably this brother Jun Qian, who had once visited the immortals with Bai. Only then did the old scholar smile. He stood up and patted the blockhead's arm with all his strength, praising him. Shirlu, you have improved. How could there be a senior brother in the world who did not take care of his junior brother? Anyway, there was definitely no such person in the line of the sage of literature. It was not that the old scholar could not get some money by himself. The unification of Tao was vast in the 3 continents. Those heavenly materials and earthly treasures could not escape his eyes, no matter how well hidden they were. However, there were some things that should be done, and some things that should not be done. He still had to talk about the rules of getting money, especially the order of the great Tao. What he got today was unreasonable, but it was inevitable that he would lose it tomorrow. It was not worth it. As a teacher, he did not want to cause trouble for his youngest disciple, who was gradually growing up. He brought Lu Shirlu to the Great Scholar Square, which was commonly known as the Crab Square. The old scholar stopped and said, "This is the ascension platform that Heavenly Lord Qing Tong was in charge of guarding." In the end, it was refined into this state. The old scholar put one hand behind his back and pointed to the sky with the other. There was once a heavenly general who was in charge of guiding the Earth Immortals to ascend. Of course, the so-called Earth Immortals at that time knew that the human world was real. They were more valuable compared to the heavenly immortals. As for today's nascent soul and golden core cultivators, they are also called Earth Immortals. In fact, they are incomparable. The seeking the truth of the immortal realm was, in general, seeking the truth. They wanted to comprehend the heavenly Tao, be free of tiredness, and finally ascend. In that earth-shaking and extravagant battle, this heavenly general was wearing the great frost armor. He was the only one who chose to fight to the death and not retreat. He was given to a certain senior, to a senior who was not old at all. That person was nailed to the door with a sword. It was not without reason that the last true dragon in the world had to escape to this place after going through so many hardships. As long as Heavenly Lord Qing Tong was willing to reopen the ascension platform, it would have a slim chance of survival. Since the sky was gone, of course, it could not ascend. However, it would not be difficult to escape to a secret realm that shattered mountains and rivers. However, as one of the most serious criminals in the world, Heavenly Lord Qing Tong was in a difficult situation. It was no different from a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. It was as if he needed to hold incense with both hands above his head every day to prevent the incense from dying out. Naturally, he was not willing to break the rules with the 3 15th level cultivators for a mere true dragon. In the Pearl Grotto Heaven, Old Yang used a series of interlinked truths to cover the superficial illusion that the world could see. In fact, it was to hide the biggest truth. This was the real smokescreen. The old scholar stopped by the memorial arch for a long time and looked up at one of the plaques. Lu Shirlu asked, this time, when the wasteland entered the vast world, that guy named Zhoumi had many tricks up his sleeve. Sir, do you know who he is? Because of his identity, Lu Shirlu was not very interested in the affairs of the world. The old scholar's expression became serious, and he slowly said, his surname is Jia, but I won't say his full name so as to avoid his prying eyes. He was once a student of our Confucian school, so I will call him Jia Sheng. Lu Shirlu immediately understood. It's him. Thinking about it, he felt that it was both unexpected and reasonable. In history, many scholars after Jia Sheng's death felt injustice for him. There were even people who said that Jia Sheng was the greatest Confucian of the generation. Those who said that weren't normal people. The so-called Great Confucian praised Jia Sheng for his talent, boldness, and generosity. It was obvious that within the Confucian school, there were some who had no objections to the current rules. In the Western Buddhist country and the Qingming world, there were no 100 schools of thought. Lu Shirlu asked, in your opinion, what do you think of Jia Sheng's 12 strategies for peace? A strong dose of medicine can really bring peace. The old scholar smiled and said, it's a pity that there is a problem. Jia Sheng only cares about treating illnesses. Even if he does save people, the strength of the medicine is too strong. For example, in the surrounding markets, no matter how good the medicine is, after a few years or 10 years, it will most likely become a pot of medicine. How can one not worry? This is just the surface. There is a huge problem, which is that Jia Sheng's knowledge has a fundamental difference with the Confucian orthodoxy. Lu Shirlu asked softly, is that why you rejected senior apprentice brother's knowledge? The old scholar hesitated and shook his head. His knowledge is better than Jia Sheng's because he didn't rebuild the house and nail the windows, leaving only one door. Your senior apprentice brother's knowledge isn't as extreme as Jia Sheng's. The old scholar pointed at the signboards that had lost their luster and asked, the signboards are hung high up and the couplets are usually pasted on the wide areas. Why? Lu Shirlu followed the direction of his finger and answered, walking on the wide areas is the best way to walk steadily to the high places. The old scholar nodded his head to show his agreement. He then led Lu Shirlu around the signboard building and told him some inside information through telepathy. There were 4 signboards, not passing on responsibilities, hope for nature, don't ask for external help, and fighting bull. After circling around, they came back to the signboard that said, not passing on responsibilities. The old scholar emphasized on the Taoist issue. The person who said hope for nature on the signboard was the first disciple of Taoist ancestor, the headmaster of Baek Ok Kyung building, who eventually transformed into 3 pure ones with one breath. On Fortune Street in Liju Cave, the scholarly Shisheng, who was replaced by Peaches Li Jiang, was from Confucianism. The one from Shenhua sect was from Taoism. As for the last one, even the old scholar didn't know who he was. Anyway, he thought that he was a disciple of Buddhism. The battle between the 3 sects is only between me and myself. I discuss Taoism with myself, but I stand aloof from worldly affairs. It's like an empty boat coming to touch my boat, but I don't get angry. This was the power of the first disciple of Taoist ancestor, compared to the other 2 headmasters of Baek Ok Kyung building. The first disciple of Taoist ancestor had a good reputation in other worlds. Moreover, the second disciple of Taoist ancestor and Lu Qin were accepted by him on behalf of their master. Only the last disciple of Taoist ancestor was accepted by Lu Chen on behalf of their master. Lu Shirlu frowned slightly. The old elementary scholar patted his arm. Don't think too much. Although Li Shixing, one of the three, was a late comer in the Pearl Grotto heaven, in the vast world, Shao Qi was the late comer. Moreover, the first disciple of Taoist ancestor had no intention of targeting Shao Qi. It was more of a ploy by the other two sects of Baek Okekyung building. Li Shixing had no choice back then. If not for Lu Chen's scheming, the battle between Shao Qi and Li Shixing would have been like the collision of two pillars of the river, causing waves to surge. Regardless of the outcome, there wouldn't have been the slightest bit of filth. Perhaps, even though the old elementary scholar was speaking from the bottom of his heart, he still didn't reveal his thoughts to his disciple. The old elementary scholar originally wanted to say, fellow Taoists, establishing sects and calling themselves ancestors, one orthodox and one vice, mutually benefiting from the great Tao, whether it was Li Shixing, the first disciple of Taoist ancestor, or Shao Qi. Once the two sides truly began discussing Taoism, they would all be open-minded. It was just that they didn't reach that stage. Now that things had come to this, and the overall situation had been decided, there was no point in saying more. Just because the old elementary scholar didn't want to say more about it, it didn't mean that he didn't care. The old elementary scholar didn't advocate repaying evil with good without a bottom line. That wasn't open-mindedness, it was ignorance. Lu Shirlu turned his head. He still had to lower his head to see the side of his teacher's face. Teacher raised his head to look at the 4 words. He was also very sad. It's just that he was too lonely, there weren't many people who could drink with him, and let him speak freely. The plaque read, "Not passing on my responsibility." The old elementary scholar didn't retract his gaze for a long time. If not me, who else could it be? Of the lineage of the sage of literature, Qi Jingchun of Pearl Grotto Heaven, Chui Dong of Aquarius Continent, left and right of Tongyi Continent, Qin Pingon of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Now there's Lu Shirlu, who has returned to the vast world. A light breeze brushed past his face. The old elementary scholar looked around and laughed. He raised his hand to scratch his head and murmured, "The spring breeze knows my intentions, sending me back to the past. There are many inappropriate people in the world. There are many unjust things in the world, but don't even think about killing the beauty in my heart." Lu Shirlu muttered softly, "The past is the past. The future is the future. Every moment is the past. Every moment is the future. The past is the future. The future will be the past." In the end, he was kicked by teacher, who scolded him jokingly, Don't come. The lineage of the sage of literature has your little shitty, otherwise people would laugh at us for being a monk's nest." Lu Shirlu grinned and scratched his head like teacher. Luckily, he still had a lot of hair. But when he looked at teacher's thin figure, if he didn't merge with heaven and earth, would he weigh 90 kilograms? Lu Shirlu was very sad. He was about to cry again. Lu Shirlu raised his head. Why aren't they here yet? Why is there no movement from the sky screen? If one's heart is unhappy, one can fight with one's fists. One can forget one's worries. The old elementary scholar laughed angrily. "Blockhead, have some hope. Fighting and killing, you're not a scholar." After that, old Xiu brought Lu Shirlu to the old school. The old school was the old school. No one was the old school, but there was no decline. Everywhere was clean. Everything was neat and tidy. He heard that the little girl, Nuan Shu, would come down the mountain on time to clean the school and the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. Then he went to the new school opened by the Chun family in Dragon Tail Creek. The old elementary scholar especially liked to see the children shaking their heads. Some children would memorize it by heart. Some children would stumble over their memorization, but they were all very good. While the old elementary scholar toured the school, he also looked at the teacher's methods of teaching and dispelling doubts. He also looked at the teacher's godly tone. Actually, The true Buddha only spoke ordinary words. Being in the officialdom, it was inevitable to speak in an official tone, but one couldn't only speak in official words. One must remember that all official words came from human words. When one became an immortal on the mountain, one couldn't only have the immortal aura of clouds and wind, one had to have some human touch. After reading too many sages' books, one had to hope that the world would change for the better. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if one just grumbled and said strange things, dragging others into disappointment and despair. After the old elementary scholar left the school and walked in Apricot Blossom Alley, he said to Lu Shirlu for no reason. Back then, Shao Qi accompanied Zhuozhua to travel the mountains and rivers while you visited White Emperor City with Cui Dong. Lu Shirlu nodded and said, after senior brother Cui and the mayor of White Emperor City finished the Rosy Clouds game, he wrote a cursive calligraphy for Zhuzhong. No one before, no one after lives in it. The old elementary scholar smiled and said, there was such a thing. Lu Shirlu said, after all, he lost the game, so senior brother Cui didn't have the nerve to say anything. Zhuzhong, look, which disciple of the sage of literature didn't treat others with sincerity. Later, the two met a handsome young drunkard on the road. It was the supervisor Chao Gingxin and the county governor Yuan Jingding. They were both disciples of Dali's Upper Pillar State. Supervisor Chao had just finished drinking, and a full wine pot was hanging from his waist. He and the pot were walking leisurely to the yamen for the roll call. Sometimes, when Supervisor Chao was really drunk and couldn't walk, he would ask a familiar young waiter or a child he was familiar with on the side of the road to give him a handful of copper coins as a running fee. The waiter would help him take the wine pot to the supervisor's yamen and put it on the table, which could be considered helping him roll call. The old elementary scholar looked at the young man with a smile. Chao Gingxin also noticed that the short old man in a Confucian robe was sizing him up. Supervisor Chao didn't greet him, but he also didn't want to turn a blind eye. He burped and then walked sideways on the street. He smiled and bowed to the old man, who he had never met before. The old elementary scholar nodded his head in greeting. Not all the officials and scholars in the world could be so elegant and unrestrained, but at the same time, there definitely needed to be a few people like that. As for the county governor, Yuan Jingding, the more the better. In the old elementary scholar's eyes, there was no difference between the two. They were both outstanding young people. He strolled through the streets and alleys of the small town. He walked past the lonely clay bottle alley and then back to the Dragon Rider alley. The longevity Taoist, dressed in a long white robe, was waiting for him on the stairs. She bowed to the old elementary scholar without saying a word. The old elementary scholar was grinning from ear to ear. The longevity Taoist then took them to the shop where the old elementary scholar freeloaded a few pastries. Lu Shirlu also tasted them, but of course he didn't dare to eat to his heart's content. The previous shopkeeper, Shiro, was shocked. She was about to bow to the sage of literature, who walked out from the hanging statue when the old elementary scholar waved his hand with a smile, saying that there was no need. Lu Shirlu and the longevity Taoist talked about business. Of course, she didn't have any objections. If there were one or two more golden raindrops falling on the northern peak, the lotus root blessed land's empty seats of the mountain deities would spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Moreover, as the lotus root blessed land that had just been promoted to a medium-level blessed land, in the future, whether it was the number of deities, city gods, or the rank of their golden bodies, they wouldn't lose to the top medium-level blessed lands in the world. Money falling from the sky was a rare thing. It was even rarer for the money to fall into one person's pocket. With the longevity Taoist in charge of the Luopa mountain, money would come rolling in. It couldn't be stopped. Therefore, before the old elementary scholar and the longevity Taoist entered and left, they both thanked her with a smile. The first time, the longevity Taoist only said that it was her duty. The second time, she habitually smiled and accepted it. After leaving the Riding Dragon Alley, The old elementary scholar said, "Your youngest martial brother isn't here. Let's go see your youngest martial brother's best friend. He must be one of the people who protect Chenping the most." At the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River, Lu Shirlu saw Lu Xianyang, who was sitting on a bamboo chair and taking a nap under the sun. After Lu Shirlu reported his name, Lu Xianyang asked Mr. Wensheng to quickly sit down. He bent down and used his elbow to massage the old elementary scholar's shoulders. He asked if the strength was too light or too heavy. Then he said to Lu Shirlu, "Senior and I are from the same family." Same family. The old elementary scholar couldn't help but laugh. He didn't say which family they were from. Lu Shirlu also felt that it was interesting. He also didn't say anything. It could be said that he recognized the young man as his family. The old elementary scholar squinted his eyes and enjoyed himself. He told the young man that the strength was just right and that it was comfortable. Then the old elementary scholar imitated the boy who was reading and shook his head leisurely. He said, "Pearls and jade can be easily obtained in the human world. How can I be like Yang Sheni's head?" Lu Xianyang was surprised and said, "How can you know the poem that was just bought from our local county records? It seems that your knowledge is so great that even the vast world can't hold it. At least you have to add the fifth world." Since he was Chunpingan's teacher, then he could be considered half a teacher to Lu Xianyang. He had flattered him. Lu Shirlu was tall and sturdy. He could only sit on the steps. He put his fists on his knees and looked straight ahead, pretending that he didn't hear anything. However, the teacher took it very seriously. This kind of words should be said among family members. Don't spread it. Don't spread it. Otherwise, it will easily attract jealousy and hatred. Lu Xianyang sat on a bamboo chair and said righteously, "Teacher, you are naturally righteous. However, as a student and disciple, if I have the opportunity to say a few words of justice for you, I will not hesitate to do so. You can't have too many nice words." Lu Shirlu couldn't help but look at the sincere Lu Xianyang. He had heard from the teacher that this was a Confucian disciple who had been studying in the South continent for many years. Lu Shirlu thought back to the scene on Luapa Mountain. Wei Shanjun, the sword immortal, the girl in the pink dress, Qin Wanshu, and the girl in black, Zhou Mili. They all seemed to be very educated and reasonable. He was relieved. As long as his younger brother didn't speak like Lu Xianyang, there would be no problem. The old elementary scholar chatted with Lu Xianyang about some serious knowledge from the books. The old elementary scholar was very satisfied with the questions and answers. The depth of one's studies and hard work indeed depended on talent. However, the sincerity of one's heart didn't depend on talent. After that, the old elementary scholar let Lu Xianyang ask questions. It was another round of questions and answers. From the beginning to the end, Lu Xianyang sat upright and still. The old elementary scholar finally said something to the young man. "Xianyang, take it as a lesson for you. Think carefully about how to harmonize the fundamentals of life and the way of life." After nodding, Lu Xianyang stood up and took a few steps back. As a Confucian disciple, he bowed respectfully with his hands folded in front of him. The old elementary scholar stood up and nodded with a smile. "I won't follow the example of the Taoist scholars of the future and return the bow, because I have a question that you haven't answered. It won't be too late for me to return the favor in the future." It was as if Lu Xianyang had stepped out of a small world of Confucian orthodoxy. He straightened his back and laughed. "Teacher, you are too kind." Lu Shirlu understood more than Lu Xianyang. The teacher's question was a big one. In fact, the three doctrines of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism were similar in many ways. For example, in the Record of the Lamp, there was a monk who asked, "What about learning without a place?" The teacher asked, "Where will you settle down and live your life?" The old elementary scholar said, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Lu Shirlu quickly stood up and bowed. Jun Xian, farewell, teacher, the old elementary scholar said. The emperor loves the eldest son, and the people love the youngest son. As a teacher, it is inevitable that I will be biased towards my last disciple. Jun Xian, don't think too much. After all, Qin Pingan is different from the rest of you. He's spent the least time by my side and relied on himself the most. He is also the youngest and is still too young at this point. Only then did the old scholar stop talking, because he suddenly realized that even his last disciple was not young anymore. The young man with clear eyes who did not know how to drink wine and who walked through thousands of mountains and rivers in straw sandals was now 10 years old and was approaching the age of 40. The old elementary scholar sighed and stomped his feet. His figure disappeared. Lu Xianying handed a handful of melon seeds to Lu Shirlu. Lu Shirlu sat back on the steps and shook his head. Lu Xianying took the initiative to say something. Lu Shirlu either nodded or said a few simple words. In the end, the two family members who met for the first time became silent. They each had their own thoughts, but neither of them felt embarrassed. In the end, Lu Shirlu asked, when you dozed off earlier, I saw the signs of your sword while moving around your body. Were you practicing swordsmanship in your dream? Lu Xianying nodded and said casually, there is a sword manual passed down from my ancestors. The method of practicing swordsmanship is a bit strange. It is a pity that it is not suitable for Qin Pingan. Lu Shirlu said, I am also friends with Bai. His swordsmanship is good. In the future, if you encounter a big bottleneck in swordsmanship on your path of cultivation, you can go to him and learn from him. Although Bai has a cold personality, he is actually warm-hearted. If he meets a junior like you, he will definitely be impressed. Lu Xianying turned his head and said with a smile, okay, even if the bottleneck is not that big, as long as Mr. Bai is willing to teach me, I am willing to learn. Lu Shirlu nodded. Young people were not narrow-minded, but big-hearted. He did not feel that he was giving alms from above. That was good. No wonder he could be friends with junior brother. Just like him and Bai Yi, Lu Shirlu stood up and said goodbye to Lu Xianying. He did not like to talk, especially when it came to polite words. Lu Shirlu asked Wei Shanjun to help him hide his tracks and return to Luo Mountain. He planned to stay here for a few more days. When the sky screen opened again, he would be able to receive guests. After staying on Luo Mountain for a long time, he became familiar with Wei Pai and Miyu from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lu Shirlu and Mi Jianxian asked about junior brother's hidden deeds. They were very gratified. Lu Shirlu now knew more about Luo Mountain. Although junior brother often traveled, he did not spend much time in his hometown and spent more time in a foreign land. However, he still managed to save up such a large fortune. It was not easy. Luo Mountain's fortune, other than the relationship with Wei Shanjun of Cloud Splitting Mountain, just the commission from the Ox Horn Mountain Ferry business was enough to make a lot of money. It was a pity that Lu Shirlu was not able to meet Julian, who was nicknamed Old Chef. And the teacher said that junior brother's first disciple, Pei Qian, would shock the entire world sooner or later. Thus, Lu Shirlu was curious. Sort of mortal Miyu, who had changed his name to Yumi, had not offered incense at Ji Mountain's ancestral master hall. But in the Aquarius continent, a jade, unpolished realm sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not light at all. However, this swordsman was indeed a little too lazy. It is said that through the ink-flipping fairy of her family, she asked people to buy a lot of mountain utensils used to watch the reflection of flowers, water, and moon, such as white bowls, picture scrolls, inkstones, rulers, and so on. She collected more than 20 of them for Miyu and spent money like water. When Zhou Mili told Lu Shirlu about this, the little girl felt sorry for Yumi. She said that it was obvious that Yumi was going to be a bachelor. Zheng Dafen, who was guarding the gate, was purely a martial artist and went to the Fifth World. Xin Yuanji was from Luo Mountain's ancestral master hall, and at the same time was Zhu Lian's unofficial disciple. The young lady was very sincere in her training and would walk back and forth on the path at the top and bottom of the mountain every day. Lu Shirlu saw this and planned to find an opportunity to teach her a few fist techniques according to the rules of the mountain. The siblings, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, were the direct disciples of Lu Baisheng. It was said that they had just left Luo Mountain not long ago. Thus, the current Luo Mountain was even more deserted. At the sword-worshipping platform, the bottleneck of Jindan realm was Chui Wei, while Jiangchu became a Qi refinement warrior and walked the talisman Dao. The old Taoist Huan Yun of the North Continent, who wandered here, had stayed at Luo Mountain for a year, just for Jiangchu, and taught him the talisman Dao. Because Jiangchu was temporarily not a direct disciple of Luo Mountain's ancestral master hall, teaching Dao was not a taboo. Both parties were not master and disciple in name, but they were master and disciple in reality. The other peer, Zhang Jiazhen, was not discouraged because she did not have the aptitude for cultivation. Instead, she chose to follow the big accountant, Wei Wenlong from the inverted Xian Mountain's spring banner house, who never showed his face in public, to learn the art of financial calculation. In the Dragon Riding Alley's sway shop, the female ghost, Shiro, was wearing the remains of an Ascendant Realm cultivator. As for the long-lived fellow Taoist, it was even more so. In the straw shop, the blind Taoist Jia Cheng, Zhao Dengao, and Tian Zhou were the three master and disciple. Zhou Er's blood was a natural talisman spring. Fortunately, they entered Luo Mountain. Otherwise, their ending would not be too good. They could easily become a money tree for immortals. The Black Snake, who migrated from Luo Mountain to Mount Grey Mist to cultivate, was born in Chiduan Mountain and was now in the Dragon Gate realm. After transforming into a human form, it was the black-clothed youth. His face was pale, and he was wearing a green crow robe, which was refined from a snake's skin. His alias was Yunzi, and his real name was Dezhang. Regarding the matter of his real name, which was equivalent to half of his life, he heard from Xiaomi that it was the decree of the big white goose. Yunzi did not dare to disobey. Fortunately, other than bestowing a name, Cui Dongshan also gave him an immortal treasure that was suitable for flood dragons to cultivate. As a mountain spirit/water monster that was not easy to cultivate, the reason why Yunzi broke through so quickly was related to his own aptitude, but it was not much. It was still thanks to the snake gall stone that Chun Lingjun gave him. As for the hidden python in Yellow Lake Mountain, it had already reached the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. However, the python was still unwilling to walk on the river. Wei Pai, the great mountain lord, had revealed the heavenly secret for Lu Shirlu. It originally had a chance to compete with a certain little loach for the opportunity of the great Tao of water, of the 5 elements. Unfortunately, it lost and was unable to leave Black Pearl Grotto Heaven in the end. The python's cultivation aptitude was naturally not bad. It could already transform into a human form. However, it rarely showed up. When it occasionally appeared, it would show up with its real body. It liked to hibernate at the bottom of the lake and silently open up a cave residence of the water monster. The old owner of Yellow Lake Mountain, who had once bought the mountain with gold copper coins, only knew that there was a lake monster at the bottom of his lake because the python had never gone ashore in its human form. However, it was not clear about the level of the lake monster, nor was it aware of such a great opportunity that involved the flow of Black Pearl Grotto Heaven's fate. Otherwise, it would not have sold Yellow Lake Mountain to Luapa Mountain. The python's real name was also given to her by Cui Dongshan. It was Buddha Pine on the registry. She would only occasionally leave the water and go ashore to meet Zhou Mili. Zhou Mili still did not dare to go down the mountain alone. She relied on bags of melon seeds to do business with Wei Shanjun. Every month, he would throw her to the shore of Yellow Lake Mountain. The woman in yellow had green eyes that were as clear as autumn water. After she went ashore, her entire body was filled with a looming natural mist of water. There was an old pine by the lake. It was also mysterious and restrained. It did not cause any changes in the mountains and rivers for the time being. What a good saying. When did the python not move for 1,000 years? When did the old pine not meditate? She was completely different from the overbearing Yunzi. The real python, the woman in yellow, preferred to be quiet and not move. The latter's nest was called Green Mud Slope. It was located in Gray Mist Mountain. It had the meaning of poisonous flying kites fall, stinky giant pythons pass. The white-clothed youth had once brought the left protector of the Riding Dragon Alley to tour Yellow Lake Mountain when they were near the water. He smiled and said that the great scholar had once written a poem, "Stay to slay the flood dragon below the pond. Don't test the dog on the street." Hearing that, the python at the bottom of the lake buried its head in the mud. As for the dog behind the white-clothed youth, it shivered and lay on the ground. The vassal Yellow Court country, Red Candle Town, and the old Divine Water country were all part of Gushu's territory. It was said that the Flood Dragon Cave was endless. It attracted sword immortals to appear between the clouds and water. The sword light descended and killed the Flood Dragon. However, Lu Shirlu did not plan to meet Yunzi and the woman in yellow. He did not want to disturb their cultivation. To be precise, he did not want to disturb their Dao hearts. After all, it was not a good thing for anyone of the water race to meet Lu Shirlu. Only Xiaomi, who carried the golden pole and green bamboo cane every day and patrolled the mountain day and night, did not feel tired. Even if she spent every day with Lu Shirlu, nothing happened. Firstly, this mute lake monster had a low cultivation level. Secondly, Zhou Xiaomi's Dao heart was clear and pure. She was fine. Other than that, there were also some people from Luo Mountain's ancestral hall who were not on the mountain. After Lu Shirlu familiarized himself with Luo Mountain, he realized that from the young mountain master to the students and disciples to the direct disciples of the ancestral hall and to the consecrators, they were all traveling. The atmosphere was strange. Normal mountains would not be like this. Martial artists, sword cultivators, Confucian scholars, Taoist chi cultivators, all kinds of monsters, and female ghosts. There was also that long-lived Taoist with special roots. Yet they got along well. It was strange. Today, Zhou Xiaomi pulled the big guy to sit at the peak of the mountain and accompanied her to watch the silly big sisterson practice her fist skills. Her figure became smaller and smaller, making Xiaomi so happy that she covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. After Zhou Xiaomi laughed, she felt a little sad without Pei Qian reminding her to be more ladylike. Therefore, she planned to say something happy. She turned her head and asked Lu Shirlu softly, "Senior brother, half-mountain master, let's guess riddles? I know a lot of riddles, not to mention big sister Wanshu. Even Pei Qian can't compare to me. She can't think of an answer every time. So she can only be anxious." Lu Shirlu smiled and said, "Go ahead." Zhou Xiaomi coughed. "There is a drum in the sky, hidden in the depths of the clouds. Bang, 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 bang. What is it? Do you know?" Lu Shirlu said, "Thunder." Lu Shirlu glanced at the sky. The ancient god who was knocked down by him was not from the Thunder sect. However, the next one might be. Zhou Xiaomi gave him a thumbs up. Then the little girl began to ponder. "Oh, I've met an expert." Little Mealy, who originally wanted to remind the big guy, asked again, "There is a grass on the mountain with many pearls. If I don't get it, you'll be running for nothing." Lu Shirlu smiled and said, "It's due, right?" In the book, there was a saying. For example, The morning dew is long gone. Fortunately, it's safe and sees the light of day again. As for the rest, it's only the morning dew. Zhou Xiaomi crossed her arms and frowned. She thought of a more difficult riddle. There are many chess pieces, and the chessboard is big. We can only watch, but we can't play. Let me ask you, what are the chess pieces? Lu Shirlu smiled and shook his head. He had once traveled far away from the sky alone and saw the ritual Saint Dharma form with his own eyes. He picked up those chess pieces and stopped those ancient existences. Zhou Xiaomi shook her head and said with a smile, "It's difficult, isn't it? It's okay if you don't know. As long as you look up at night, you'll know the answer." Then the little girl looked at the big guy, who seemed a little lonely. She said, "Small stone tablets, one by one, stand in 2 rows at the door." She opened her mouth slightly and chuckled. Lu Shirlu smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. "Got it. He's tall and close to the sky. I'm so envious." Xiao Xiaomi held her cheeks and looked into the distance. She was sad, but she was really worried. "Senior brother, half mountain master, let me tell you a secret. I actually don't like to patrol the mountain that much, but I'm on the mountain every day, eating melon seeds and doing nothing. I can't help much. Don't you think I'm worried? So every time I patrol the mountain, I run very fast. I'm secretly slacking off." "Ooh." Lu Shirlu nodded. "I'll keep it a secret for you." Zhou Xiaomi leaned closer and whispered, "Then let me tell you a big secret. When I was wandering the martial arts world with the good mountain master in the North Continent, the little girl placed the green bamboo cane and the golden carrying pole by her feet, then stood up and said, 'I stood in a big basket and knocked on Master Pei Qian's head with all my might. Chen Hao said that a piece of snow cost a chestnut, but I didn't even blink.'" Lu Shirlu smiled and said, "Then you're really amazing." Zhou Xiaomi, who was originally in high spirits, suddenly became gloomy. "He taught me those riddles. If he didn't come home, I would have forgotten." 712. 1 second to remember. Wonderful. No pop-up window free reading. A Luo Pa mountain where the mountain master was temporarily absent was like a gentleman hiding his weapon, waiting for the right time to move. If there was a Tao, then there was a Tao. If there was no Tao, then there was a Tao. There was no such saying in Luo Pa mountain. The way of the world is not good. It's not good for the immortals and hermits who keep by Yun and Qingshan Company. So everybody goes down the mountain. However, the truth had not been revealed yet. So Lu Shirlu was not in a hurry. Moreover, with the choice of that little junior brother, as a senior brother, he could not ask for more. Therefore, as an outsider of Luo Pa mountain, who was the mountain master's senior brother, his impression of this mountain was getting better and better. But Lu Shirlu had a big doubt in his heart. Was she the sword attendant who had followed the supreme existence in the past to conquer the world? Was she the so-called spirit of the immortal sword? Or could it be that she was the true master of the sword attendant, but she had deliberately changed her appearance to deceive the later generations? Because in Lu Shilu's view, the sword attendant or sword spirit did not exist, at least not a complete existence. He asked, but unfortunately she did not give an answer. Her eyes were as cold as ever, and she even disdained to give a disdainful look. Miyu did not accompany Xiaomi to patrol the mountain today, but went to the top of the stairs and found Lu Shirlu sitting on the ground. Miyu sat at the side and said, "With Mr. Lu on Luo Pa mountain, I am relieved." Miyu planned to take a trip to Old Dragon City with his sword. Therefore, Miyu took off the blade-strengthening gourd Haoyang from his waist and said with a smile, "I am not asking to die, but just in case, I will trouble Mr. Lu to hand it to Longevity Fellow Taoist. I will not go to Dragon Riding Alley and be rejected." Lu Shirlu shook his head and said, "I will not stay for long." Suddenly, he thought of the existence of the Yang family's medicine shop. Luo Pa mountain was adjacent to Cloud Splitting Mountain, and the woman from Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Lu Shirlu changed his mind. Sword Immortal, be careful. When I go south and reach Old Dragon City, I will fight for you. When the time comes, you can return to Luopa Mountain. Miyu was a little helpless. Being called Sword Immortal by Lu Shirlu, why did it sound like a scolding? Miyu was even more helpless. He had to remind him again. My surname is Mi, even if he called me Sword Immortal Mi, it would be a little more intimate, right? Lu Shirlu laughed heartily. Sure, me sword deity. Miyu relaxed and looked at the scenery outside the mountains in the distance. He smiled and said, Then I will be thick-skinned and accept your kindness. In the battlefield of Old Dragon City, I will pinch my fingers and wait for Mister's arrival every day. For some reason, Lu Shirlu thought of the young man who practiced swordsmanship in his dream. The man became more and more worried. The people around junior brothers seemed to be thick-skinned. It was a good thing to be polite with people who were familiar with each other, but it was rare to see people who were so polite, right? According to teacher, junior brother's temperament was gentle, courteous, and thrifty. He was able to scrupulously abide by etiquette. When he was young, his heart was free. When he was older, he became more cautious. He pursued a refined Confucian state. His knowledge was on the path of becoming a great Confucian scholar. He handled matters with a heroic demeanor. Teacher's words had always been targeted when the four of them were studying in the past. He would never praise his disciples. Just like back then, when the outside world praised the third disciple of the sage of literature, teacher only said that Shao Qi's knowledge was all right. He was still far from being a true sage. You old fellows shouldn't spoil his growth by excessive enthusiasm. He could speak Chui Dong. His calligraphy was passable, but his chess skills were SOSO. Look, he couldn't even win against the Lord of White Emperor City. He said that he learned swordsmanship late. The reason he had some skills was due to luck. How could a guy who wasn't even considered a sword immortal have any future prospects? Wasn't that logical? After senior brothers got into trouble, teacher had more to say. You are all senior. Why are you getting angry at a junior? It's not worth it. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back. Why are you still glaring at him? Don't you know any etiquette? Hurry up and apologize to the seniors. Be more sincere and lower your head, Miyu understood, but he was too lazy to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. It could easily backfire. Mr. Lu, who was abnormally tall, only looked simple and honest, but he definitely couldn't be thought of as a thoughtless person. Although Miyu was a swordsman born and raised in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he had seen many gentlemen and sages. So he didn't have the face to say some strange things about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. For example, from afar he's Alliance. From close up, he's the hidden official. In his hometown, quarrels were common. As long as the hidden official was in person, he had never lost, whether it was in the Great Wall of Sword Qi outside the Summer Palace or in the inverted mountain outside the Spring Banner House. But he couldn't stop others from gossiping in private, could he? Moreover, the countless shills of the wine shops and gambling houses seemed to be fiercer than anyone else when they scolded the deputy manager, who was in charge of delivering money in private. After all, Lu Shirlu was the senior brother of the hidden official. There were some things that Miyu, an outsider with a literary background, couldn't say. If Miyu was really stupid, then was he still the sword immortal who had incurred countless love debts? Lu Shirlu said, You should be able to guess that I'm a demi-human. Miyu nodded. I've seen a lot. It's hard to find it strange. When it came to this, Miyu was like a sword immortal. Lu Shirlu didn't say anything else. On Luopa Mountain, a little girl dressed in black was bouncing around. She first accompanied Sister Muanshu to clean up the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall before patrolling the mountain alone. She was in a good mood today. Perhaps because she had made a new friend, she didn't run as fast as before. At this moment, she was happily calling out to a little girl who was sitting in the water. She was dressed in red and didn't paddle a boat. The big guy couldn't guess what it was. It was a small red jar filled with red dumplings. The big guy didn't know. He still scratched his head. Lu Shirlu put his hands on his knees. Sword Immortal, I won't send you off. In the future, when we meet again in Old Dragon City, you won't send me off after we drink. Miyu smiled bitterly. My surname is Mi, he then smiled. Mr. Lu, please take care of little Wanshu and little Millet. Sword Immortal, don't worry. With me around, there won't be any what if. Lu Shirlyo's promise was said very casually. He then smiled and patted Miyu on the shoulder. You're a good person. Miyu didn't care about being addressed as Sword Immortal without the word me. It was useless, no matter how many times he cared. The green-robed Sword Immortal stood up with a smile and cupped his fists at Lu Shirlu. Then he rode his sword and flew away, instantly turning into a rainbow and heading south. As he was worried that little Millet would be sad if she saw it, Miyu deliberately restrained his aura and the scene of him riding his sword. The sword light only flashed. However, Miyu still didn't know what Lu Shirlyo's evaluation of him was. Previously, Lu Shirlu and Lu Xianyang had talked about his good friend Bai Yi. It was that good friend Bai Yi. His swordsmanship is not bad. Lu Shirlu continued to be patient and waited for the sky screen to open again. Shan Junwei Pai was very loyal. As the senior brother of the Mountain Master, he had to help his junior brother get some favors. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to see Mr. again. Lu Shirlu suddenly laughed. Junior brother, you're really too secretive here. Have you already been looked down upon by many people? During the night banquets at Cloud-Splitting Mountain, the head butler of Luo Pa Mountain, Julian, and Chen Lingjun, who came from the Imperial River, had all appeared. As for Pei Qian, Chen Wanshu, and Zhou Mili, they had gone to Cloud-Splitting Mountain but hid far away to join in the fun. At the night banquet where Immortal Master Fu, the large and small city gods, and the gods of mountains and rivers gathered, the three little girls did not attract anyone's attention. In the territory of the northern peak, the Luo Pa Mountain, which followed closely behind the Dragon Spring Sword sect, had a deep impression of them. Other than the fact that the young mountain master came from the shabby alley of the Pearl Cave, it was more because of the northern peak's mountain lord. Wei Pai's admiration for the Luo Pa Mountain was too enviable. Other than that, the relationship between the Luo Pa Mountain and the Dragon Spring Sword sect was not bad. It was also very interesting because the Dragon Spring Sword sect and the Luo Pa Mountain had rented 3 mountains. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. The key was that it was rumored that the young mountain master, who had made a fortune at the bottom of the market, seemed to have hit it off with the saint's only daughter, Wan Xiao, before he made a fortune in his early years. This matter was spread with nose and eyes. In addition, the Saint Wan Tong and the only daughter, Wan Xiao, did not seem to have seriously denied this matter. This was worth pondering over. It was precisely because of Wan Tong and Wei Pai's protection that the young man surnamed Chun, who had never appeared in the Luo Pa Mountain, was able to soar into the sky and rise rapidly. He became an immortal mountain that could not be underestimated on the territory of the old Dali. Sitting on half of the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, occupying all the construction industries left behind by the bag shop, and at the same time forming an alliance with the Pearl Hairpin Island that had been moved from the Bookslip Lake, the Golden Core female immortal Lu Zhongruan even personally served as the ferry manager of the dragon boat, turning ink. It was a pity that this Luo Pa Mountain was an empty shelf. There had never been a cultivator who could show off. It was said that the young man named Chen Pingan was still a pure martial artist. He was not even a cultivator. The territory was not small, but there were too few people. As the largest landlord of the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in the Pearl Grotto Heaven in the past, there had never been a top-notch figure who could stabilize the sea. In the past 20 years, he had been hiding in the shade of the big trees of the Cloud-Spreading Mountain and the Dragon Spring Sword sect covering half of his face. It seemed natural to be looked down upon by outsiders. Lu Shirlu laughed because a black-clothed little girl ran along the stairs, all the way to the top of the mountain. After stopping, she deliberately panted. Lu Shirlu was too tall. He could gently pat little Mealy's back while sitting. Zhou Mealy sat at the side and asked, "Do you want to eat melon seeds?" Lu Shirlu shook his head. Zhou Mealy sighed. "Then I won't eat any more." After sitting with the big guy for a long time, Zhou Mealy said that she was going to see a friend. After saying goodbye, she ran away again. She took out 3 small bags of melon seeds and softly called Wei Shanjun. Wei Shanjun. Wei Pai appeared near the mountain temple and took the 3 bags of melon seeds. He smiled and said, "Do you want to go to the Yellow Lake Mountain or the green mud slope of Mount Huimeng?" Zhou Mealy looked a little guilty today. She hugged the green bamboo cane and the small golden carrying pole together. She stretched out a hand and said, "Wei Shanjun, I know you are busy with something important. Today is the last time. I promise." Wei Pai put the melon seeds into his sleeve and said with a smile, "It's fine for now. Right, protector? You don't have to do this. If something really happens, it's useless for you to shout. So, whether it's fine or not, you can shout in the Luopa Mountain." Zhou Mealy shook her head. "I said, I'll trouble Wei Shanjun for the last time. Today I'm going to the Yellow Lake Mountain to visit Sister Hongxia." Wei Pai could only nod and throw the little girl to the Yellow Lake Mountain. The big python's real name was Buddha Pine, but it liked to call itself Hongxia on Zhou Mealy's side. Zhou Mealy put down the carrying pole and bamboo cane. Like before, she needed to take a few deep breaths to be able to pluck up her courage. Lying by the water, the little girl stuck her head into the water and opened her eyes wide. After a long time, she still didn't see Sister Hongxia. In fact, Hongxia, who was dressed in yellow clothes, was standing on the shore with a smile. She squatted beside Zhou Mealy and gently patted her head. Poor little Mealy was so scared that she dived into the water. Her hands flapped wildly, and in an instant, she was dozens of feet away at the bottom of the water. Hongxia felt a little guilty for a moment. A moment later, she stuck her head out. She was so anxious that her eyes were blurred because she left all her belongings on the shore. However, the little girl soon grinned and laughed. She was here, grinning and laughing, and no one cared. Zhou Mealy jumped out of the water and swaggered on the waves. She squatted down, patted the carrying pole and bamboo cane, and comforted them seriously. "Don't be afraid. I'm just teasing you." Hongxia thought about it and decided not to ask Zhou Mealy about the terrifying Qi on Luopa Mountain. It involved the Great Tao and was a huge matter. He shouldn't drag the little girl into it. So Hongxia only laughed. "What story of the Jiang are you going to tell me today?" Zhou Mealy laughed. "I'm a green mountain. Have you heard of it before?" Hongxia laughed. "I've heard of it." Zhou Mealy was startled. "Damn it, I can't open the door today." Hongxia suddenly felt a sense of fear. The main culprit that made her not dare to walk on Jiang Xinzi had arrived at Yellow Lake Mountain for the first time. Dragon Spring Sword Sect, the Lady Wan Xiao. She was an existence that seemed to have ascended to the Aquarius continent sky screen and had personally killed an ancient divine spirit. Luckily, there was still Zhou Mealy who was kept in the dark. When she saw the adorable Sister Xiao Xiao, she waved her hands and said, "Sister Xiao Xiao, eat the melon seeds." Wan Xiao smiled and slowly walked to Xiao Mealy's side. She bent down and rubbed the little girl's head and took the big handful of melon seeds. Wan Xiao glanced at Hongxia, who was trembling in fear, and asked in her mind, "Are you really a part of Luopa Mountain? Only know how to eat and wait for death? Why are you still not leaving the lake and walking on the river? Are you planning to wait for me to die first?" Hongxia's face turned pale. How would she dare to have such thoughts? She was being wronged. Wan Xiao said, "After I leave, immediately go and walk on the river. Hongxia's teeth chattered and could only nod lightly. In fact, she wasn't sure if she really nodded. Zhou merely blinked her eyes, looked at Sister Xiu Xiu, who was eating melon seeds, and then looked at Sister Hongxia and asked softly, "Sister Xiu Xiu, why does Sister Hongxia seem to be afraid of you?" Wan Xiu laughed. "She's timid. She's even smaller than a grain of rice." Zhou merely originally wanted to laugh, but Sister Xiu Xiu was talking about Sister Hongxia, so she didn't laugh. She didn't forget to stretch out her hand in front of her and secretly waved at Sister Hongxia, indicating that she didn't. Wan Xiu said, "Let's go to the Spiritual Grace Mountain to play." Zhou merely said awkwardly, "I just arrived and I haven't talked much with Sister Hongxia." Wan Xiu said, "Then you guys talk first. I'll sit at the side." In the end, the black-clothed girl sat in the middle. How would Hongxia dare to sit beside Wan Xiu? After hearing a story about the mute lake, Wan Xiu spread out her handkerchief, picked up a piece of pastry, and handed it to Xiaomi. Zhou merely immediately understood and shook her head to eat the pastry first. Then she would tell a story about the good mountain lord. She had a big basket of them. Like last time, she said that Chen Jilan and she met the mountain spirits by chance, and they couldn't recite a poem and were chased out of the cave by them. Sister Xiu Xiu was very happy, and it was the first time Zhou merely saw her smile like that. At that time, Sister Xiu Xiu went from really pretty to the prettiest. Yang family shop. They invited Lu Shirlu to help guard the array. Old Yang also called Wan Xiu. Lu Shirlu was really helpless. It was fine if they didn't meet before, but now that they were face to face, it was really strange. Moreover, there was also that Li Lu who had a great relationship with them, but couldn't get along because of the divergent path. What was going on with the place where Junior grew up? Old Yang pinned the old tobacco pipe to his waist. Old Yang suddenly looked at Wan Xiu, took the tobacco pipe, and said, "Here, help me pass it to him." Wan Xiu nodded and took the tobacco pipe that Old Yang tossed over. Lu Shiyu's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Back then, in the line of the sage of literature, Lu Shiyu's 3 senior and junior brothers were all dragons and phoenixes among men, but all of them seemed to be chaste. In fact, there were many women who liked the 3 of them, up and down the mountain. They didn't dare to say that there were as many as the carps crossing the river, but there were indeed many. It was a pity that eldest senior Cui Dong didn't have any distractions, and his ambition was high, so he treated women with courtesy at most, although he never deliberately ignored them. Senior brother probably thought that women were annoying, so why did he like me? If you like Cui Dong or Qi Jingchun, you can go. Xiao Qi didn't understand at all. After Lu Shirlu and Wan Xiu, Shanjun Wei Pai was also called over. This landlord of Northern Peak had a solemn expression. Wei Pai and Lu Shirlu, who had used a camouflage technique, stood at the side. A few days ago, when they occasionally asked, Wei Pai would announce to the public that he was an old friend of Cloud Paul Mountain from the Central Plains. As for whether or not anyone believed it, Wei Pai didn't care. After all, it wasn't like he was telling outsiders that he would never hold a night party again. Wei Pai asked, "Do you need me to operate the mountains and rivers?" Old Yang shook his head. "I know a little about divine powers." Wei Pai was speechless. Lu Shirlu smiled. This old man, who used to be serious, was getting better at chatting. He didn't live in the mortal world for 10,000 years in vain. In the blink of an eye, the entire northern peak was shrouded in white mist in the eyes of the cultivators. As for the regular people, they failed to sense anything at all. Today was a day that had never been seen before in 10,000 years. It was because of this old Yang, who had guarded the human world bitterly for 10,000 years to continue the path of godhood. He wanted to reestablish the ascension platform in the human world as the ancient heavenly lord of Azure Child. They still did not see old Yang use any divine powers, but the earth immortals who had secretly hurried to various parts of the Dragon Province seemed to find themselves on a high platform. It was far too strange, such that many soul, nascent soul, and golden core cultivators looked at one another. However, they calmed down very soon and steadied their minds. On the high platform were old people who had lived in the mountains for a long time, as well as talented young people from the mountains. This large group of golden core and soul nascent soul cultivators from the Aquarius continent had received a secret order from the Dali Ministry of Punishments. The contents were very shocking. At the end of the secret letter, the wording was extremely strict, telling them not to divulge anything to the outside world. They were only allowed to secretly travel to the Dragon province of Dali. The Taoist priest of the Divine Grandeur sect, the military cultivators of True Martial Mountain and Wind Snow Temple, the bastard son of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest, Jiang Yun, the two old sword cultivators of Upright Yang Mountain, and the patriarch of the Su family of Clear Wind City, who had reached the bottleneck of Soul Nascent Soul. The first disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, Donggu and Xieling, the Golden Core cultivator of Luapa Mountain, Chui Wei, and the Golden Core cultivator of Rosy Cloud Mountain, Kai Qinqian. There was also a sword cultivator from the Wind and Thunder Garden who had revisited the Dragon province, Lu Baqiao. Even though the Garden Lord, Huang He, had received a decree from Dali, he had actually directly given up on this fortune of the path of cultivation, only allowing Lu Baqiao to set off. He told his junior brother that he, Huang He, would train with the sword for the rest of his life. He would only use his own sword, and he would not accept any favors from anyone else apart from his master. Lu Baqiao tried to persuade him. In the end, Huang He said to Lu Baqiao, "It's very Li Tuanjing, and it's very Huang He himself. Your talent is inferior to mine, so I want to focus on training with the sword for the next 100 or 1,000 years. As the new Garden Lord, your cultivation is too low. You're a disgrace to my master and the Wind and Thunder Garden. You have no right to bargain with me, so hurry up and piss off to the Dragon province of Dali." Earlier, Yuan Bai, a direct disciple of the Hall of Ancestral Ancestors of Upright Yang Mountain, had asked the Garden Lord of the Wind and Thunder Garden, Huang He. Yuan Bai had taken out his life-bound flying sword, the jade stone that destroyed everything in its path. As a result, although Huang He had not fallen to Golden Core, it was an undeniable fact that his path of cultivation had been damaged. However, even with that being the case, as long as he came to the Dragon province of Dali, there was hope for him to recover to complete soul nascent soul. As a matter of fact, with Huang He's talent, he might even be able to reach the upper 5 realms. However, Huang He was still unwilling to come here. There were a total of 3 people from the Truth Realm sect, including Sui Yuyu, who had just broken through the bottleneck of the Dragon's Gate realm. In times of great chaos, there would be misery and suffering. The people would be destitute, and the mountains and rivers would sink. There would also be countless heroes and ambitious people who would take advantage of the situation and rise up. They would all show off their prowess. In the backyard of the medicine store, Lu Shirlu said, "I'll go wait in the sky screen first, just in case I get flustered and fail to receive guests properly. It'll be more sincere if I receive guests at the entrance." Wan Xiu had just finished eating a pastry. She clapped her hands and said, "Same logic." Old Yang nodded. The imperial tutor of Dali and the Confucian scholar Cui Dong held the Baek Ok Kyung building in their hands. The corpses of gods sat in the sky. Cui Dong uttered a single word softly, "Kill." On the continent, wherever Cui Dong's gaze could reach, there was a flash of light. He immediately beheaded an immortal great demon. In the area of the 5 peaks in all the mountains and rivers under the jurisdiction of the Dali vassals, there were many incense burners that were used to worship the 5 peaks. The local civil and military officials led the people to worship the incense day and night. The various city gods and officials, civil and military officials, and mountain and river deities were in charge of inspecting and measuring the quantity of the incense burners. They would report it to the various departments of rights, and then submit it to the departments of rights and academies of Dali. In the small Aquarius continent, there were tens of thousands of poems that were called the Poems of the Five Peaks. Finally, 100 of them were selected and compiled into books. They were distributed to the various academies and rural schools in the continent. They were sung by the children on the streets in the form of ballads. The monarch of the Five Peaks kept half of the incense burners that flowed into the great peaks to maintain the majestic golden body. The remaining 20% was given to the mountain of the monarch, and the remaining 30% was distributed to the mountain and river shrines under the jurisdiction of the various vassal states. It would increase the fate of the state, and finally, it would increase the power of the state. Once again, it would nourish the Dali dynasty and the continent's geomancy. In the Tong Yi continent, even the emperor ran away. Even the land immortals ran away. But in the Aquarius continent, even the small children in the streets and alleys in the villages and villages were able to contribute to the stability of the continent, silently contributing to the stability of the continent. Bit by bit, the accumulated water formed rivers, the accumulated soil formed mountains. Dali had already changed the laws, allowing the vassal states to choose 2 or 4 heroic spirits from the capital to the cities to the countryside, to put up their own door gods on all the doors. They would rebuild the golden body, protect the place, and not be attacked by the demon race. They would work together with the immortal cultivators and consecrators of the country to set up a plan to prevent the demon race from disturbing the people's hearts and causing trouble. On a mountain peak far away from Dong's image in the center of the Aquarius continent, a dozen people were looking down at the mountains and rivers. It was the founder of Shang clan, Mr. Fan, leading a group of Shang clan ancestors who came to the Aquarius continent. The Shang clan ancestor who did not look old after Dong's sword retracted his gaze and said emotionally, "The distant waters see the distant mountains. Old friends leave behind stories." After reminiscing about the matters of the world, this Mr. Fan changed the topic and smiled. "Everyone, it is said that the water flows with the mountains. The world's water flows unpredictably. Only the mountains cannot move. Is it true that only the water moves and the mountains cannot move?" An old man who had followed him for many years laughed. "We don't have enough money." This person was the master on the mountain who had besieged Aoyang and escaped. He even happily gave himself a nickname, Semi-Peerless Master. This group of Shang clan elders who were rich enough to rival countries in the 9 continents, upon hearing this, they all laughed out loud. They truly did not have much, but they had a lot of money. Shang clan had already forked out a large sum of money to move the inland mountain ranges to the coast to create a pass, or to move the coastal mountain ranges that were obstructive to the Dali cavalry to the inland to create a seemingly natural but actually man-made majestic battle line. Next, they had to fork out even more money. Immortal money, valley rain money, snow money, summer money. Naturally, they did not have even one. It was too shabby. All in all, Shang clan had to ensure that the vassal forces of Aquarius continent that did not have enough cavalry could defend the pass. They also had to make space for Dali's invincible cavalry to roam freely on the vast plains. Mr. Fan smiled. "Everyone, go back to your work, spread the money across the continent." All of them obeyed their ancestors' orders and disappeared with the wind. On the battlefield of Old Dragon City, the few spiritual gods that had appeared before were unstoppable. Ma Ku Xian had only returned to Aquarius continent's military ancestral court, Zhenwu Mountain, and not long after he returned, he met with the spiritual gods that had descended from the heavens to visit Aquarius continent. Ma Ku Xian, who was one of the 10 young candidates, had also ordered 10 ancient spiritual gods to return the favor and attack the heavens. There was also the Nanyu Great Mountain Lord, the only female mountain lord, Fan Jun Mao, whose golden body was over 10 kilometers tall. She held a portion of the ancient moon, Truth, which was secretly given to her by Lady Guay. In Fan Juanmao's hands, the crescent moon was like a bow, pulled to a full moon, using the pure light of the sun and moon as the bowstring and arrow. When the arrow was shot out, regardless of whether it was to kill the ancient spiritual gods in the sky or to kill the great demons in the sea, it had a might that could shake the heavens and earth. On the Dragon Ascension stage in Old Dragon City, there was a lady, GQ. Her golden eyes stared at a king, great demon in the sea far away. The other party was also looking at GQ. GQ's mouth twitched. She slowly raised her hand and made a gesture of breaking Imperial Concubine Faye's neck. Book Slip Lake. An elegant old man with a laurel belt stood on the shore of an island. Sect Masterway-ing of the True Realm sect was moved, but she didn't use the Mountain River View divine power to look into the distance. Hundreds and thousands of strange spirits, without exception, were all Een spirits who could still maintain a little bit of their true spirit after hundreds and thousands of years. They all surged out of the lake and returned to the human world. When they were alive, they were all at the Book Slip Lake, a lawless place filled with wild cultivators. Throughout history, there were many people who died suddenly. Some were innocent, some deserved it, and some didn't deserve to die, but they still died here. Then they gathered around the old man and looked at the Book Slip Lake. Year after year, people's hearts remained the same. Year after year, life and death were uncertain. The strong wantonly killed the weak, and the weak didn't know what they did wrong. They probably felt that their cultivation was too low, and that was all. In the end, all the Een spirits and ghosts inevitably had the same question. Between the bottom of the lake and the shore, which was the world of the living, and which was the world of the dead? In the end, a haggard young man from another city came here and answered the question in the hearts of the countless Een spirits and ghosts that lingered after death. Gukan was wrong to kill indiscriminately. He was also wrong to not kill Gukan. The customs of the Book Slip Lake would be wrong even after 1,000 or 10,000 years. Some mistakes in doing things, and the pain in one's heart would definitely be painful for a lifetime, because in the world, what was wrong was wrong. Therefore, if there was a mistake, it had to be corrected. It had always been like this, right? Did they want the people of the future to keep asking this question thousands of years later? Of course not. Of course not. The same answers were given by the ghosts who had died in vain after bidding farewell to the young man one by one. It was them and the young man who gave the Book Slip Lake an answer that would still be filled with sadness, an answer that was filled with guilt and regret. Surname Chun, you're as thin as a bamboo pole. How are you going to find a wife in the future? When you leave this damned place in the future, you must remember to eat a few more bowls of rice. I'm not bragging. My cooking skills are excellent. I'm famous for making a pot of messy stew that can make Buddha jumps over the wall. Haha, unfortunately, you don't have the luck to eat it. Chun Pengon, take it easy. Let's not reunite too early. Also, you useless bookkeeper, remember to slap that Gukan a few times to relieve your boredom if you don't have anything to do. You have 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have a son of a bitch like Gukan don't meddle in other people's business in the future. It's not worth it. Mr. Chen, I still think that the world is not too beautiful, but it seems that there is still a little hope. I'll take my leave then. Take care, Mr. Chen. In those years, the foreigners who were just a few years old would smile and wave goodbye to them. They would say, take care, in a hoarse voice. When they couldn't say anything, they would reach out and tap their chests with their fists or clasp their fists together to bid farewell. However, after those ghosts dissipated, the young people would become more and more silent. Other than acknowledging that the young people's actions of asking for trouble and making up for it, the old man was also gratified by those who left with regrets, but did not completely despair. The old man collected his thoughts and smiled. Since you can still hold on to your spiritual light and not dissipate, it means that you are not numb. That's why you were imprisoned here, and could not escape. Now that your souls have completely dissipated, I will help you gather some good karma. Mistakes will offset mistakes. Good karma will accumulate good karma. The old man's words seemed to contain heavenly law. Those otherworldly beings seemed to have received amnesty. From the heroic spirits, they seemed to have transformed into golden water gods. Before this, Dali had already laid out a land divine path, allowing these heroic spirits to head towards the Qi Dao in the center of the Aquarius continent. The old man smiled again. The heavens, water, and mountain spirits are all my friends. Am I right? The old man answered his own question. Yes and no. On the mountains and peaks of the continent, countless mountain spirits suddenly condensed. The old man raised his hand. Heavenly falling elephant. There were a total of 24 mountains along the coast of the continent. There was a white-clothed young man who had buried 24 bamboo scrolls. The group of mountain spirits was majestic, like an unprecedented army of ghosts passing through. They rode the wind towards the 24 mountains. The old man finally went to the Verdant Canyon Islands ferry. He stood there and looked down. That day, after the young man fell asleep due to exhaustion, Wan Xiao and Zhong Kui had come to visit the young man who was lying on the ground snoring. Actually, it was not just the two of them. The old man laughed. The boundless universe was full of strange things. The old man raised his head again. He saw that the Aquarius continent did not have the 3 enclosures 4 divisions formation. Instead, it had the 24 heavenly times formation that was even more majestic. The formation followed the flow of time, protecting the continent without any gaps. A middle-aged ascetic monk who was traveling with alms bowls had once traveled all over the continent, year after year. He chanted once. Wherever his feet touched in the past, on the ground, between the wells, beside the mountains and rivers, in the bustling and secluded places, lotuses appeared. The final continent, the Aquarius continent, resembled a vase on a bookcase somewhere in the mortal world. Inside the vase, there was a huge golden lotus flower. 12 sword boats that were as big as mountains were placed behind the front line of the battlefield, hovering behind Old Dragon City. There was a dense group of military soldiers using a secret method to beat drums to strengthen the momentum, adding a mysterious heavenly time to the sword boats and flying swords. On the flying swords, the talisman sect cultivators had already racked their brains, sparing no expense and spiritual energy to inscribe the cloud pattern's secret records on every flying sword. In a moment, the flying swords were as dense as a storm, flying towards the demon army that was attacking the city. Although the Aquarius continent had the smallest territory in the world, it was the only continent that not only had a stable defensive position, but also had the strength to launch a magnificent attack against the savage world. Vassal King Song Jisun did not guard the Dali capital in the middle of the Aquarius continent, and did not even move the vassal residents to the relatively stable southern peak mountain. He stayed in Old Dragon City all his life, along with the 2 Dali military officials who were the highest-ranking hunting inspector Chao Gui and Su Gaoshan, as one of the backbone of the southern battlefield. But the 2 great generals would not be in the city, but on the ground behind Old Dragon City, waiting for the battle. And Dali Songmu, who was no longer the young noble of Clay Bottle Alley, was now clenching his fists. His eyes were red. The war had been going on for a year, but the vassal king did not have the slightest intention to retreat. It was said that the savage world had once used tens of thousands of sword cultivators and sword chi to challenge the Great Wall. Song Jisun stood on the top floor of the vassal residence, his hands pressed on the railing. The veins on the back of his hands were exposed. He laughed angrily. Come, challenge the Great Wall of Dali again. A gentleman from the Lakeview Academy. After arriving at Old Dragon City, before leaving, he bowed to the teacher of the headmaster of the academy. He was going to the front line of the battlefield. The gentleman held a jade porcelain bottle, which was crystal clear as if it was filled with thunder and lightning, like a small thunder pool. In fact, the thunder and lightning in the bottle were the subtle manifestation of the sage's words. After bidding farewell to the teacher, he had a private conversation with a young man from the academy who came from the same hometown. Next year, the flowers in my hometown will bloom. Please take a few more glances for me. A Confucian scholar from the academy who had a dispute with him on academic matters and even used fierce words just happened to be going to the battlefield with him. It turned out that the dispute between scholars was really just a dispute between gentlemen. They were kindred spirits, gentlemen and sages. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, but did not speak. The chief consecrator of the Fu family in Old Dragon City, an old sword practitioner who had cultivated near the dragon platform for many years, and a consecrator of the Sun family who looked like a woodcutter, walked together. They each excused themselves from the two family masters and rushed to the most dangerous part of the battlefield. When the two of them were riding the wind, the Sun family's master, who had also read the sage's books but could not become a disciple of the academy, smiled slightly and said, "What is the green mud? 9 twists and turns and 100 steps and winding around the mountains. So what if my heart is muddy? That is not a reason for you bastards to barge in." The old sword cultivator smiled and said, "Literary and sour. I said I can't, so I will follow your words and say a vulgar sentence. Just take it as my last words. To pass this road, to enter the house, I have to die first." An old cultivator who had already left Tong Yi continent safely, an old Yuanying who had once done a big deal with a young man from the outside, and Jiang Shangzhen, gathered all the cultivators in the sect. The old man's sect was the Green Tiger Palace of Tian K Peak located in the north of Tong Yi continent. The old man was the old palace master who was good at refining elixirs, Lu Yong. Before the demons of the desolation world had reached the shore, old palace master Lu, who was well-informed and best at protecting himself, had taken his disciples and fled to the Aquarius continent on an immortal ferry. If they had been 10 days later, they would have been refused entry to the Aquarius continent. However, like other smart people, even if they entered the boundary of Old Dragon City, they could not take refuge in the city. They could only be like other foreign cultivators, imprisoned in one place like prisoners. However, although their lives were saved, their days were not easy. The cultivators who followed the army of the Dali dynasty never spoke to them. They either killed some idiots who did not follow the rules or looked at the refugees from Tong Yi continent coldly from afar. Different cultivators followed the army, but they had the same vision. There was no pity, only the natural coldness of the battlefield, and the sarcasm of a person looking at someone who was not human. But if they were in a high building in the cage and had the leisure to watch the battle from afar, Dali did not stop them. The old man had personally witnessed the desperate battle outside Old Dragon City, and after the day, he spoke less and less until today. Lu Yong was enraged, his hair and beard standing up. No matter how strong the wind is, or how fierce the thunder is, how dare you pull out the 1,000-year-old tree under my house? In the end, the old nascent soul smiled bitterly and told the direct disciples to live well in this foreign land. It had not been easy for them to escape to this place, so they shouldn't die so easily. Even if they made a fool of themselves, they should cultivate well in the future and concoct more good pills. Finally, the old cultivator looked at the youngest children. His expression was relieved. With my death, the number of people who would laugh at you for living like dogs in Treasure Vase continent would lessen. It would be much easier for the younger generation to gain a foothold in Treasure Vase continent. A monk from a large temple came to the battlefield of Old Dragon City and stood in the air, causing ripples. The monk finally sat in the air with his palms clasped together. The bodhisattva's hooks and locks, the bones of 100 people resonate. His body was like a pagoda, emitting light like fire. There was an unknown Taoist sex expert who rode on a treasured boat and rode the wind to this place. He had a leisurely expression as if he was here to enjoy the scenery. The old Taoist unleashed a divine ability that transformed beings into soldiers. The talisman papers were as many as the paper money that the commoners threw out. Above the sea of clouds, there were hundreds of talisman puppets that were a few meters tall. The vast area between Old Dragon City and Southern Peak stretched as far as the eye could see, and the ground was surprisingly flat. There were 2 groups of Dali iron cavalry, roughly lined up in a line, and stationed there. Like a tide, they were still and unmoving, waiting for the enemy. A military general, who had not donned his armor, was patrolling the battlefield on horseback and had a blade and spear, otherwise he would not be used to it. This high-ranking Dali hunting envoy suddenly stopped his horse, 1 man and 1 horse, and faced the south. My Dali iron cavalry, from the north to the south, we will break through a continent. Wherever the horse hooves reach, their ability to kill, not to mention a continent, the entire world knows. Now, wherever the horse hooves stand, they will kill countless demons. General Su Gaoshan lightly lifted his iron spear and pointed to the south. If they dare to come here, I will crush them all into powder. Emperor Dali Song, he remained in the capital of the north. After the court session ended, he ordered the eunuchs to temporarily retreat and walked alone under a tall red wall. Under the instructions of the imperial tutor, he, as the emperor, issued a series of imperial edicts with the same content. Those who received the imperial edicts were all the vassal lords of a continent. If Dali lost this war, the mountains and rivers of a continent would be destroyed, and everyone would have no country to speak of. However, if Dali won this war, all the vassal lords of a continent, the 30 countries with the highest proportion of people who died in battle, could be restored, and they would be separated from the Song clan's territory. Even if there was only 1 person left, the Dali dynasty would take the initiative to help him restore his country. At most, in 100 years, they would definitely become one of the strongest countries in the future and become allies with Dali for generations. Emperor Dali personally swore to the 5 sacred mountains that if he violated this agreement, the Song clan would be cut off. Before the imperial edicts were issued, there was a question and answer between the monarch and the minister, as well as the teacher-student. Cui Dong asked Song He. Imperial tutor asked the emperor. The teacher asked the student. Your Majesty, if this is the case, Dali might not even be able to keep its position as one of the 10 great dynasties in the future, but if this is the case, you, Song He, as a descendant of the Song clan, will definitely become a wise emperor for thousands of years. How to choose is up to you, Song He. Song He smiled and said, Imperial tutor is underestimating the tolerance of a student. There are so many 10 great dynasties in the world. How many emperors and monarchs are worthy of leaving their names in history for thousands of years? Song, he wants the descendants of the Song clan to face the portraits of their ancestors when they worship their ancestors. They will stand under my portrait for the longest time, and they will be fascinated the most. When Embroidered Tiger heard the answer, he smiled and nodded. Song, he had a question and couldn't help but ask, I only have one question. If I don't agree, won't I let Imperial tutor fulfill his wish? Cui Dong smiled and said, Your Majesty is well aware. Emperor Dali laughed and said, What a good embroidered tiger. Finally, the emperor looked at the imperial tutor who had overstepped his boundaries. Cui Dong nodded. The emperor had a sad expression, with embroidered tiger by his side. It was inevitable that he, as the emperor, would feel constrained. However, if the Great Li dynasty really lost this embroidered tiger, how could he, Song He, not be flustered? Cui Dong finally said slowly, Qi Jingchun and I have left so many different scholars for the Dali dynasty. Even if Dali's territory is reduced by half, there is still a great chance for it to rise again in the future. It's a pity that you may not be able to see it with your own eyes when you are still alive. I can only say that in this matter, you and the previous emperor will end up in a similar situation. There is indeed a great regret. It can be seen that it is Dolly's fortune to have an imperial tutor like me, but it may not be the fortune of you two emperors. It's just a small misfortune. Dolly and Song, he are both very fortunate to have such an opportunity and such a magnificent feat with your help. The emperor bowed to the old man and said softly, "Then I will bid farewell to you." Song he exhaled heavily and slammed the wall with his hand. Then he supported himself against the wall and said in a deep voice, "Together we will stop the fall of the heavens." A eunuch in an official's robe suddenly walked forward quickly and then stopped quietly. He said softly, "Your Majesty, there are people coming from the north." Song, he was in high spirits. He quickly walked to the area between the two walls and looked up, although he was destined not to see them. As those people would not come to Dolly's capital so early, Song he couldn't help but take a look. Now, the eastern Aquarius continent and the north continent, under the heavens' influence, were like a continent's territory. Venerable fiery dragon, Li Lu, and the ascendant realm woman were still in charge of guarding this sea path. Both sides guarded the bridge that connected the two continents, one on the left and one on the right. A large group of sword cultivators from the North Continent followed the path and went south to the Aquarius continent. The first sword celestial of the north by Shang, Taihui sword sex patriarch, Huang Tong, floating duckweed sword lake. Other than the sword cultivators, there were venerable fiery dragon's two disciples, Yuan Linghao of the Xian finger lineage, and by Yun lineage, the Dayuan dynasty's Chong Xian Shu, the Taoism sect's perfected person, the hemp sect's sect leader Zhu Quan, and the white-boned sword cultivator in the Ghost Valley, the female heroic spirit Pu Chang. Jingguan City's Gao Cheng had once opened the heaven and earth restriction and let Pu Chang worship his sword. Now that Gao Cheng had left the Guiming Valley, the cultivators of the linen sect had nothing to do. As for Pu Chang, who died in this ancient battlefield, she chose to go to another battlefield. She took it as a silent farewell to her sweetheart that she couldn't let go of. Since she was destined to not be able to become a couple with him, why should she drag him down and make him unable to become a Buddha in the human world? Liking someone shouldn't be like this. The sword celestial of the Wind Snow Temple in the Aquarius continent, Wei Jin, once crossed continents to challenge the North Continent's heavenly monarch, Xie Shi. This time, he was also traveling with the heavenly monarch, Xie Shi. Both of them could be considered as returning home. Floating duckweed sword lake, Shikai was with her eldest disciple, Rong Chang. Before leaving, she told her two direct disciples, Chun Li and Gao Yuqing, that she was going to take a look at the old dragon city. "In your hometown, my master's foreign land, I killed many demon beasts. There's no reason for me to not kill some demon beasts in my hometown. How ran world. Wouldn't I be a joke in front of my good friend, Li Yu? How can I put on the airs of a master in front of you two children in the future?" However, Li Kai had another reason, which she was too embarrassed to tell her junior disciples. Over there, it was the southernmost point of the Aquarius continent. There was no need to be separated from the North Continent by a continent, so she could be closer to a certain heartless man. After returning home, Li Kai kept hearing about the situation in the Tongyi continent. It was as if the knot in her heart had been untied. That heartless man had let her down. In fact, he had also let down the hearts of many infatuated women. However, in the end, he did not let down the responsibility that a man should have. This kind of Jiangshangzhen was worthy of Li Kai's sadness and love. When they were traveling south to cross the sea, no matter if they were sword cultivators or not, none of them had a heroic look on their faces. Their state of mind was calm, because it was as if they were doing something normal and natural. The cultivators of the North Continent, behind closed doors, no matter how much they fought, schemed against each other, used flying swords, cultivators, and martial artists to fight against their own people. However, when the general trend came, the cultivators of any other continent could be missing, but the North Continent could not be missing. When people went south, their chivalry went south. Lu Shirlu drank wine with Miyu at the dusty medicine shop. However, Miyu, who was supposed to go north, said that he would return to Luopa Mountain later. Lu Shirlu drank an extra jug of wine with this sword immortal. On this day, Madame Gui, who was worshipped by the Fan family, suddenly came to the dusty medicine shop. Lu Shirlu said, "I am more surprised that you would do this." Whether it was Lu Shirlu or the world's most orthodox Moon Palace seed Madame Gui, accurately speaking, they could be considered as remnants of the ancient times. The books of the future liked to talk about the strange and bizarre immortals. They said that there were ancient immortals on the distant sea, and that the sea had turned into mulberry fields. In fact, to the two of them, it was not a strange person or strange thing. They had looked down on the earth from the sky. They saw the human race appear, saw the human race climb the mountain, and finally saw the human race ascend to the sky. In the center of the Aquarius continent, a big blasphemy. The night was calm and peaceful. On a small boat, a child was struggling to support the wormwood. But there was a lazy young man in white, lying at the bow of the boat, his snow-white sleeves drooping into the water. Under the moonlight, the white sleeves became whiter. The young man closed his eyes and sang loudly, "The spring water carries the boat. The boat carries the people. The spring water is in the sky together." The young man suddenly sat up and complained bitterly, "The heavens do not pity me, the singer, for suffering." Chui Dongshan rubbed the corners of his eyes with one finger on each hand. He wanted to cry with grief and indignation. But before he could squeeze out tears, he saw two people walking together. One came from the skeleton beach of the North Continent, and the other came from a place even further away, Jingguan City's Gaocheng. Chui Dongshan came behind the child, who was supporting the wormwood, and slapped the back of his head. "What are you doing? Turn around and call Big Brother. This is your big brother." On the shore, Gao Cheng finally knew why he had been uneasy all these years in the Ghost Valley's Jingguan City, even though there were no internal or external troubles. As for the old monk who wandered here from the Qingluan kingdom in the southeast of a continent, wearing a shabby kasaya, the old monk walked by the water. The mist condensed into clouds, and the clouds formed a kasaya. The moonlight reflected on the water, and the water reflected on the Bodhi heart. Brother Gao supported the wormwood with all his might, and Chui Dongshan paddled with all his might. When Gao Cheng saw this, he felt that he should not have come to see this person. It was too disgusting. In the night, the sky of the Fuyao continent had already fallen into the hands of the wasteland world. This meant that the accompanying saint of the Wen Temple, who guarded the sky of the continent, was gone. Bai Yi and the old scholar hovered in the air. They were like immortals in the galaxy. The old scholar looked troubled. "Brother Bai, do you really want to do this? The wasteland world does not have any sovereign stage demons to provoke you this time." Bai Yi was too lazy to say anything. The old scholar chuckled. As expected of Bai Yi, as expected of the Bai, I once begged for poems and words. You know best that I'm not a shameless person, so I'll make an exception for you. Bai Yi did not want to say anything. The most proud swordsman in the world, the most famous immortal poet, looked down at the broken mountains and rivers of the human world. Bai Yi will not do anything. Even if you are the vice leader of the Wen Temple or the Grand Chancellor of the Learning Palace, it is useless to persuade me. If I, Bai Yi, want to do something, even if you are from the Wen Temple or a sovereign stage demon, if you want to stop me, then please try. The old scholar closed his eyes, as if he was listening to the sounds of the continent. The clouds moved, the flowers bloomed and withered. The elders gasped for breath, The children cried. Bai Yi used his thumb to lightly touch the hilt of the celestial sword at his waist, waiting for the old scholar's answer. When he got the answer, the frustrated person, would leave the sword one continent. The old scholar mumbled, "In a time of peace, no one would wear flowers, no one would coax wine, no one would care about drunkenness. That is also the way of the peaceful world. Today, the Fuyao continent was a place where no one would bury the dead. The Buddhists said that this world was the whirling world, which meant tolerance. It meant that the way of the world was lacking in every way. But even if that was the truth, everywhere in the human world, the spring rain, the apricot blossoms would fall, and the carriages and horses would travel slowly in the spring. The scholars at the foot of the mountain, who did not know any spells and supernatural powers, when drunk, dared to say that they would draw the river into their cups and pour it on their breasts. The bright moon did not know that the ruler had left, and late at night, it still shone on the window. When a woman was alone in her hometown, she would turn her eyes and pray that the ruler would be like the moon, and the night would be bright and clear. When the strong person unsheathed his sword, the sword gleam would not only go towards the strong person, but also towards the general situation. The old scholar's sleeves billowed as he waved his hands. Starlight sparkled. Bai Yi also pulled his sword out of the scabbard. He did not really unsheath his sword, but thousands of sword gleams fell on the mountains and rivers of the continent. In the places in the Fuyao continent that were lucky enough not to be affected by the war, as long as there were still books in the schools, a sword gleam, as cool as snow, would quietly descend. In this day and age, reading books was still useful. Each person wielded a sword, and the sword gleam turned into thousands of sword gleams. They were enemies with the demons of the continent. Bai Yi finally said, "Old scholar, no matter how annoying your nagging is, it is better than not nagging at all." The old scholar said, "It is enough." Bai Yi wielded his sword and went to the human world. The old scholar was silent for a moment, then nodded and smiled. Bai Yi's poetry is unrivaled and dispels the worries of the ages. The old scholar suddenly wrung his hands. These words should have been said before Brother Bai left. In the wilderness, at the foot of Mount Tuoyue, a sloppy man who could not even drink the northwest wind was in an awkward situation, like a tortoise carrying a mountain on his back. He could only mind his own business and keep on nagging. A tortoise who did not listen to his chanting? "Li Huai, you little bastard, your mouth is really poisonous." An old blind man, leaving his own mountain for the first time, accompanied by a bony old dog, came to visit this bastard Alliance. After all, it was not enough for one person to watch a good show. The old blind man did not get too close to Mount Tuoyue. After all, he was not here to fight. He only stood 1,000 miles away, his head tilted and his ears perked up. He happened to hear Alliance's nagging and was very happy. "Bastard, back in the great wall of sword chi, you used to stroll around my house. Didn't you like to jump around? Why aren't you jumping around now?" The old blind man touched the ground with his palm and sneered. "Back then, who was the one who shamelessly boasted in front of me, saying, 'With such swordsmanship, you don't need such looks. With such looks, you don't need such swordsmanship.'" Alliance was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Hey, old blind man, are you here to help me move the mountain? You don't know how comfortable it is to have a mountain rubbing your shoulders. Don't worry about me. If you dare to, I will call you uncle." Now that the hero was in trouble, he could only whisper, "Old blind man, you have been blind for 10,000 years, and you can't see my handsome face." He could lose, but he could not lose. A good habit had to be maintained. The old blind man laughed and said, "Seeing such a beautiful scene, I am at a loss for words." The old blind man felt that the old dog that was running around his feet was a hindrance, so he kicked it away. The skinny old dog rolled a few times in grief and indignation. "I'm kind enough to remind you that you shouldn't stay here for too long and that you should quickly finish chatting and go home. The old blind man remembered something and laughed. Who is Li Huai? Alliance laughed and said, My good brother is your good brother. Old blind man. The old blind man didn't care, just from that prophecy of the child. I like him very much. Alliance scolded, Blind man, your fart is pleasing to the eye. The old blind man planned to leave. Alliance didn't urge him to stay, and only swallowed his saliva. Us brothers are eating dog meat in the winter. Old blind man, you have a very good conscience. The old blind man raised his hand, and the two words Li Huai appeared on his palm. He stared at the name on his palm for a moment, and nodded with a smile. Li Huai, I'll remember it. Alliance was stunned. Li Huai, can I call you Uncle Li? Your mouth is really blessed. Old blind man, help me pass a message to that kid. Get him to tell Alliance to quickly go home and eat meat. Then he said sadly, Damn it, I'm really convinced. Li Huai, you are my uncle. Is it too late for me to agree to be your brother-in-law now? Is it okay? The old blind man had a complicated expression and said, It's not like you can't leave. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you willing to waste your sword, will, and cultivation like this every day? Do you really think you have completely stabilized the 14th realm? If you are so capable, why didn't I see you pierce through the sky when I was at the door? Oh, you like to pretend to be a great sword immortal of the 5th realm? You really have perseverance. Alliance bitterly laughed dryly and then fell silent. Damn it, the old blind man didn't talk like this in the past. Today he was actually being eccentric. He didn't know who he learned it from. The old blind man retracted his hand and stood up. Who can you blame if you don't leave? In the vast world, opening the canopy of the sky attracted many ancient gods. At the foot of moon-bearing mountain, the earth veins were opened and countless malicious ghosts and spirits emerged. Therefore, Alliance wanted to leave this place. Firstly, it was because of the weight of moon-bearing mountain. Secondly, it was because of his conscience. He didn't dare, or rather, whether he was willing to release those creatures of the underworld and let them escape from the Western Buddhist kingdom to this desolate world. Then they would be led to the vast world by the moon-bearing mountain grand ancestor. Alliance suddenly said, Old blind man, open your eyes and look at the world. It's different now. The old blind man, who had his back facing moon-bearing mountain, stopped in his tracks. He put his hands behind his back and seemed to be looking up at the sky. Really? Alliance couldn't free his hands. Otherwise, he would have definitely patted his chest and said, Trust me once. Otherwise, you're my father. The old blind man still didn't turn around. He smiled and said, I don't dare. He had been living in seclusion in the small country in the North Continent. On this day, Li Shisheng, who was studying in seclusion, bade farewell to the scholar who was supposed to be called Li Baozhou, and said that he was going on a long trip. After Li Shisheng returned to his courtyard, he asked the servant Cui Ci to continue cleaning the courtyard every day and study diligently. For the first time, the Confucian scholar Li Shisheng hung the peach talisman on his waist. When he took a step and landed on the ground, he had already arrived at the central continent from the North Continent. The saints guarding the canopy of the two continents did not stop this phenomenon. Instead, they nodded and bowed to Li Shisheng, who had traveled across the continent for an instant. How could the sect leader of the Beko Keikyung building, even if he was only one of the 3 clones, not be able to receive such treatment? Li Shisheng stretched out his hand and patted the peach talisman. This trip to the central continent was silent. Even the saints of the canopy of heaven could not detect it. Li Shisheng did not go to the Confucian temple of the central continent or the mountains of the immortals. Instead, he found an inconspicuous middle-aged man in a market at the foot of the mountain. Beside the man was a strange young man. In Li Shisheng's eyes, the person he saw was the person of the future. It was like being pieced together by 2 pieces of paper. The yang spirit and yin spirit overlapped, but did not completely merge. It was still the Yang spirit's external body and the Yin spirit that had yet to return. The Yang spirit was the body of a man, but the Yin spirit was the body of a woman. It was as if it was waiting for the real body. Only then could the two truly return and become a complete person. Li Shixing was not willing to continue looking at the secrets of the heavens. Perhaps if he focused on looking with the man beside him, with Li Shixing's current Tao techniques, he might not be able to see the location of the real body. However, Li Shixing already knew the background of the female Yin spirit that was not here. She came from a blessed land and was now called Lu Kai. She was in the Aquarius continent. Li Shixing bowed and said, "Greetings, Zhou Zi." Adding the suffix Z to a surname was a great honor. The school of Yin Yang in the world had always had the saying, talking about heaven, Zhou, and talking about earth, Lu. Zhou and Lu were two different surnames. The former was dying and did not have much influence. The latter was the school of Yin Yang in the world and was fully deserving of the title of the most powerful family. The man in front of Li Shixing, who looked dull, had monopolized half of the world of knowledge and was known as talking about heaven's affairs. As for the Lu family of the school of Yin Yang in the talking about earth, they were the descendants of Lu Qin, the third chief of the Beko Keikyang building, who was Li Shixing's junior apprentice brother. The ancestor of the Lu family of the school of Yin Yang was named Lu Qin. It could be considered as a joke of the heavens. It was extremely compatible with Lu Chen's style of I roam freely in the human world. However, Lu Qin could no longer be considered as the junior apprentice brother of Li Shixing and the other two. This was because Lu Qin followed suit and took in a disciple of a Taoist ancestor. The latter's Taoist name was Shan Qing. Shan Qing was a homonym of the three pure ones. Naturally, it was a heartless person like Lu Qin. The man, who was half a Taoist, politely bowed to Li Shixing and said, "Greetings, head chief." Li Shixing straightened his back and tilted his body slightly to avoid the greeting. He smiled and shook his head. It's still not counted for now. Moreover, it might not be counted in the future. The man said bluntly, "Since the head chief is here, you should have calculated that I was the one who plotted against the head chief and the descendants of the Li family in Fortune Street. I wonder if you're here to condemn me or to seek enlightenment?" Li Shixing smiled and did not speak. He turned to look at the young man with a string of small gourds hanging from his waist. Two of them were related to the school of Yin Yang. As for whether he wanted to return them, it was completely unnecessary. There were different theories about how a Bao attracted the sages of the three sects in the early years. In the end, the gains and losses were the same regardless of who or where they were. The 9-blade strengthening gourds left behind in the vast world were the same in the eyes of Li Shixing both in the past and in the present. Li Shixing said to the man, "I'm just confirming some things. I'll discuss the Tao with you in the future." The man smiled and nodded. "I couldn't ask for more. It's been too many years." Li Shixing retracted his smile and said, "But you can stop with the Aquarius." The man nodded. "I've already stopped. Many of the small matters of the past and the major matters of the future were all done in his hands. The difference between that useless junior sister and him was more than thousands of miles." Li Shixing bade farewell and left. Beside the man, the young man who had not spoken a word was brought to and out of a blessed land by the man. The young man had stayed in the Tongyi continent for many years and visited a Taoist temple many times. Within the great Duan dynasty of the central divine continent, under the moonlight, a beautiful woman in red held a white horse with one hand and a wine flask with the other. She raised her head and drank. She was pleasantly surprised and embarrassed. She hid the wine flask behind her back and smiled. She called out softly, "Brother." Li Shixing smiled and said, "So, you haven't forgotten about your big brother." Li Baoping still smiled and narrowed her eyes. Li Shixing hesitated and said, "You should know about the Aquarius." Li Baoping smiled and said, "I know. You're my big brother." Li Shixing also smiled. Li Shixing glanced into the distance. A young man with an ethereal aura seemed to be following his sister from afar. Li Baoping was a little helpless. "That guy calls himself Su Bai. He's not too shameless. He just likes to follow." Li Baoping made a face at Li Shixing. "What's the use of this guy liking me? I don't even like him." Li Shixing nodded. In a flash, he came before Su Bai, one of the 10 youths. He smiled and said, "Please leave." Su Bai wanted to speak but stopped. He was a little guilty and wanted to speak. Li Shixing smiled and said, "One of the 10 youths. Very good. But don't like my sister. She won't like you. Why bother yourself and disturb others?" Su Bai's eyes were firm. He blushed slightly but said loudly, "I just like her." Li Shixing shook his head and restrained his smile. He said, "I won't interfere in the future. For now, please go somewhere else. Don't disturb my sister's trip." Su Bai whispered, "I won't go up and talk to her. I definitely won't disturb her." The next moment, before Su Bai could finish speaking, he was shocked to find that he was already 1,000 miles away, and that green-robed scholar was standing beside him. Su Bai was about to speak when Li Shixing said, "Seems like it's not enough." He directly invited Su Bai tens of thousands of miles away. Li Shixing returned to Li Baoping's side and said with a smile, "All right, if he dares to follow you again, call my name in your heart. Next time, I won't be polite with him." Li Baoping suddenly felt sad and wronged, but she didn't say anything. Li Shixing gently pressed her head and said with a smile, "Where did the little Baoping that I'm familiar with go? Help me find it." Li Baoping smiled and shook the wine pot. "I don't drink often." The brother and sister walked together under the moonlight on the mountain peak. Li Shixing said slowly, "Baoping, do you know why you have to wear red clothes since you were young?" Li Baoping shook her head. "I thought it was for luck." Li Shixing said with a smile, "Give me your hand." Li Baoping was a little confused, but she still extended her hand. Li Shixing patted her hand gently and said with a smile, "There won't be such rules in the future." Li Baoping asked, "Brother?" Li Shixing shook his head. "I'll tell you later." Li Baoping didn't care. Anyway, with her brother, there was nothing to worry about. Li Baoping tilted her head and smiled as she lifted the wine pot. Li Shixing smiled and nodded. The young woman in red took a sip of wine and thought of someone. In the past, she always had little Uncle Master by her side. It was fine. She would not like him tomorrow. A scholarly sage left the vast world and traveled alone, appearing in the Western Buddhist kingdom. An old man in a Confucian robe bowed to a bodhisattva who was shining with a dazzling light. "I'm willing to do my best for the Western Pure Land." The bodhisattva sitting on the lotus platform put his palms together and returned the greeting. The old Confucian was in hell, but he smiled knowingly. He flipped through the Buddhist scriptures and chanted the Buddhist Dharma. In my heart, he is also a scholar of my generation. He traveled so far because of the righteousness of the Confucian school, and also because of his family and selfishness. The vast world. It was located in the middle of the continent, Dali, which was adjacent to the Qi school. Chui Dong held a replica of the Baek Ok Kyung building in his hand, and his Dharma idol was as high as the sky. The continent was Chui Dong's small world. A voice broke through this large world and sounded in Chui Dong's heart lake. "How long do you want me to wait?" Chui Dong said indifferently. "Not too long." In the middle of the Jinjia continent, a slender young woman with dark skin carried a book box and held a mountain walking stick. She found Chao Siai. She first said that she was the first disciple of her master, Chun Pingon, and then called herself Pei Qian. Then She said that she wanted to fight 3 rounds with Chao Ci. But now that the battles were endless, she did not dare to delay Mr. Chao from killing the enemy with his fists. She waited and practiced her fist technique on the battlefield. Chao Ci was still the same. She smiled and nodded, saying that there was no problem. Yu Juanfu was the most shocked. Was she the tanned little girl who traveled the Great Wall of Sword Chi? He saw her a few times back then, and he could tell that she was a clever little girl. How did she change so much? However, Yu Juanfu immediately thought about it. It had been many years since they parted, so it was normal for her to grow faster. The only thing that didn't make sense was what realm Pei Qian was at. Did she fall from the sky? Was Pei Qian really a pure martial artist? After that, among the pure martial artists on the battlefield in the center of Jinjia continent, only Yu Juanfu and a 9th realm old martial artist could barely fight side by side with Chao Ci. There was another woman with the surname Pei, who was younger than Yu Juanfu, but at the same realm and with a better foundation. She was quiet, but she did not lack etiquette. In fact, it was the opposite. She was very polite when she interacted with people between the battles. Later, everyone felt that this young martial artist was probably a person who did not like to talk. Zhu Mei and Jin Mingjin sneaked to Jinjia continent and found Yu Juanfu without any mishaps. Zhu Mei still liked to call sister Yu Juanfu Zaishi. When she found out that Pei Qian, who came out of nowhere but was unknown, had reached the bottleneck of the far travel realm a few years later at the age of 20, Zhu Mei was almost scared half to death. In this foreign land, Pei Qian still punched a lot and spoke very little. But with Zhu Mei, Pei Qian would occasionally talk more. Because Sister Zhu Mei had the same surname as Old Chef, Pei Qian was unreasonably close to Zhu Mei. That day, Pei Qian left the battlefield later than Yu Juanfu, but it was a pity that she left earlier than Chao Ci. She was once again alone by a river. After washing the bloodstains on her clothes, she stared at the river in a daze. In the past, when they were on the mountain in their hometown, they might have been lying on the 2nd floor of the bamboo house, sitting at the stone table by the cliff, walking on the mountain road together, stepping on the white jade railing together, or sitting at the old chef's table. When Pei Qian was a child, he often chatted with Zhou Mili about trivial things that were not a big deal. The white clouds leave without saying hello. The moonlight comes without knocking. Little Mealy, don't you think it's infuriating? How can we make them stay and beat them up? Sister Pei Qian, it's simple. We'll practice martial arts every day. So. When the time comes, we'll let them know how powerful we are. Sister Pei Qian, why don't you call me Protector of the Right and Vice Branch Leader? I haven't done that today. It's okay if you don't call me now, but don't forget it before it gets dark. Little Mealy, listen. The wind is fighting with the bamboo leaves. The birds on the branches are persuading them. Ha, Sister Pei, I also heard it. Sister Pei, I didn't lie to you. I really heard it. In all honesty, if I lied, I wouldn't be the left protector of the Riding Dragon Alley. The heavy snow has covered the green mountains with layers of blankets, and the stream has eaten the rocks one after another, growing day by day. Yes, the little girl first became a little river woman, then became a river lady, and finally fell into the sea, married far away. So, I don't want to be a river woman. By the way, Sister Pei Qian, are you in a hurry to grow up? Not really, but a little, but Master told me not to be anxious. That's right, Sister Pei Qian listens to the good mountain lord the most. If I don't grow up, I won't grow up, I don't want to tiptoe and can't reach Sister Pei Qian. When Pei Qian recalled these words later, they were very silly conversations. It was something that happened on Luopa Mountain many years ago. At that time, Pei Qian was only slightly taller than Little Mealy and about the same height as Sister Wanshu. Pei Qian looked at the other side of the river, in a daze. Yu Juanfu came to her side and laughed What are you thinking about? Your hometown in the Aquarius continent, or your master? Yu Juanfu liked to come to Pei Qian's side to listen to stories. Pei Qian did not speak much, and only when the two of them were in private. Pei Qian would talk to Yu Juanfu about the times when she accompanied her master to travel the world. Pei Qian did not answer the question this time, and only stood up and called out to Yu Juanfu, Sister Zaishi, and then sat down together. Yu Juanfu realized that Pei Qian's mood was especially bad today, and did not speak. Pei Qian took the initiative to speak. She turned and laughed. Sister Zaishi, do you know where are the two furthest places in the world? Yu Juanfu found it strange that Pei Qian's mood suddenly improved and shook her head. How would I know? Pei Qian hugged her knees, looked at the other side of the river, and said softly, when I was young, I accompanied my master on the way home, and once I gave him a small gift, he was especially happy, and secretly told me about a small matter. Beside a small stream, my master was stewing fish, and asked me such a question. Of course, I did not know the answer like Sister Zaishi, and so I made a bunch of random guesses. But my master just laughed and shook his head. Speaking till here, Pei Qian laughed to herself. The slightly tanned female martial artist, upon closer inspection, was actually a good-looking lady. Whenever her master laughed with her, Pei Qian's world was actually like the moon in the sky. Pei Qian continued, in the end, my master told me that he felt that the furthest journey was not some faraway place, not to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy, not even to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but when he was young, he encountered a rainstorm on the mountain, and then separated by a flooded stream, my master was on one side, and the way home was on the other. Pei Qian's eyes reddened, and she choked. At that time, I did not understand. Later, even when I saw the time scroll of the big white goose, I thought I understood, but in fact, I still did not understand. She sobbed softly, like a flowing stream. All the people who were regarded as family by her master, some departure, some change, would make her master sad, but her master would only be sad for himself. After Pei Qian grew up, she gradually understood, so she became more and more sad. Yu Juanfu was a little flustered. It was too strange. Pei Qian, a pure martial artist, had to admit that she was extremely pure. On the battlefield, she punched like a crazy demon, but her heart was as firm as a rock, and no matter how serious the so-called injuries were, she did not care at all. Pei Qian crying? This was something that Yu Juanfu could not imagine at all. Fortunately, Pei Qian quickly returned to normal. She turned her head, tears blurred, but still smiling. Don't tell my master about this. Yu Juanfu nodded gently. He looked at the silently flowing river with Pei Qian. Yu Juanfu suddenly said, after the battle, you will definitely lose 3 rounds with Chao Ci. Pei Qian nodded, and her expression and aura all changed. She said in a low voice, I know. Then she added, that's why I want 4 rounds of Q&A. In the Windy City, which was still bustling with activity and tourists, a shop closed for the day in the dusk. A man sat on a rattan chair in the backyard of his shop, holding a charcoal cage and quietly admiring the snow. He wore a green robe, cloth shoes, and white socks, a little shabby but clean, like the family of the poor and downtrodden aristocratic family. And the lord of the Fox Kingdom, like a servant girl, was warming wine for the man. City Lord Su Han had recently left Windy City, so as the only nascent soul cultivator left in the city, she spoke and acted without restraint. He remembered a trip to his hometown many, many years ago. It was at the end of autumn, and Zhu Yan covered his face to meet a so-called martial arts master, a famous figure in Jianghu. The young Zhu Yan, when traveling alone, passed by a rural village. There was a big persimmon tree in the village, and it was so tall that it reached many roofs. At the top of the tree, there were many ripe persimmons, but no one picked them. When they fell, they could see the smoke from the kitchen chimneys. Some bold children secretly climbed up the roofs and used the long tree branches to poke the persimmons, asking for a meal and getting beaten up. The noble son Zhu Lian was born in a family of bells and whistles and had lived for generations. That trip was the first time he went out. He had some success in martial arts, but he was not sure how good his fist technique was, whether it was in his family or in the capital, where everyone saw him as a banished immortal. Zhu Lian did not have the chance to use his fist. Moreover, at that time, Zhu Lian did not see martial arts as a proper path and casually took a few martial arts manuals from his family for fun. Therefore, that trip was the one where Zhu Lian paid the most attention to the mountains and rivers. Then, Zhu Lian went to a village shop that sold loose wine. There was a man wearing wrinkled, thick cotton clothes, cotton shoes, and a sickly cotton hat, who crossed the threshold of the shop with a hunched back. When he opened his mouth to speak, he straightened his back and raised his voice, telling the tavern owner to warm 2 taels of wine and add a plate of fennel beans. At that time, Zhu Lian bought a caddy of locally brewed wine from the tavern owner. Perhaps the man felt that he had lost face as a scholar when he drank 2 taels of wine, while an outsider had ordered a whole caddy of wine. The man dipped his finger into the remaining wine at the bottom of the bowl and asked the children in the village shop if they knew how to write the word fennel. The children ignored the man and continued to play among themselves. Zhu Lian changed his mind and ordered another bowl of wine from the tavern owner. He asked the sloppy man how many ways to write the character fennel. The man wiped the wine stains on the counter, and Zhu Lian ordered another bowl of wine and handed it to the man who might or might not have read books. In the end, the man drank the 2 taels of wine that he had spent money on and the 2 taels of wine that he had not spent money on. When he lowered his head to drink, he secretly laughed to himself. After drinking the last mouthful of wine in the bowl, the man began to cry loudly. On the way, a dog looked at him. It was too scary. The host and guests in the restaurant laughed together. Zhu Lian did not say anything at that time, nor did he laugh. This was a small matter in his old hometown. There were some stories in his new hometown. For example, in the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City, there was the 1-foot spear senior, who had met and hit it off with Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng. In fact, Sun Yuan and Luo Mountain had a grudge, and it was not a small one. However, before the mountain master and Zhu Lian could talk about the grudge, Sun Yuan was already dead. In that case, there would be one less person in the world who liked to flip through the books of the immortals, and even more, who liked to silently watch the reflection of the moon and flowers in the mirror. With one less grudge in Luo Mountain, the world was also less interesting. Zhu Lian bent down and placed the charcoal cage by his feet and lay back. There were only a few confidants in the world, but there were fewer of them. The woman asked gently, "Yan Fang, are you thinking about something?" She was still used to calling him Yan Fang. If there were outsiders in the shop, she would call him shopkeeper Yan. Zhu Lian let go. Zhu Lian did not turn his head and said casually, "As long as a person is old, it's easy to think about old people. Other people's old sesame seeds and rotten grains are my favorite." The woman covered her mouth and laughed. It was a big joke for Zhu Lian to say this. Who would have thought that Zhu Lian would say something that ruined the mood for no reason? Many self-deceptions are sad and laughable in the eyes of outsiders, but to the authorities it's lucky, beautiful, and necessary. For example, you think that Qingfeng City is not a place to entrust your life, but you feel that I'm different. I'm definitely much better than Su Han and that woman. Don't be like this. You have to rely on yourself. Don't rely on anyone. Even if it's me, Luo Mountain, who has a good atmosphere, don't completely rely on anyone. She frowned. But Zhu Lian said again, "All the women in the world should not be grass that falls with the wind. I've always believed that all women with their own strengths are not inferior to men." She was surprised at first, then suddenly smiled and nodded. I know, I know. You're so reasonable. Zhu Lian turned to look at her and smiled. I'm a mirror. If you don't believe me, take a look. Do I have you in my eyes? She shut his mouth and did not look. Zhu Lian bent down and picked up the charcoal cage again. He stood up and joked, I see myself in your eyes, so you're my mirror. Of course, I have to bring you home. She was frightened at first, then her eyes became determined and asked, Today? Zhu Lian nodded. I can't fight in public, so there's no need to deliberately fight and kill here. She hesitated for a moment and asked softly, Don't blame me for being uncertain. Such a big movement can't be hidden. What if Su Han comes after? Are we really okay? It was we, not I. She did not mean to say that, but she meant it first and then said it according to her heart. Zhu Lian smiled warmly. He gently pinched her cheeks with one hand and lifted the charcoal cage with the other. I can make Su Han die with one pea. She turned her head away and glared at him in embarrassment. She did not care about other men, but only you, Zhu Lian, could not say such things. Zhu Lian said to himself, I have to go down the mountain to bring you and the Fox Kingdom back home. She was worried. Are you going to the south? Zhu Lian did not give an answer. She was more and more worried. If Zhu Lian went to the battlefield right after she went to Luopa Mountain, how would she live in a foreign land? What would happen to the Fox Kingdom? Zhu Lian handed the charcoal cage to her. Warm your hands. Don't worry, my master hasn't returned home yet. I don't want to die so early. She had a strange expression. You called that Chinpingon master? Zhu Lian patted her cheeks lightly and laughed. Bold servant girl, you're really impudent. Not only was she not angry, she smiled sweetly. She raised her hand and gently covered his hand. Few people in embroidered clothes know. The world's red-clothed man. Because of Dong Sangam, the sky of the wasteland had lost a moon forever. Today, the entire world was in a state of panic because for some unknown reason, they lost a second bright moon. On the great wall of Sword Chi, a round-faced girl in cotton clothes unexpectedly landed on the heavily guarded city wall. The dragon monarch was an exception. He did not stop her from overstepping her boundaries. A young man in a bright red robe with a saber was walking slowly and punching slowly. After he stopped, he came to her side and stood still with his hands folded in his sleeves. He asked with a smile, Is that Lu Kai? You made me wait for a long time. The round-faced girl was amazed, but she sighed faintly in her heart. Although it was not the truth, the guy in front of her was really powerful. Chun Pingon smiled brightly. One of the 10, and a sword immortal too. He's too powerful. I'm very afraid of death. Finally, someone came to the city wall as a guest and chatted with him. He was in a good mood. Even if you were a beast in the wasteland, he would treat you as a human for now. You'll die soon anyway. The world was big, but his wife was the most important. Therefore, other than Ning Yao, even if you're one of the 9 young people in the world, if you're my enemy, you'll die. The round-faced girl said, I'm not Lu Kai. I did go to the Tongya continent to look for him, but I couldn't find him. Chun Pingon squinted his eyes and said with a sincere expression, Since you've been to the vast world, why don't you pretend to be Lu Kai for a while? A joss sticks time will do. She could not help but laugh. Are you sure you can kill me in a joss sticks time? Oh, right, my name is Quiyu. Chun Pingon nodded and said, I've always been good at judging people. Miss Quiyu is not Lu Kai, but you're still one of the 10. Not only did Chun Pingon not pull out that narrow saber to slash at Kim, he even took it off and threw it away. A short saber slipped out from each of his sleeves. He bent down slightly with a smile on his face and held the sabers with both hands. Quiyu patted her cheeks. The 2 short sabers spun rapidly in front of that person. It was so dazzling that the atmosphere on both sides was chaotic. It was as if countless fine sword auras were running amok between heaven and earth. Finally, when that person held the sabers, the strange phenomenon disappeared. His smile became brighter and brighter, but his eyes became crazier and crazier. Then that man said something to Qiyu in the wasteland's elegant language, but she could not understand it at all. I've thought about it. I'll go by the name Chao Mo when I travel the world. Qiyu, who did not plan to attack, patted her cheeks again and put down her hands. Shall I try? Chun Pingon laughed and said, Try it. "713. Chun Pingon held his knife with both hands and was not in a hurry to attack, facing a person of the same age as him, who was ranked among the top 10 youths. How to fight this battle required some knowledge. One had to know that there was no order in the top 10, and he was only ranked 11th. As for the round-faced girl in cotton-padded clothes, her true identity, her origin, and everything else was still shrouded in fog, as if she was hiding in the moon. Since she dared to come here, she must have the confidence to leave alive. Otherwise, the old dog dragon monarch would not have let her do whatever she wanted. So he could not scare her away. He had to let her feel at ease and free to beat him to death. Moreover, he was ranked among the top 10. If he could not kill someone who was only ranked 11th, it would not be good. Chun Pingon walked slowly towards her. A pair of short knives spun quickly between his fingers and the back of his hand. The knife lights intertwined like fireflies. His movements were too fast, and there were too many knife lights. The brilliance constantly lingered and wrapped around each other. In the end, they were like two cute pocket-sized moons in Chun Pingon's hands. Seeing that the young man was not in a hurry to attack, Qiyu patiently waited for him to make his move. She was curious about what method he would use to get straight to the point. Would it be a talisman who used a camouflage technique? Or would it be the sword cultivator's flying sword that made the sword a mortal embryo of Shendeng Jia suffer so much? Or would it be the fist of a martial artist at the peak of the mountain? Qiyu had heard of many legendary deeds of this hidden official from the last generation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, especially two sayings. Qiyu, who did not like to remember external matters, remembered them clearly. Inside and outside of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she was a hidden official far away from Alliance. As for Chun Pingon's fancy movements, Qiyu turned a blind eye to it. In front of her, the supernatural power of playing with the moon was all a joke. In the past, one of her neighbors, the great demon of the sovereign Lotus Nunnery, only took advantage of her because she was older. She merely shifted her gaze and looked left and right. She still felt that this famous young reclusive official in the wilderness was like the one she had caught a glimpse of from afar when she went north in her early years. His appearance was not bad, but that was all. He was not as good-looking as Jiang Shangzhen. Of course, it was not important whether a man was handsome or not. It was the same for women. There was once a neighbor in the sky who said that as long as you meet the right person, you will see the most beautiful scene in your eyes. It is as if you are on opposite sides of the sky. The sun and the moon are far away, but your gaze will never change. It was a pity that Jian Yu had no interest in the romance between men and women. She couldn't even imagine what it would be like for him to be truly obsessed with her. Chun Pingon walked slowly and asked slowly. With a puzzled face, he asked tentatively. There was a strange phenomenon in the sky just now, and one of the moons was missing. Even I could feel it. Could it be that Miss Yu has kept it in her sleeve? If that's the case, how are we going to fight? I'm just a small world on the city wall, but Miss Qiyu is in the bright moon great world. Moreover, I'm only ranked 11th. I'm only one step away from the top 10 people. I know this well. The round-faced girl did not mention the whereabouts of the moon, but said, if you don't want to fight, I don't care. I was originally here to enjoy the scenery, but you just had to be so overbearing and wanted to kill me. No wonder he was friends with Jiang Shangzhen from Tangyi's house. Both of them were quite shameless. When a man was shameless, it had nothing to do with his age. The two sides were still about 300 feet apart, but for their realms they were very close. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were only a few centimeters apart. Chun Pingan stopped at a distance of 20 feet. He suddenly withdrew his saber and pointed it backward, as if he was showing goodwill to the girl. He smiled and asked, "Miss Quiyu, you're a guest. How do you think we should fight? Let's discuss the rules first. It's all up to you. Otherwise, it's easy to hurt our friendship." Jian Yu did not listen. She only looked at the opponent's twin sabers and said, "Good saber. Its sharpness is unparalleled, but it's hidden deeply. What's its name?" Chun Pingan shook his head and laughed. "I picked it up from the side of the road. It's not worth mentioning. It can't be compared to Miss Quiyu's heavenly skill of refining the great moon, great world. It's a pity that Senior Dragon King was worried that I wouldn't be able to concentrate on practicing Tao, so he helped me isolate heaven and earth. It's a pity that I couldn't witness such a marvelous scene with my own eyes." Jian Yu said, "Although you've been pretending to be weak, once your killing intent is strong, you can't hide it. You shouldn't have accidentally condensed the saber light into a moon shape. Of course, I guess you did it on purpose. You're a hidden official. You left the city wall to fight. The details of the battle, big and small, have long been compiled into a book. I can flip through it. That Firen likes to use it to flip through books and drink wine." Chun Pingan stopped again and said helplessly, "Could it be that the killing intent was aroused because of the weapon in hand? It's my fault for not cultivating enough. I admire Miss Quiyu's unique vision even more. As for that brother Firen, if he admires me so much, after we spar, please help me pass on a message. Let him simply take on my surname Chun." Goddess Jian Yu's expression was slightly strange. Chun Pingan came to a realization and said, "Firen, this shameless thing, his alias is already surnamed Chun? You came here as a guest first and didn't even greet me first. Taking it without asking is a thief. What a disgrace." It had been too many years since she spoke to outsiders. She missed it very much. Therefore, Chun Pingan was very willing to make an exception for her. "Today's fight, let's talk more first. The more, the better." Even if it was just one more sentence, it could help him get rid of a lot of light. Chun Pingan really didn't want to experience the torment of the long river of light that was almost stagnant again. The short saber in his hand was as narrow as a dagger. He had obtained it from the battle in the Valley of the North Continent. At that time, Chun Pingan had been ambushed and killed by a group of assassins from Deer Mountain. After a narrow path encounter and a dangerous battle, Chun Pingan, who didn't believe that his luck was so good, asked Sui Jingsheng to help collect the spoils of war. Among them, he found this pair of short sabers for her. They were respectively the seal characters Morning Dew and Sunset Glow. In fact, Chun Pingan and Sui Jingsheng weren't the only ones who didn't recognize them at first and thought that they were ordinary. Even the previous owner of the short saber, the female assassin from Deer Mountain, didn't recognize the treasures of immortals. After that, Chun Pingan met his close friend Lu Jinglong, who had read countless books and revealed the secret. Not only did Lu Jinglong teach Chun Pingan the refining method according to the records in the book, but he also recognized the true form of one of the short sabers. The inscription Deer Pursuit was the Chaozi dagger recorded in the history book, and that Chaozi was the new alias that Chun Pingan planned to use in Jianghu in the future, Chao Mo. In the future, no matter if he went to the wasteland or returned to his hometown, Chun Pingan would kill all the cultivators below the upper 5 realms without knowing how they died. As for those dead people, whether they could see his true face and know his true name depended on Chun Pingan's mood. Of course, the premise was that he could leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chao Mo was the #1 assassin in that glorious history book. Moreover, The place where he lost 3 times was eventually recovered by Chao Mo. What a good omen! One had to know that on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chun Pingon had indeed lost 3 times in a row. Just take it that he, as a junior, benefited from that senior Chao. In short, Chun Pingon promised that he wouldn't let the deer pursuit in his hands be covered in dust. Chun Pingon immediately had a Chao Zi dagger in his right hand, which was recorded as Deer Pursuit by the official history book. Since there was no record of it in the history book, Chun Pingon followed Deer Mountain and named it Deer Pursuit. First pursue the deer, then cut the deer. Naming was one thing. It was indeed good at it. Jia Yu said, "Are you going to fight or not?" When Jia Yu was in the Tongya continent, facing Jiang Shangjin, who killed an immortal with a willow leaf, she seemed to have no strength to resist. Other than Jia Yu's temporary killing power and realm being inferior to her opponent, there was also a round-faced woman who didn't even think of tangling with Jiang Shangjin. In Jia Yu's opinion, fighting with others was meaningless in the cultivation of the great Tao. A fight that she was destined to lose to her opponent made Jia Yu feel even more annoyed. She would hide if she could. As for those fights that she was destined to win easily, the cotton-clothed woman was even less interested. Therefore, in the vast world, she traveled alone. From the beginning to the end, she rarely made a move. However, today, she was facing Hidden Official 11th, who was also one of the 10 young people. Jia Yu was indeed a little selfish. In the Tongya continent, Jiang Shangjin chased her for thousands of miles but still couldn't kill her. Before leaving, he kindly whispered to her in her heart, which involved the foundation of Jia Yu's great Tao. It was like a prophecy that had its own will of the heavens. It was as if he was waiting for her to come to the Tongya continent to hear Jiang Shangjin tell her. Jia Yu was not good with words, but she was definitely not stupid. When Jiang Shangjin said that, she did not take it seriously at first. However, after hearing it, she felt a trace of her Tao heart palpitate. There was no doubt that it was indeed a mysterious great Tao. Jiang Shangjin's words were like a traveling immortal poem that covered the world like an incomplete void step poem. If you want to ride a boat and ascend to the blue sky, you have to make up for the lack of money. Moreover, you have to go on credit and sell wine to the 4 seas and white clouds. Jiang Shangjin did not say much at that time, but his previous words had mentioned the hidden official Chun Pingon. It seemed like he was joking and wanted to come here to try his luck. Otherwise, according to Jia Yu's usual temper, how could she be so patient with this hidden official? She would either leave early or leave early. She would leave early if she made a move early. However, if she knew the truth after she went on credit, she might want to smash that person with the surname Jiang to death with a bright moon. Because the opportunity of the great Tao was in the hidden official, it was purely Jiang Shangjin's nonsense. He just wanted to use the dual identities of Chun Pingon's close friend and brother and Luapa Mountain's consecrator to act as a matchmaker to find himself a sister-in-law. Therefore, he purposely pulled the 2 peers who were thousands of miles apart together. However, the most amazing thing about Jiang Shangjin was that his prophecy was true. This involved a huge secret of the Tongya continent. In history, only the old sect leader of the Jade Gui sect, Sun Yuan, and half of the ancestor of the Jade Gui sect's revival, Du Mao, knew about this. Legend had it that there was a parasol tree that reached the sky in the Tongya continent. With such a tall tree, there would naturally be a pine tree with a lack of moon. The tree was close to the sky, and the moon came to the human world. The tree and the moon were together, half in the human world and half in the sky. Jia Yu would choose to go ashore in the Tongya continent first and not go to the Fuyao continent or the Hassa continent. This was originally Zhou Mi's instruction. After the Lotus nunnery master died, someone else would appear out of nowhere. As for Zhou Mi's request for Jia Yu to help find Lu Kai, it was actually just a side matter. However, the problem was that Jiang Shangjin hinted that the great Tao of Jia Yu was related to Qin Pingan. This was definitely a lie. Jiang Shangjin was absolutely speaking nonsense. When Jiang Shangjin dealt with the women in the world, he always seemed to mix truth with falsehood. In the end, he could make all the women mistakenly believe that it was the truth. Therefore, in reality, after Jiang Shangjin left Jia Yu, he laughed heartily in his heart. Good brother, I, Zhou Fei, can only help you to this point. Consider it helping you find a round-faced girl in a foreign land to chat with. As for whether or not Jia Yu would obtain this opportunity, and whether or not it would really make up for the great Tao, Jiang Shangjin sneered. What does it have to do with me? I, with my small arms and thin legs, have already done this much. Those who are watching the show from afar, roll up your arms and fight for me. What's more, the moon-bearing mountain of the desolate world might not be able to draw water with a bamboo basket and become a wedding dress for someone else. It was hard to say whether the round-faced girl would be able to draw water with a bamboo basket, and the moon would not be able to draw water with a bamboo basket. When old man Sun was still alive, he had once deduced a few things, and guessed that this prophecy might have something to do with Bai Yi, who was the proudest in the world. Jia, you went to look for Bai Yi on credit? Or did Zhou bargain with Bai Yi? Jiang Shangjin found it interesting just thinking about it. Anyway, even if the little girl can't obtain a perfected great Tao, I, Jiang Shangjin, am magnanimous. I've already given you a good friend, Brother Qin. Aren't you satisfied? Chun Pingan didn't know the twists and turns here. If Jia, you mentioned Jiang Shangjin here. Even if it was just a sentence or two, Chun Pingan might be able to guess a little. Unfortunately, the round-faced woman in cotton-padded clothes was unwilling to take the initiative to mention Jiang Shangjin, who kept calling her sister-in-law. After all, she was disgusted by her words. At that moment, Qin Pingan looked troubled. He stopped 10 steps away and asked again, "Are you really not going to talk about the rules before attacking? It's our first time meeting, and there's no enmity between us. If I punch lightly, it's meaningless. If I use too heavy a spell, there will be casualties." Jia Yu asked curiously, "Do you like to talk so much when you fight in the past?" "I don't like it. I didn't like it in the past." Chun Pingan stopped smiling and held his saber with both hands. The tip of the saber was pointed forward. Regarding this matter, Chun Pingan had once taught Ma Kuxuan how to behave when he fought for his life in a foreign land. The two big sleeves of Chun Pingan's bright red robe seemed to have silk threads tying themselves into knots, binding the cuffs. The young man bent his back slightly, his body stooped, and his eyes looked up slightly. "But I don't like you all the time. What can I do? Miss Jia Yu, why don't you teach me how to do as I please?" Jia Yu looked at the young man's face and eyes. "Stop talking nonsense. Just come and kill me in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Jia Yu raised her wrist and put two fingers together. The moon condensed into a lamp. With a light wave, the moonlight dissipated into the great wall of sword chi. It was used to time both sides for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Suddenly, the moon filled the city and slowly dimmed at a speed that both sides could clearly see. It was as if the moon was gradually leaving the mortal world. Chun Pingan smiled and squinted his eyes. However, he had already straightened his back. A guest from afar has a request. The host doesn't dare to refuse. No matter how good Jia Yu's temper was, she was still annoyed by this person. The other party had clearly tried so hard to hide it, but he still had such a strong killing intent in his heart, and such a heavy vicious aura around him. Yet he still had to smile and talk like an old friend, and reminisce about the old days. She said coldly, "You deliberately want to kill me, but you want to trick me into saving my strength for the fight. You're not particular." Chun Pingan nodded and deeply agreed. With a slightly guilty expression, he said, "I'm from the shabby alley of the mortal world. You're from the bright moon in the sky. Miss Jia Yu is a banished immortal in the book. Why are you being so particular with me? Isn't this Miss Jia you bullying me? It turned out that being able to talk to someone was a matter of joy in life. It really made Master Hidden Official so happy that he was about to cry. He remembered that in the book, there were people who liked to get drunk and drink but were sober, and there were people who cried when they were at a dead end. At that time, he only felt that the sage's realm was too high and his vision was too small, so he couldn't understand why they cried. Back then, he felt that he would understand once he traveled far away and read more. When he found out why the ancients cried, he realized that it was better not to know. The ancients could still return the way they came from when they were at a dead end. Therefore, Chen Pingon used his two blades and imitated the woman, patting her cheeks lightly. Every time Miss Jia Yu was angry before she attacked, she would habitually raise her hands and heavily pat her cheeks. After chatting with this fellow for so long, in the end, she didn't feel that the opportunity of the great Tao was with this person at all. She even said so many strange words to him, which really annoyed her. You dare to imitate me now? After Miss Jia Yu patted her cheeks with all her strength, a clear radiance scattered from her cheeks, turning into countless rays of light. The moonlight that she collected and refined was like water, flowing like a long river of light. It ignored the heaven and earth restrictions of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Jiazi tent. The fine fragments of the moon were everywhere on half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Miss Jia Yu, who was standing on the city wall, was stabbed by the two blades. One blade broke her neck, and the other pierced her heart. Of course, it was just Miss Jia Yu's illusion. It was nothing more than a test of the opponent's blade speed and the sharpness of the blade. Miss Jia Yu's innate divine ability was able to make Jiang Shangzhen, a sword cultivator in the immortal realm, use his innate flying sword to find the location of his true body. Even if this hidden official was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was still in the unpolished Jade realm. Miss Jia Yu could dodge and evade. She could also use her flying sword like an unpolished Jade sword immortal, or use thousands of spells like an immortal cultivator. If Miss Jia Yu wanted to learn spells, no matter how exclusive or secretive one was, as long as she saw it once under the illumination of the moon, and as long as there wasn't too much of a disparity between their realms, she would be able to understand at least 70 to 80% of the true meaning within. It wasn't that Miss Jia Yu looked down on the hidden official who was full of tricks. In the wilderness, there were many different ways to capture and kill. Among her peers, Miss Jia Yu was undeniably the best. Therefore, in the secret records of the Jiazi tent, this cotton-clothed, round-faced lady had the reputation of being the world's armory. Talisman, flying sword, golden body dharma form, mechanical puppet, great demon true body, immortal treasure armor, offensive heavy weapon, whatever I want, I will manifest. The material is none other than my moon. Miss Jia Yu could even have the physique of an ordinary peak realm martial artist if she wanted to. Unfortunately, Miss Jia Yu was limited by her current cultivation. Her martial artist physique stopped at the 9th realm's toughness. Furthermore, Miss Jia Yu didn't like close combat martial arts. It was like the moon was in the mortal world, but the moon would only hang high up in the sky. The first Miss Jia Yu who suffered 2 slashes from the dagger was the Miss Jia Yu, because Miss Jia Yu had intentionally shaped her physique into that of a far-wandering realm cultivator. There were no accidents. The round-faced young woman in cotton clothing and cloth shoes. Once her illusion was shattered, the moon disappeared without a trace, and there was no trace of her. Although Chun Pingon followed behind the other, Miss Jia Yu disappeared in a flash near the top of the city before he attacked with both hands. There was already a strange phenomenon in one of his palms. A lustrous and flawless seal appeared out of thin air. In the center of the creation palm, imperial command of the 5 thunder laws. This five-thunder law that arose didn't kill Miss Jiayu's illusion. Against an opponent of a far-wandering realm cultivator, there was no need to mobilize so many people. It was just that the lightning flashed. Before the two daggers killed the enemy, it had already illuminated an area of several hundred feet. It was to investigate the traces of the disappearing moonlight. If the two were to engage in close combat, even if there was only a slight collision, then Chun Pingon would be able to gain the upper hand. The upper hand was just in case. Chun Pingon had the hope of turning it into 10,000 people fighting on and off the mountain. If the enemy is 1 in 10,000, I will give you 10,000. Treat people with sincerity and treat guests with generous gifts. Say that your heart is as I wish. It was a pity that Miss Jiayu was too polite and didn't leave behind this flaw. That's good too. Otherwise, wouldn't the so-called 10 young people in the world be a disappointment? It would be too disappointing. Otherwise, what qualifications do you have to be ranked on the same level as her? Chun Pingon was in the sky of the small world. His two daggers smashed a large mass of moon. Then he hovered in the air and looked down at the top of the city. Miss Jiayu's figure split into 3. They were extremely far away from each other. Chun Pingon had 2 intrinsic flying swords that truly belonged to sword cultivators, Sparrow in the cage and Moon in the well. There were also 2 Qi refinement warriors, refined flying swords, number 1 and number 15. In addition, there were 2 imitation swords of sword, Hatred Mountains, Sword Immortals, Kulei and Songjun. Chun Pingon's mind stirred slightly. Kulei and Songjun moved as fast as lightning, heading straight for 2 of the ladies. Chun Pingon himself used earth, shrinking mountain, and river, and instantly appeared several thousand feet away to deal with one of the ladies who actually faced him and even took on a fighting stance, Miss Jiayu. Previously, that far-wandering realm physique couldn't even withstand a single blow. You changed to a peak mountain physique. Are you trying to measure the weight of your peak mountain physique? Do you really think I'm at Xiao Chua? Just by looking at Miss Jiayu's first punch, even a careful person like Chun Pingon, who liked to think highly of his opponents, would feel that her fist technique was too crude. Her intent was too fake, and her foundation was too weak. Perhaps the only redeeming feature of this martial artist Miss Jiayu was that her speed was not slow. It felt a little like Yu Zhuanfu's ask fist back then. She was dressed in bright red. Her sleeves fluttered, and she held 2 sabers in her hands. She spun around and moved around. Fireflies were incessant as she chased after the enemy and cut through the world. The martial artist Miss Jiayu had a peak mountain physique and learned fist techniques. However, she could only retreat again and again. She could only dodge and dodge. Even though her movement speed was always slightly superior, Chun Pingon had coincidentally appeared at the place where she was retreating several times. She was surrounded by danger. Her original intention was to lightly punch her opponent's body to test the toughness of his physique. However, with both of them using ask fist techniques, how could she succeed? They were both at the peak mountain realm. The difference between pure martial artists of the same realm was indeed too great. Just as her blade was about to pierce through the opponent's shoulder, Chun Pingon actually twisted his body and changed to an elbow, casually smashing Miss Jiayu's forehead. Miss Jiayu slid back more than 100 feet. The pair of cloth shoes formed by the moon was smashed into pieces. When she stopped moving back, she wore a new pair of cloth shoes. That young man's body slightly tilted and then leaned back. Just like that, his back was exposed to the peak mountain realm martial artist, Miss Jiayu. He looked at her with a smile and asked in a languid manner, "Is it not fun at all?" The martial artist, Miss Jiayu, was expressionless. The round-faced girl, wearing a cotton-padded jacket, had an additional beautiful robe on her body. Outside of the robe, there was an additional set of armor from the military school. The light of the treasure circulated colorful, and extremely dazzling. He couldn't recognize the robe, but he could guess some clues about the armor. Chun Pingon opened his eyes wide and recovered some of his original character. He curiously asked, "Miss Jiayu, is the armor on your body the seven-colored sweet dew armor?" "That's right. That's right, the desolate world isn't small. It has a long history that doesn't lose to other places. You also came from the middle of the moon. You're an immortal that even I can't help but envy. Could it be that other than seven-colored, you've also seen the sea of clouds and sunglow?" His good friend Zhong Kui read a lot and was very knowledgeable. Back then, he recognized the origin of the armor on Wei Xian's body at a glance. Buddha Kingdom, Flower Bud, Mountain Ghost, Water Fairy, Sunglow, Tsai, Sea of Clouds, West Peak. There were a total of 7 earliest ancestor sweet dew armors, other than the West Peak that Qin Pingan lent to Wei Xian. According to Zhong Kui, it was said that only Mountain Ghost and Tsai were left. There were also records of them appearing in the world. The rest no longer existed in the world. The martial artist Ku, you didn't say anything. She raised her fist again and hooked her finger at the young man who deserved a beating. No matter how hard your fists are, no matter how elusive you are with your dual blades, can you really kill people? The girl's eyes seem to be saying that if you have the ability to completely destroy this martial artist's body, then maybe I'll talk to you. Chun Pingan thought about the West Peak dew armor that he luckily obtained. It was hard for him not to think about some people and things. Sometimes he had to admit that the more he saw, the more he knew. It wasn't easy. It wasn't all good, because it was easy to accept one's fate. Fortunately, Chun Pingan had always accepted his fate. It was so that he could not accept his fate at certain moments. Otherwise, if the joys and sorrows of the world were accidentally intertwined, it would make the most careful person feel especially uncomfortable. Since the girl Kuoyu was asking for a beating, he had to show some sincerity. As a pure martial artist, if he was too fussy about the distance between men and women, he wasn't heroic enough. Chun Pingan turned around and used the upper 5 realms heaven and earth sleeve to put away the pair of magical blades that were handy to him. He couldn't ask for more about the Q-seeking fist. Chun Pingan couldn't wait for her to throw out 1,000 punches. With her peak martial artist physique, she would smash it on his body. However, when Chun Pingan suppressed his peak martial artist physique to the lowest level, even if the martial artist Kuoyu was fast enough, she didn't have the slightest intention of taking the initiative to punch. It was obvious that she would either punch Chun Pingan or use her physique, magical robe, and rainbow-colored dew armor to take a punch. If Chun Pingan was perfunctory, Kuoyu didn't mind. After all, it was only the time for an incense stick to burn. Once the time was up, she would leave on time and leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Therefore, Chun Pingan had no choice but to no longer hide his strength. Not only did he increase the strength of his fists, he also sped up slightly. With one punch, he shattered the dew armor that could not be identified as real or fake. With another punch, he shattered the robe that he did not know the name of. With the last punch, he shattered the martial artist's head. All of them turned into moonlight. Kuoyu knew that it was meaningless to test the young hidden official's 9 realms. Her figure dissipated on the spot. Her figure turned from 1 to 10 and scattered all over the half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. There were 2 at the cliff and 1 at the top of the city. There was no longer the round-faced lady that was easy to talk to. Her figure was different. There was the golden body, the sword immortal, and the demon's true body. Even though she had merged with the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chun Pingan still couldn't tell where Kuoyu's true body was. 9 fakes and 1 real? It could be all real or all fake. These existences that he didn't know if they were real or fake asked in unison, "Why didn't you use the sword immortals that walked out of the painting? Wouldn't it save more time and effort?" Chun Pingan smiled and said, "The time for an incense stick to burn is actually very long. It's just that I have nothing to do, so I cherish every little bit of it." As he spoke, Chun Pingon stepped on something, and his figure slowly rose into the sky. This was because a huge imitation of the Baek Ok Kyung building appeared under his feet. It revealed its full appearance bit by bit. Finally, the peak of the Baek Ok Kyung building rose into the sky. It only stopped when it almost touched the top of the sky. The young hidden official, who was wearing a Taoist crimson-purple heavenly robe, looked like a real immortal of the Baek Ok Kyung building. His Taoist skills reached the heavens, which was why he could stroll around leisurely. He stepped on the peak of the Baek Ok Kyung building step by step. Finally, he walked to a place where the most scheming people were fighting against each other. Chun Pingon stretched out his hand and grabbed. He held a Sword Immortal banner and gently knocked it on the sky beside him. Rings of ripples appeared in the void, endless layers of rings. Kuyu suddenly asked, "I'm not that Lu Kai. You seem a little angry. Do you have some guesses about that Lu Kai? Just because I'm not Lu Kai, it confirms some of your thoughts?" Chun Pingon was as calm as usual. He smiled casually and said, "How is that possible? Miss Kuyu, don't be so suspicious. How can I guess a guy who can make Miss Kuyu look all over the world and wear out many cotton shoes?" Half an incense stick's time had passed. Chun Pingon instantly calmed his mind and focused. It was as if he had sunk into the bottom of an ancient well. His mind was quiet, as if he was wandering freely. His mind followed the ripples and scattered. He smiled and said, "Miss Kuyu, as a demon cultivator, you have to be more careful with your name in the future. Otherwise, it's easy to reveal the foundation of the great Tao. This is a taboo in the pugilistic world. You must remember, Kuyu is too obvious. Why don't you learn from Firen? Her literary talent is outstanding. She sounds like a refined scholar. After acknowledging her ancestors and surname Chun, it will be even better. Those 10 Kuo, you seem to have the competitive mentality of your virtue is 1 foot high. My devil is 10 feet high. 10 became 100. 100 became 1,000. On the city wall, she was everywhere. Among them, only one Kuyu, who showed her true appearance, looked up at the towering building and smiled. But I've already chosen my name. The world knows it. How can I say in the future? Besides, I don't want to change my name." Gusts of cool wind blew slowly high in the sky. The young man's clothes and sideburns fluttered together. He smiled and gave the answer. "In your next life," Kuyu was not too afraid of Chun Pingon's next move. She just couldn't help but frown. He was only the 11th, and the guy standing at the highest point of the fake Baek Ok Kyung building seemed to see through Kuyu's thoughts at a glance. He said, "If it weren't for the fact that I'm here and have some advantages, I definitely wouldn't even be ranked 11th. Kuyu suddenly wanted to get serious with him. She was no longer just trying. Chun Pingon didn't say anything superfluous. He just slightly twitched the corner of his mouth. A playful look flashed by, but it just happened to be seen by Kuyu. It seemed to be saying, "I definitely can't beat you to death. You can't beat me to death either. Then let's both be more serious and try again." "714. Chun Pingon held a fully repaired sword fairy banner in his hand and stood at the highest point of the imitation Baek Ok Kyung building. In his own world, Chun Pingon's eyes could see everything clearly, just like how a layman would engrave a notice on a cliff. Kuyu seemed to have a special liking for the rainbow-colored sweet dew armor. Cultivator Kuyu was the only one who appeared on the city wall with her original appearance. She condensed the moonlight with her natal supernatural power and put on the strange armor that seemed to have refined an ancient rainbow. She looked up at the young hidden official who was wearing what seemed to be a Taoist heavenly robe. The armor on her body was flowing with colorful light, like the elegant ribbon of a Wu family fairy on a mural in a Buddhist temple. Kuo Yu quietly waited for the ripples of the sword aura to scatter between heaven and earth, confronting her bright moonlight everywhere. It was like two armies facing each other, with millions of soldiers and horses on both sides. Kuo Yu was very familiar with the imitated Baek Oke-kyung building under Chen Pingan's feet. It came from the adjacent bright moon of the master of the Lotus Nunnery. It was an ancient relic that the old demon gave to the last disciple of the moon to a mountain as a meeting gift in order to express his goodwill to the grand ancestor of the moon to mountain. After Li Jun was defeated and died, it was picked up by Chen Pingan, who had not become a hidden official at that time. Obviously, he had received the guidance of an expert and was able to completely refine it. Was it the Taoist saint who guarded the Great Wall of Sword aura in the past? However, would it be against the Taoist ritual to guide a Confucian disciple to refine the imitated Baek Oke-kyung building? Kuo Yu knew that the other party was still trying hard to find the location of her real body, but she was still distracted by her thoughts. No wonder Mr. Zhou said that she was too lazy. However, Kuo Yu intended to be more serious today, because she was indeed a little angry. On the city wall, Kuo Yu's moonlight doppelgangers were everywhere. One by one, the sword immortals took out their flying swords, the martial artists punched the Baek Oke-kyung building, the big demon's real body rose from the ground, or its huge body crashed into the Baek Oke-kyung building. The ripples of sword aura from the sword immortal streamer suddenly formed knots in various places along the path of all existences. Then they formed a huge net. The threads were the tens of thousands of fine sword auras on half of the Great Wall of Sword aura. It was obvious that in order to shake the white jade capital, one had to first use their fleshly body, flying swords, fist techniques, or spells and divine abilities to break through the abundant sword auras that were everywhere. Their imposing manner was overbearing, and they weren't using any kind of camouflage. Therefore, when Shiryu took action alone, it was as if there was a great army in formation, joining forces to attack the White Jade capital. As for Kuo Yu's original appearance, she flew up with the wind. The colorful clothes on her body broke the sword, aura net along the way, and she was going to Chen Pingan's vicinity. Chen Pingan, who was in the pure jade realm, smiled. He raised one hand and took out a bright and magical 5 thunders seal from his palm. It suddenly became as big as a mountain and sank down in an instant. It overlapped with the top of the Baek Oke-kyung building. Chen Pingan was not only on the top of the Baek Oke-kyung building, but also on the top of the seal. The high eaves of the building were like a road in the human world. There was a scholar riding a white bull, with books hanging from the horns of the bull. Thousands of spells gathered, and lightning intertwined. It was as if there was a heaven's tribulation gathering in the sky. If it was not in the Great Wall of Sword aura, but in any other world, the demons, ghosts, and other worldly beings below the level of earth immortals would be scared out of their wits, and their Taoist heart would shatter upon seeing the Baek Oke-kyung building, the thunder tribulation, and the deity in the sky. Chen Pingan, who looked like a deity in the Baek Oke-kyung building, and also like a deity, could only see Kuo Yu, who was wearing colorful clothes and armor. His mind had already scanned the world. Chen Pingan held the sword fairy banner and stepped out. He stepped on the seal firmly. Holding the banner in his left hand, he put 2 fingers on his right hand together. He faced the ground and gently wrote words. Although it was called the Thunder Dharma seal, it was regarded as the most supreme thunder spell. It was worthy of the reputation of thousands of creation. When the seal was out, it hung high in the sky. The scene shown by the spell was not only limited to thunder and lightning. From the seal script, bolts of thunder and lightning appeared in the sky. It was as if there were 16 heavenly thunder generals of the heavenly court holding whips together. Bolts of golden thunder and lightning fell rapidly from all directions. With a slight turn, they finally struck the big demons who were hitting the Baek Okkyung building. The moonlight shattered into dust and disappeared without a trace. The 5 thunder seal formed by Chun Pingan's palm. Previously in the prison, it was the demonic Frost who showed it the right way. The tailor-twisting heart helped to move the 5 thunder seal from the temple to the peak of a mountain where the lines on Chun Pingan's palm were. The seal had a total of 6 sides. It was called the 6 full seals by the Frost, also known as the moonful seal. Other than the missing heavenly seal script at the top, one side was blank. The bottom side was written in insect bird seal script with 16 words, 5 thunder clusters, total mastery of 10,000 arts, cut 5 leaks, cardinal point of heaven and earth. Therefore, the origin of the 16 thunder whips that looked like the ancient gods were the manifestation of these 16 ancient seal scripts. Every insect bird seal script at the bottom of the seal seemed to be the center of a department of the thunder sect. On the other 4 sides, there were a total of 36 gods with closed eyes who had yet to open their eyes. The meaning of 4, 9, 36. The 9 words had a great meaning. So the inscribed portraits were all patterns of the Lord of Thunder and Mother of Lightning, the Count of Wind, and the Lord of Rain, the Spirit General of Cloud, the Heavenly Lady, and the Heavenly Official. The yin and yang of heaven and earth were infinite. They were all in the seal mountain and in the palm that held the seal. The words that Chun Pingan wrote at the moment were the words heavenly for the seal. The study at the foot of the mountain contained the heavenly and earth box that contained the ancient inkstone. The 5 thunder seal on the mountain that fell into Chun Pingan's hands by chance should have both the heavenly and earth boxes. Chun Pingan wanted to use this seal to fill in the gaps. He wanted to fill in the gaps for the final blank side of the seal. The second shopkeeper did not read much, but he did know a lot about seal engraving. So what if the moon is full and full? The heart is like the bright moon. When the 2 are connected, the loss will be full. The cycle of the great Tao has always been a cycle of profit and loss. I have been alone on the city wall for many years, but I have not complained about the heavens and others every day. I have not delayed refining the sword, drawing talismans, practicing my fist, and cultivating my heart. I have even done the refining of 300,000 words. Even if the landscape travelogue only had this much content, Chun Pingan would still refine it even if it was 3 million words or 10 million words. If there was a chance in the future, he would use the alias of Chow Mo to travel the world. On the path of a talisman, I am also a refiner who has reached a higher level. On the city wall, there was a replica of the Baek Okkyung building. The true bodies of great demons shook this towering building, which was also Tao integration with the Great Wall of Sword aura. They allowed the mighty thunder whips to smash on their bodies. The moonlight shattered and became full again. They did not seem to be tired and did not seem to be damaged at all. It was as if they shook the Baek Okkyung building even a little, they would shake Chun Pingan's soul and Tao heart. There were also martial artists in the Golden Body and Far Travel Realm who were climbing the Baek Okkyung building and the city wall on credit. They quickly ascended to the sky. Each of them walked as if they were flying and climbed the cliff like apes. There were also golden bodies that Chun Pingan did not know the origins of. Each of them was 1,000 feet tall. They held divine weapons and smashed the Baek Okkyung building crazily. Chun Pingan's state of mind was slightly moved. He could not help but frown slightly. Isn't this credit a little too much? She's young but has so many tricks up her sleeves. A girl who looks silly but is actually very cunning. She won't have any friends in the Jianghu. You have your spells and supernatural powers, as many as the hairs on a cow. I have my own special skills. Chun Pingan stabbed the sword Immortal Gonfalon in his hand into the ground. He moved as fast as lightning and fell from the Baek Kyung building to the human world. The gonfalon and the Dharma seal were both refined items. Naturally, they did not hinder him. The gonfalon passed through them and disappeared in an instant. It landed in a replica of the Baek Kyung building. After the sword immortal gonfalon was nailed into the ground in the center of the city, the banner stood upright, and the troops gathered. The sword immortals hidden in the gonfalon appeared one by one. They walked out of the gonfalon and shot out like shooting stars. They were either riding on their swords or holding onto their swords. They were in charge of intercepting and killing the martial artists who were attached to the Baek Kyung building on credit. This time, the sword immortal's sword, aura, was much more imposing than when Li Zhen had first used it. Chun Pingan's attention was still on the matter of the seal. Chun Pingan had already refined the 4 words of this Dharma seal as the heavenly money seal script. It was just that he did not really concentrate on it, and did not use the mountain opening technique from the true alchemy manuscript. Therefore, the writing now was the first complete appearance of the 5 Thunder Dharma seal. Under the guidance of Chun Pingan's handwritten words and his mind, the surface of the Dharma seal crumbled like sparkling snowflakes. Finally, there were 4 words. The water reveals the stone. When the words appeared, they were not big at first. They were only the size of a palm. Compared to the top of the Dharma seal, which was as big as a hill, it was negligible. Chun Pingan lowered his head and looked at the 4 words. The first strange thing about this talisman was that after Chun Pingan had suffered a great loss in the past, he chose to write the words in reverse this time. In addition, he borrowed the cultivation base of the pure jade state from the heaven and earth. In the end, it was not difficult to complete the talisman. It was completed in one go. Looking at the 4 words, Chun Pingan smiled and squinted his eyes. He was indeed happy. It was as if the great Tao was far away, and some high and mighty existences were far away, but unreachable. However, since Chun Pingan could write these 4 words today, it proved that if he continued on this path for 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years, he would only be closer to those existences than the young man who carried a sword on his back and carried a wormwood boat. He was getting closer every day. One day, when he traveled the world, he would not need to look up at the real Baek Kyung building. One day, when he traveled on his sword and visited the world, he would be on par with the peak of the Baek Kyung building. Tsai Jeyue, who was originally flying towards Chun Pingan, and the 5 Thunder Dharma seal suddenly changed her mind. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers shrank, and was about to attack the Sword Immortal banner that was the core of the formation. Chun Pingan, who had completed the seal in the sky screen, smiled and learned from Tsai Jeyue. Although he had lost his Yin spirit and Yang spirit, and his great Tao had been severely damaged, Chun Pingan was not too disappointed about it. I am still me. Chun Pingan is still Chun Pingan. I live in my heart for a long time, and I am always in my hometown. The sweet dew armor, which was more like the Dharma robe worn by the cultivator Tsai Jeyue, made Chun Pingan look at it in a new light. It was an unexpected surprise. Zhong Kuei once said that the most mysterious thing about the 7 sweet dew armors, including Shiyu, was that they had some natal supernatural powers similar to the sword cultivator. When Tsai Jeyue was just close to the city, where the Sword Immortal banner was located, 7 fairies transformed from 7 colorful ribbons. Finally, a rainbow hung in the sky. It started from where Tsai Jeyue was riding the wind, and finally landed on the Sword Immortal banner. When the rainbow collided with the banner, the light was dazzling and splashed in all directions. However, the momentum was endless, like a river flowing into the sea. The chi around the banner surged like waves hitting the reef. When the spiritual chi and the sword chi merged, the Sword Immortal banner began to tremble. After learning from Tsai Jiayue, there was also a Chun Pingon standing on the top of the banner. One hand was behind his back, and the other hand was in front of him. With a smile on his face, he looked through the rainbow and looked at the woman who was flying towards him. He smiled and said, "My little Baek Okkyung building has 5 cities and 12 buildings. Only this door is not open. Miss Tsai Jiayue, please go somewhere else to enjoy the scenery." It was actually a Chun Pingon who was wearing a green Taoist robe. His face was slightly older than the real Chun Pingon. This scene, these words, it was likely that all the Taoist immortals in the world would not be happy to see or hear it. Tsai Jiayue was not sure of the real identity of the middle-aged Taoist illusion. However, it did not matter to her if she knew. She herself had often overstepped her authority. For example, when she reached the top of the rainbow arc, she turned into the figure and face of the Lotus Nunnery Master. She reached out her hand and pressed. In the sky above the city, the sea of clouds condensed into a jade-white palm. There were lotus leaves on the palm. The moonlight was bright, and the green lotuses nestled together. Then, suddenly, the lotus pond on the palm bloomed with countless snow-white lotus flowers. The middle-aged Taoist, Chun Pingon, glanced at the palm and the lotus pond blooming. He smiled and said, "The great Tao is great. It is not the size of the image. Small. It is still small." The Taoist kept one hand behind his back. He formed a seal and flicked his finger. A speck of golden light slowly flew up. The lotus pond fell with the sound of thunder and the pressure of mountains. It was majestic. Every time the lotus pond bloomed, there would be a snow-white pillar of light descending. The middle-aged Taoist speck of golden light swayed like a bird flapping its wings in the wind and rain. It took the lead to welcome the snow-white torrential rain. Taoist, Chun Pingon smiled and said, "As the law commands, go." The speck of golden light suddenly disappeared and arrived at the back of the palm that was facing down. There were already dragonflies on it. Regardless of whether it was the clash between the rainbow light and the sword immortal banner, or the mountain-like pressure of the huge hand, the appearance of the speck of golden light did not have the slightest bit of heaven and earth phenomenon. Logically speaking, it was useless. However, when the golden light stopped at the back of the hand, it made the snow-white torrential rain return. The flower bloomed first, but before it bloomed, the palm fell and retreated. The river of time flowed in reverse. It was like a competition of Taoist techniques between the middle-aged Taoist and the Lotus Nunnery Master. Tsai Jiayue shook her wrist and put away the divine ability that she had learned after a few glances. The huge hand in the sky dissipated. She continued to focus on shaking the Sword Immortal banner. Not only was she a pure martial artist, but she was also a cultivator who could defeat 10 people with strength. This cultivator, Tsai Jiayue, stopped and looked around. The danger was high as the sky. 5 cities, 12 buildings. Waves of lightning, wrapped in the mighty might of the heavenly Tao, smashed into the land under the Baek Okkyung building's jurisdiction, scattering the moonlight of the great demon's true body time and time again. However, the Sword Immortal banner was suppressed by the rainbow light. The number of Sword Immortals that came out of it was too few, causing the martial artists who ascended to Tsai Jiayue to be unable to kill the sword light and slay the Sword Immortals. Tsai Jiayue was already more than half of the martial artist's journey to heaven. Then, Tsai Jiayue sensed something strange. This was the first time she felt this way. Chun Pingon finally began to use his trump card. If Tsai Jiayue guessed correctly, he was using one of his natal items. Inside the Baek Okkyung building, there were 5 slender martial artists, Chun Pingon. They were either wearing straw shoes, carrying a saber, carrying a sword behind their backs, a wine pot hanging from their waists, a jade hairpin on their heads, or a scholar in green robes. At the same time, they appeared in the Baek Okkyung buildings and cities of different heights. Every Chinpingan was wearing one of the 5 colors of clothes. They casually killed those martial artists whose realms weren't high enough. Too slow. Punching is too slow. Like paper. Martial arts fist. Don't scratch the enemy lightly when you punch them. The 5 martial artists Chinpingan didn't stop punching. They shattered the bodies of the martial artists one by one, wrung their heads, or slashed down with a straight hand knife, directly splitting the martial artists into 2. What a caring and protective second shopkeeper. Another warm and mellow voice fell from the sky into Tsai Chiyue's heart lake. Miss Tsai, you and the Lotus Nunnery Master have been neighbors for a long time, but I've never spoken to that Tianmu Taoist saint. Why is the Tao technique in your heart so weak and vulnerable? That's why it's better to find a wise master than a scripture master. Why don't you become my disciple and cultivate the Tao technique? I can take you in as an unofficial disciple first. I've always had a high threshold for accepting disciples, and I'm actually quite good at preaching the Tao. The appearance of your spell is nothing more than a vast moon. As the host, you're treating your guests separately. The foundation of the great Tao should be one. Why don't Miss Tsai be more sincere and take out the real supernatural power as a gift? Tsai was so annoying. He was quite capable, but he had too many strange words. She had never been so annoyed by a guy. Perhaps Tu Jiangshangzhen, who chased after her for thousands of miles with a willow leaf, couldn't be compared to this Chinpingan. Chinpingan, who was standing at the highest point, suddenly stepped on the last 2 words written in the heavenly seal script which belonged to the talisman. Previously he wrote, it was that order, Chen Lu. Then the complete talisman was Lu Chen's edict. Hence, Chinpingan stepped heavily on the 2 words Lu Chen, waved his hand and laughed. Go. The 2 words Lu and Chen went to the top left and bottom right corners of the seal. The 2 words order and order went to the other 2 corners. The 6 full 5 Thunder Dharma seal was finally completed. Tsai's heart trembled. She knew that something was wrong. That 5 Thunder seal, which was like the opening of the Thunder Department's gates, suddenly fell to the ground with an unreasonable speed, merging with the city and the great Tao. It caused close to half of Tsai's illusions to be placed in the 4 words Lu Chen's edict at the same time. Tsai, who was standing at the top of the rainbow light, realized that only now did Chinpingan use the basic method of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, isolating the heavens and earth. At the same time, he brought out the 2 life flying swords, which were unknown but had a rough idea of their abilities. 3 big and small heavens and earth detaining half of Tsai. Tsai sighed faintly. Indeed, annoying people have even more annoying methods regarding the Great Wall of Sword Chi's heavens and earth restriction, as well as the young hidden official's life flying sword. She was already prepared for the worst. However, she did not expect that this 5 Thunder Spell full moon seal, which was used by people to increase the power of their attacks, would be refined into a cage by Chinpingan with just a few strokes. A martial artist who had just started to climb up the Baek Okkyung building, Tsai, and not the 7-colored cloth cultivator, Tsai, was responsible for retracting all the moonlight, turning back into a young woman with a round face. She was already in the small heavens and earth of the flying sword cage. The seal landed, the lightning disappeared, and the heavens and earth turned dim. It was like a chaotic land before the heavens and earth were formed. Even the towering Baek Okkyung building, the Sword Immortal banner, the middle-aged Taoist, and the 5 martial artists, Chinpingan, all disappeared. The young man in a bright red robe held a narrow saber in his hand and gently tapped his shoulder. He slowly descended from the sky towards the city wall with a bright smile. Even if I can't completely kill Miss Tsai, I have to leave Miss Tsai on the city wall. The young hidden official spoke politely. However, in this small heavens and earth of the flying sword cage filled with sword chi. Other than the path where Chun Pingon landed, the flying swords dissipated on their own to make way for a bright red robe. The rest of the heavens and earth were filled with flying swords, forming a dense array from the sky of the small heavens and earth, layer by layer. The tips of the swords all pointed at Tsai. Within 100 feet of Tsai, the moonlight was like water, blocking the flying swords. Tsai asked doubtfully, "You arbitrarily changed the purpose of this 5-thunder seal. Don't you feel sorry for it? Because of this, the seal that had the potential to become an immortal weapon will not only be separated from its perfect state, its offensive power will also be reduced by half, and it will also lose the opportunity to become a sect seal." Chun Pingon blinked his eyes, wanting to say something but hesitating. He seemed to be saying that Miss Tsai's question was too big and too difficult to answer. Tsai asked curiously, "Isn't it?" Chun Pingon stopped tapping the saber and raised the saber on his shoulder. He complained, "Monsieur, you and I hit it off. I won't allow you to look down on yourself like this. Half a month's credit or half a month's credit is fine. Don't tell me it's not worth the value of a sex dharma seal." Tsai blamed herself and said, "Your talisman's method is too strange. I didn't expect that a seal restriction could be so strange." Chun Pingon suddenly asked an even stranger question. "Can a person's self-blame kill?" Again, Tsai raised her hands and slapped her cheeks heavily. Without Chun Pingon's half of the great wall of sword chi, no matter how strange his unpolished jade realm Chun Pingon's method was, could it really stop a bright moon's travel? Chun Pingon hung Tsai on his waist, stopped smiling, and stopped in the air. He put 2 fingers of his left hand together and gently pressed against the void in front of him. Finally, there was a faint light of a lamp. Chun Pingon's 2 fingers slowly moved from right to left. Chun Pingon narrowed his eyes and stared at the light. It became brighter and brighter, and finally became more and more like a sword. In the small world of the human body, there was a small golden figure gently holding the sword hilt. It rode the fire dragon all the way to Chun Pingon's heart lake. Looking up at the sky, there was a moon hanging in the sky. Behind Chun Pingon, there was an indomitable golden spirit. It was Chun Pingon's golden body, but it was wearing a Taoist robe and had a middle-aged face. The 4 words of heaven and earth converged into one place. The young man Chun Pingon with a jade hairpin on his head stepped on 2 of the words. His smile was confident, almost arrogant. He had the awe-inspiring spirit of a scholar of our generation. The young man with straw sandals stepped on the 2 words Lu Chen, with a white jade hairpin on his head and a water character seal on his waist. First, he was in the pseudo-jade realm of unifying heaven and earth. Here, he let his imagination run wild, muttered to himself, and came and went alone. He reached the peak of Wu Fu Mountain by breaking his Jindan. On this city wall, he became a Jindan guest for the last time, and finally became a person of his generation in the eyes of the immortals on the mountain. Then he memorized the fist technique shaking mountain manual, the talisman true elixir calligraphy, and the straightforwardly titled swordsmanship manual by heart. There was still one empty acupoint for opening the mansion, but not for refining the natal item. There was still one left to return home. The setting sun went far away, and the flowers on the Mo's hang slowly returned. The moonlight around Kuo-yu became brighter and brighter, and the moonlight became denser. Layers of flying sword formations formed by Moon in the Well's natal ability collapsed on the spot after being plated with a layer of moonlight. Kuo-yu's figure was shrouded in the moonlight like a small pocket-sized moon and became bigger and bigger. However, Kuo-yu suddenly frowned. Countless flying swords were destroyed by the sword formations, but somehow the other party's flying swords were destroyed. However, The true one and only flying sword seemed to be quietly refined by this natal moonlight. Kuei immediately stopped thinking and dispelled the idea of using the moonlight to forcefully open the formation and break through 3 layers of restrictions before leaving. Even if Qin Pingan was now a sword cultivator in the unpolished jade realm, how strong could his sword be? In reality, was the 10 million flying swords really referring to the real Kuei? She started to gather the moonlight, and the moonlight around her became denser and denser. Try it, kill it. Chun Pingan suddenly reached out to hold the sword hilt and held it horizontally in front of him. The godly spirit behind him did the same thing, and it was exactly the same. Kuei, do you really think I don't know where you are hiding? I regard you as a wild beast in the wild world. You shouldn't treat me as a human being. Come to me and be my enemy. Please be more careful. Cut the moon in my heart with a sword. Please show yourself. Then cut your real body with a sword. Please die. I have a sword to ask, and I ask heaven and earth to answer. Start with the bright moon. Kuei picked the moon from the sky and returned to the human world. She went straight to the opposite city in a daze, which made Li Jun a little unhappy. Now he couldn't beat that little girl, but the key was that the other party was not bad in terms of birth and family background. Only when Li Jun was at the peak could he exchange his life with Kuei in the human world. Her round face was no longer very likable. Her carefree attitude and the look of "don't bother me" had once made Li Jun envious to the point of jealousy. Li Jun immediately rode his sword to the edge of the cliff and complained, "Why didn't you stop, Kuei? What was so great about being blessed by the heavens and being blessed by the heavens? Can you break the rules of the Jiazi tent just because you can pick a moon from the sky? If we let our hidden official catch her and chat with her, wouldn't all our efforts be wasted in an instant?" Now Li Jun and the Dragon Monarch were standing on half of the city wall. The 100 sword immortals of the moon's supporting mountain had almost all rushed to the vast world, but Li Jun was still dawdling here. As the direct disciple of the great ancestor of this world, he had lost the face of the moon, supporting mountain. When one of Li Jun's senior brothers passed by the great wall of sword aura, he didn't even greet Li Jun and directly rode the wind to the top of the city wall. The Dragon King condensed a vague silhouette with thousands of tiny streams of sword chi. The old man raised his sleeve, pointed his finger at the only moon left in the sky, and said, "There is one left. If you have the ability to take it down, I will let you go to the city wall on the other side. You can do whatever you want." The 100 sword immortals of the moon supporting mountain were, of course, the gods' favored sons of the desolate world. But above them, there was a small group of people with hidden identities. They were young and had a high status. They were not recorded in the Jiazi tent, other than the round-faced woman who made Li Jun nag nonstop, the mistress of the moon in the sky. There was actually Firen, you see, and I Tan, Dooku, and others. Li Jun sighed. "Dragon Monarch, oh Dragon Monarch, oh Senior, you and I have been friends for thousands of years. You should cherish it. Not only did you not protect me, but you also said such hurtful words. Can a jar of old wine withstand a few mouthfuls of yours? Always leave a way out. Geniuses never leave a way out." Picking the moon to the human world. In the past, the master of the Lotus Nunnery, who refined half of the moon, could barely do it, but because of the existence of the moon's supporting mountain, she didn't dare to do it. Of course, it was meaningless to do it. The moon was not in the sky. Using the geographical location to exchange for the timing of the heavens was a loss. It was detrimental to the cultivation of the great Tao. In the vast world, there were many paradises and blessed lands. The master of the Lotus Nunnery was ambitious. She tried to combine the moon and the sky everywhere. When the time came, the old demon would merge with the timing of the heavens and manifest the heavenly Tao with her true body. She was not a god, but she was better than a god. It was said that before the great battle, Zhou Mi once went to the sky and discussed the Tao with the master of the Lotus Nunnery. Zhou Mi laughed in the moon and said, "Why should we lose to the past this year? Why should we lose to the ancients? It was a pity that the wind and rain always blew away." The pitiful master of the Lotus Nunnery didn't even get to see the bright moon in the vast world. It couldn't be said that the master of the Lotus Nunnery was ambitious but not talented. It was just that Dong's Sanjing sword was too overbearing. Old Man Dong's feat was not only to kill the master of the Lotus Nunnery, but also to completely destroy a part of the luck of the desolate world. It was like smashing a grain of grain rain money into a pile of snow money. Even if the snow money still fell into the pockets of the moon's supporting mountain, the difference in price was a real loss to the desolate world. If the moon's supporting mountain wanted to reconstruct a complete moon and hang the canopy in the sky again, it would cost a lot of money. Although the dragon monarch let the cotton-clothed, round-faced girl land on the opposite side of the city, he had been paying attention to the situation there. If Kuiyu made any moves that crossed the line, he couldn't blame him for being merciless. As one of the top 10 youths in the world, his Tao was destined to be high and far. Of course, he was extraordinary. However, in the eyes of an ancient sword immortal like the dragon monarch, looking at these energetic juniors was nothing more than looking at himself in the past. Compared to Li Jun, who was always absent-minded and lazy in his sword practice, Kuyu's realm was high enough. He also had a unique ability, so he was able to break through the layers of restrictions and enter a no-man's land to meet the young secluded official. One had just returned to his hometown from the other party's hometown, while the other liked to be a watchdog for other people. A young man and a young woman of similar age from different hometowns happened to be among the top 11 youths. Li Jun asked, "Are you chatting or fighting?" The dragon monarch said, "A single man and a single woman, dry wood and blazing fire. Do you believe it?" Li Jun said with a cheeky smile, "Hurry up and open the restriction. Let me see. Seeing is believing. I want to see if the two of them have really stirred up the fire. When the time comes, I'll make a painting of immortals and find someone to help me send it to Ning Yao. At that time, Chimpingon might be killed by Ning Yao before Lu Cha. Wouldn't that be perfect? If Ning Yao attacked him with her sword, the secluded official wouldn't dare to fart. He could only stretch his neck obediently. That's what I admire the most about the secluded official." The dragon monarch glanced at the increasingly unfamiliar clairvoyance and shook his head. "This time, when you and I meet again, there's only one thing that I have to admit. That is, you are indeed more pitiful than Chimpingon. You are, indeed, no longer the clairvoyance. At the very least, Chimpingon is staying here as a watchdog. No one thinks that it's funny. Maybe even Fearin and Wooden Clog will treat him with respect." The dragon monarch looked up at the sky. In the past, the three of them used to cultivate and climb the mountain together. In the end, their paths diverged to that mountain in the wilderness. The dragon monarch, didn't die at Moon-Bearing Mountain. His heart died at the moment when Chun Qingdo said he wanted to go to Moon-Bearing Mountain. The reason why he was still willing to go to Moon-Bearing Mountain with his sword was to give an explanation to his fellow felons who became felons. Chun Qingdu had died once in the Battle of the Moon Supporting Mountain, and now he had died once again. Then what about this clairvoyance? Similarly, he had died once at the Moon Supporting Mountain, and then lost to Chimpingon outside the city. Li Jun's Taoist heart and the last bit of clairvoyant spirit that could be vaguely seen had probably died completely. The dragon monarch almost never asked about the same thing twice. But today, the old man made an exception for Moon-Bearing Mountain, and now for Li Jun. In the last battle with Chimpingon, what did you see with that flying sword's natal Abijna? Li Jun smiled. One is not clairvoyance. The other is not like the dragon monarch. You still have the nerve to pity me. The dragon monarch changed the question. That person at Moon-bearing Mountain, did he see the same result as you? Li Shun thought for a while. I don't know if my master knows, because I don't know anything at all. The dragon monarch no longer spoke. This Li Shun really deserves to die. In the future, I'll take it as a final farewell for clairvoyance. Li Shun didn't know if he didn't know the dragon monarch's intention, or if he knew he wouldn't do anything. He just pestered. Senior Dragon Monarch, please open the restriction. Practicing the sword is so boring. He didn't expect the Dragon Monarch to really open the mountain restriction of the Jiazi tent. Li Zhen exclaimed and said, Baek OK Kyung building. Sigh. Master Hidden Official's resentment towards Qing Ming Tian is a bit big. This pure Jade Realm technique is really amazing. I can't afford to provoke it. Look, Master Hidden Official is starting to bewitch people again. Luckily, it's Sister Moon-bearing Mountain. Who doesn't think much? If it's Sister Moon-bearing Mountain, she will definitely be killed. Dragon Monarch, you are senior and knowledgeable. Do you know where Moon-bearing Mountain's real body is? Can Master Hidden Official's dog nose smell it? The Dragon Monarch listened to Li Shun's chatter and thought of some old things that he didn't want to think about. Chun Qingdo's natal flying sword, duckweed, had long been broken in Moon-bearing Mountain. Therefore, there was a saying that the wind rises at the end of the green duckweed, and there was a saying that a leaf of duckweed returns to the sea. Dragon Monarch, natal flying sword, great ruins, immortal tomb, clairvoyance, natal flying sword, river of time. Therefore, in an old almanac that was thousands of years old, on the front page of the old almanac, there was a record of sword cultivator clairvoyance. The path of cultivation was the most bumpy, and he was targeted the most by those ancient gods. His good friends Chun Qingdo and the Dragon Monarch had been the Tao protectors of clairvoyance for the longest time. This was because the sword cultivators who had the most Tao protectors were the deceased sword cultivators who had been annihilated in the dust of history. There were once a few sword cultivators who had extremely high attainments in the sword Tao. Their sword skills were high, their sword intents flourished, and the majestic sight of their swords were enough to make the Dragon Monarch, who had long given up, feel ripples in his heart when he occasionally thought of them 10,000 years later. It was hard for the later generations to imagine that Chun Qingdo's aptitude was actually not the best among the large group of sword cultivators who rose and fell like a comet when he first started practicing the sword. It could even be said that he was ordinary. It was just that Chun Qingdo's fortuitous encounter was not bad. In the end, Chun Qingdo grasped it and held it firmly. He held that fortuitous encounter tightly in his hand, like a sword. However, with Chun Qingdo's stubborn personality, he probably wasn't willing to be honest with anyone for the past 10,000 years. The sea turned into mulberry fields, and the sea turned into mulberry fields. Humans tend to forget things when they get old. Li Zhen tiptoed and looked at the battlefield, sighing, these two can really fight. They have all kinds of tricks up their sleeves. My eyes are dazzled. Endless spells, messy methods, and tit-for-tat confrontations on various battlefields. Li Zhen suddenly asked, Qin Pingan seems to have used his pure jade cultivation from the beginning. It doesn't seem like the style of our hidden official. The result of this battle won't be all talk and no action, right? Indeed, it was all talk and no action. The 5 thunders seal that hung high above the Baek OK Kyung building had 16 words in it. Each word contained the true meaning of Taoism. The deities held thunder and lightning in their hands and whipped the earth fiercely. It made Li Shun a little absent-minded, as if a sword cultivator in the past had returned to the ancient battlefield through observation. Li Shun shook his head and dispelled this meaningless thought. Li Shun said with a look of regret, It's a pity it's not Lu Kai. As long as it's Lu Kai with those two life-bound flying swords, coupled with a treasure temporarily borrowed from Moon's supporting mountain, even if our hidden official is extremely careful, he will still suffer a crushing defeat. The Dragon Monarch sneered. You like to place your hopes on others. It's no longer observation. You don't even want to be a sword cultivator now. Li Shun complained. Dragon Monarch, what's wrong with you? Every time you talk to me, you're always so sarcastic. Why don't you arm wrestle with a hidden official? The Dragon Monarch was still paying attention to the battle over there. He casually gave an answer. I can't win against him in words. Why should I embarrass myself? Li Shun was speechless. On the opposite city wall, the two figures suddenly disappeared. Li Shun laughed and said, Good hidden official. You finally can't wait to use your trump card. Sister Jayue is too careless. It'll be difficult to get out of the pit after entering. The Dragon Monarch said, That 5 Thunder Seal was sent out by you. Li Shun smiled and said, Sister Jayue wants to denounce me. She has to walk out of here alive. The Dragon Monarch said, You're already out of the well, but you want to be a frog at the bottom of the well again. Observation is indeed the same as your good friend, Chen Qingdu. Both are equally stupid. Li Shun's expression suddenly changed. He no longer had the mood to bicker with the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch had already sensed that something was wrong before Li Shun. In an instant, Li Shun was hit by the sword aura and fell off the city wall. Li Shun was stunned at first. Then he held the back of his head with both hands and let his body fall to the ground. He laughed and said, The Dragon Monarch used his sword to help someone. What a rare thing. The Dragon Monarch stretched out his hand and held the sword. He revealed his Dharma form. The sword aura swept across the sky and shattered the sea of clouds. The Dragon Monarch's sword aura and the many ancient sword wills seemed to be fighting for the great Tao. Not only did Li Shun not dare to land casually, but he also hurriedly used a protective treasure to resist the sword wills and sword aura that did not belong to the moon-bearing mountain. The moon-bearing mountain soared immortal embryos on the city wall, who were inferior in terms of talent and opportunity, were even more unbearable. They all used their life source flying swords to protect themselves. The Dragon Monarch's sword slashed towards the opposite city wall. He no longer held back. Otherwise, the credit would harm the foundation of the great Tao. The Dragon Monarch did not mind this. She asked for it. However, the Dragon Monarch would definitely not let Chen Pingon obtain the benefits of the great Tao. Previously, he went to the city wall on credit. Whether it was chatting or fighting, it was the Dragon Monarch's alms to a homeless dog. After Chen Pingon stabbed in his heart, the bright moon in his heart shattered. The figure of the moon-bearing mountain floated in the cage of heaven and earth. Although it was not all of the moon-bearing mountain, she was still a sparrow in a cage. Another sword, Chen Pingon's true body and the god behind him slashed down together, heaven and earth as one sword. The figure quickly condensed into a tiny speck of moonlight. The true body of the moon-bearing mountain was first slashed apart, then shattered, and shattered again. The moon of heaven and earth was round and round. The moonlight that was everywhere was turned to dust time and time again. The sword slashed down on the true body of the moon-bearing mountain. It was also the moon-bearing mountain's Tao technique. Chen Pingon looked up and sneered. The Dragon Monarch's sword did not seem too fast. Above half of the great wall of sword chi, heaven and earth returned to normal. The Dragon Monarch reached out and messed up the chaotic sword chi and fragmented moonlight. He grabbed again. A pale-faced girl with a round face stood beside the Dragon Monarch. She said hoarsely, Thank you, Senior Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch looked at the moon-bearing mountain and said, Fortunately, the great Tao was not damaged much. I can take this opportunity to change my temperament and cultivate diligently. I should be able to make up for it if I cultivate diligently in the vast world for a period of time. The moon-bearing mountain nodded, silently. A bright red figure with both hands in his sleeves stood opposite. He looked at the moon-bearing mountain and said with a smile, "I was careless and did not control my strength well. Miss Moon-bearing Mountain, please forgive me." The moon-bearing mountain had a doubt in her heart that she hid deeply. However, she did not say anything. Her great Tao was damaged, and it was not easy. If it was not for the fact that her true body was unique and blessed by the heavens, as Li Jun said, then ordinary martial artists would be rolling on the ground in pain. Those who cultivated Tao would be even more anxious. The future of their great Tao would be bleak. Li Jun hung on the city wall, a little further away from the dragon monarch and the moon-bearing mountain. He looked at the other side and saw the hidden official raise his hand. In the palm of his hand, there was the purest pocket-sized moon in the world. It might even be able to compete with Chun Chuanan's moon in terms of purity. Chun Pingan's palm moved slightly. The moon rose slightly, as if it was on the peak of a mountain in the palm of his hand. It was more than enough to make up for the loss he suffered when he shattered the moon with a single sword strike. The moon-bearing mountain said, "There will be a reward for today's battle." Chun Pingan nodded and said, "Come again when you are free. You are most welcome." Chun Pingan's gaze moved to look at Li Jun, who was sneaking around in the distance. And then he said with a smile, "Look at Miss Shi Yu's gift when she came to visit, and then look at how petty you are. If it was me, I would have fucking killed myself long ago." Li Jun's hands were on the city wall. His body was hanging on the wall. Only his head was exposed. He looked pitiful and did not speak. The dragon monarch opened the restriction again. Chun Pingan still had his hands in his sleeves. He nodded slightly and looked up at the moon-bearing mountain. He smiled and said, "Miss Moon-bearing Mountain, forgive me for not seeing you off." Chun Pingan also had a strange matter that was neither too big nor too small. Why was this round-faced girl in cotton-padded clothes so lazy in the vast world? Did she not kill people? Li Jun leaped onto the city wall. Unfortunately, the moon-bearing mountain had already turned into moonlight and disappeared. She passed through the gate of the inverted hanging mountain and traveled thousands of miles. Finally, she merged with half of Tong Yi Continent's true body. Nowadays, the vast world and the desolate world were constantly clashing, especially with Tong Yi Continent and Fuyao Continent's Daos merging. The time was gradually converging. It was no longer a door away from the other day and night. The moon-bearing mountain had a mystery in her heart. Why did Chun Pingan's second sword not seem to have used all his strength? Otherwise, even if the dragon monarch helped, the moon-bearing mountain would have to leave behind more moonlight. However, the round-faced lady could not help but feel sad. Half of her moonlight was gone just like that. On a mountain peak, the round-faced lady frowned. She then squatted on the ground and patted her cheeks. She comforted herself and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Don't cry, don't cry." Chun Pingan turned and left. He did not expect the dragon monarch to attack again. It seemed like the dragon monarch was really angry this time. His body dissipated and reformed in front of him. Chun Pingan laughed out loud. On the opposite city wall, Li Jun sneakily walked to the side of a gray-robed man. This moon-bearing, mountain-bearing, mountain-bearing, mountain-bearing mountain did not come here with his real body. The hidden official is really ruthless. He made a huge profit from the gamble. I'm convinced. The dragon monarch did not bother with Li Jun. He only laughed coldly. "You dare to step on that name openly." Are you not afraid that the third sect master in the Baek Okkyung building will sense it? In the real Baek Okkyung building, a young Taoist with a lotus crown on his head was walking on the railing. He raised his hand and looked into the distance. He laughed Good words, good words. Good name, good name. Chun Pingan sat on a city wall. His legs were dangling in the air. He held up a small round moon with one hand and flipped the dagger of Chaozi that had been carelessly added with inscriptions in the later generations. The dagger came from Deer Mountain. It was engraved with the words Morning Dew. It eventually fell into the hands of a young man named Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan looked at the pocket-sized moon, smiled, and kept it in his sleeve. In the future, he would give it to his first disciple as a gift for breaking through the sixth state. If he had already reached the sixth state and broke through the seventh state, it would be difficult for his master. The dagger flipped between Chun Pingan's fingertips and the back of his hand. Chun Pingan suddenly stopped. He put away the dagger and placed his hands on the city wall. He looked up and muttered to himself. Fortunately, he was safe and saw the light of day again. As for the other sins, he was the only exception. When Alliance returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi from the Green Underworld, they met again in a foreign land. The two of them drank together. Alliance once said that Chun Pingan was really a pity. You haven't seen the old scholar who seemed to have won before he spoke in the debate between the three sections. You haven't seen the high-spirited and high-spirited scholar with your own eyes. You haven't seen the teacher whose hair was slightly white and whose appearance wasn't too old. You haven't seen the young Cui Dong whose white clothes were whiter than snow and who held the black chess pieces. You haven't seen the young man who always held his head high after he made a mistake. You haven't seen the young Shao Qi who liked to frown slightly when he was studying. Have you ever seen Lu Shirlu, who stretched out his hands and pressed down on the two heads to prevent them from fighting in anger? He grinned foolishly. Then, under the teacher's gaze, he slightly let go of one head so that the younger junior brother, Shao Qi, could gently kick the unreasonable senior brother, Zhua. In the end, the teacher acted as a peacemaker and said that it was okay. Shao Qi crossed his arms in front of his chest and raised his eyebrows. He looked a lot like the teacher when he was teaching. The tall and slender senior brother Cui Dong would put his hands on his junior brother's shoulders and gently rest his chin on the angry young man's head. He said, "Forget it, you're the senior brother. You should give in to your junior brother." Shao Qi would take advantage of the situation and smile at senior brother Zhua, shaking his head and saying, "Do I need him to give in to me?" When the left and right glared fiercely, the junior brother would immediately run behind the tall senior brother. However, when the senior brother let go of senior brother Zhua's shoulders, Shao Qi felt that something was wrong and immediately hid behind the teacher. The teacher opened his arms and protected the junior brother behind him. He took a step to the left and a step to the right to stop the second disciple who was unwilling to give in. That's right. Chun Pingan had never seen it before. At that time, Chun Pingan smiled and drank a bowl of wine. He said, "I've only heard about it from you. I can only imagine what I've heard about it. However, I'm very happy just from hearing about it and imagining it." Alliance saw the sadness that seemed to escape from a young man's smile and an empty bowl of white wine. Sadness was always so mischievous. He could not hide his eyes well and could not hold back the wine. In the end, Alliance drank the last bowl of wine. He was both emotional and comforting. He said, "When I left the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I seemed to have aged. Then one day, a tanned and skinny young man in straw sandals and a young lady in a red cotton jacket walked towards me. At that moment, on the city wall, Chun Pingan also wanted to go back to his hometown. He wanted to walk with many people. The journey back home was long. No matter how many strangers he saw along the way, he wanted to take a good look at them. Chun Pingan held the back of his head with both hands. He straightened his back and kept looking into the distance. "7:15. Chun Pingan suddenly stood up and his vision cleared up. He cupped his fists respectfully towards a guest in the distance. Since his boss was no longer here, he was equivalent to half a guest and half a master of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Of course, he had to help treat the guest. Chun Pingon looked over, and as far as his vision could reach, an unexpected old senior appeared on the vast land in the south. Chun Pingon had no idea what kind of supernatural power the other party used to be able to directly destroy the mountain and river restriction that was meticulously set up in the Jiazi tent. Once the difference in realms was too great, it was useless to think too much. He was really envious of the old senior who cut off his own eyes and threw them into two different worlds. The world was so big. Where could he not go if he wanted to? Who could stop him if he wanted to return to his hometown? Who would dare to come if he closed the door and refused guests? Indeed, this was the way of cultivation. When the dragon monarch saw this person suddenly appear, he felt as if he was facing a great enemy. A gray robe floated to the top of the southern city wall and condensed a blurry figure with sword chi. The dragon monarch did not speak and only stared at the only exception in the wilderness. This eccentric old blind man had been abiding by the rules for 10,000 years. He only guarded his own land and liked to order taboo, big demons, and golden-armored deities to move 100,000 mountains. He said that he wanted to create a clean and unobtrusive painting of mountains and rivers. The dragon monarch was afraid of this person but did not respect him at all. In fact, the dragon monarch and the old blind man had known each other for a long time. They knew each other very well and used to be good friends. It was just that they were old and could not become old friends. Li Jun was more tactful. He saw that the situation was not good and was worried that the mortals would suffer if the immortals fought. He immediately flew away on his sword and went north. He even hid at the gate and joked with the man holding the sword. In the end, he asked Zhang Lu if he had wine to drink. Great sword celestial Zhang Lu, who was sitting cross-legged on the hitching post, threw a pot of rain dragon sex immortal wine to Li Jun. He said that Xiao Chua sent someone to send it. Drink it sparingly. I have accumulated more than 200 pots now. Li Jun feels that the customs of the later generations of the Great Wall of Sword Chi have really been ruined by Liang and Yinguan, these foreign scholars. Although their swordsmanship wasn't that high, each of them was better at talking than the other. Li Jun drank wine leisurely, bent his fingers, and gently tapped the horse-tied column. There are a total of 4 columns in the front and back of the gate. Historically, they were used to tie the dragon, the ox, the horse, and the ape respectively. It's a pity that we have to win this door for now. Otherwise, that old man Yuan Shou, who has been eyeing this place for 10,000 years, would definitely break one of the pillars and take the other 3 for himself. Zhang Lu laughed and said, in the end, it's because Yang Ji's lover can't beat your Shifu. Yuan Shou was one of the greater demons, and he wielded a long staff on the battlefield. His arms were long like those of monkeys, and he carried a string of rough stones in his hand. They were all majestic mountains that had vanished in the history of the wildlands. A greater demon, named Yuan Shou, had first used his innate divine ability to move them away, then refine them into a string of stone beads. Yuan Shou had gone to the wildlands this time. He had already been to the southeast Tongyi continent and the southwest Fuyao continent. Wherever he went, as long as there was a mountain with the ancestral hall, no matter how big or small it was, he would smash it with his staff. Li Jun jumped onto another ox-tied column at the gate and sat cross-legged like the great sword deity Zhang. He sipped his wine, thinking about how he could swindle a second pot. Zhang Lu asked, your family's Deyue has one less round. She went back and forth twice on credit, and her aura is weak. Why? Did she fight with Qin Pingon? She seems to be injured quite badly. Li Jun nodded and said regretfully, she only suffered a small loss. Sister Yu is so powerful, and it's easy for her to beat up the 11th place. She was really angry, and in just a few moves, she beat the hidden official until he kneeled and kowtowed, calling her grandaunt. Her reputation was destroyed in a day. Luckily, not many people saw this. Only me and the Dragon Monarch. And I'm the kind of person who keeps my mouth shut, and I like to keep my words to myself. Unless someone invites me to drink, then I'll talk a little more. Zhang Lu smiled and said, I shouldn't have invited you to drink. Li Jun said, I heard that you and Qin Pingan are old acquaintances, and you've met each other many times. Zhang Lu patted the dragon tide column under his butt and said, I'm just a gatekeeper. When foreigners come and go, they all have to meet me. When Zhang Lu was defeated in the battle of the 13th place, he was demoted to be a gatekeeper here. Li Jun raised his head and looked at the sky, gently put the wine pot in his hand on the top of the column beside his feet, and suddenly laughed in his mind. Gatekeeper, Brother Zhang Lu is right, but not all of it. There is a reason why a Zhang Khan was lost in your hometown, and that little Taoist boy seems to throw a futon at random and sit near this ox-tied column every day to pass the time, but there is also a way to follow. Li Jun turned his head and said with a face full of pity, You always seem to be so restless, so you always end up like this. Zhang Lu actually threw a pot of Luhua Island's wine to Li Jun. Li Jun smiled in surprise and said, I thought I wouldn't be able to drink Great Sword Immortal Zhang's wine in the future. Zhang Lu said, Li Jun, it's rare for you to speak the truth, so you should have wine to drink. Li Jun put the wine pot and the empty pot beside his feet, and for the first time he looked a little sad and murmured, It's better not to remember than to remember, and it's better not to know than not to know. Only the truly knowledgeable and enlightened people would really be afraid of the impermanence of the great Tao. Zhang Lu smiled and said, It seems that Qin Pingan won the monthly credit game, and it made you feel bad. Li Jun reached out his hand and smiled at the great sword immortal who was drinking wine. In the past, I was spiritually wandering around the osmanthus tree, hanging down the hook of a poem in the human world. Now I look up at the bright moon, and the land's sword immortal drinks the heavens. How fitting! I'll buy you a pot of wine with a limerick. Don't let an old friend have no broom. Zhang Lu waved his hand and said, Get out of here. Li Jun sighed and had to open the pot of wine and talk with Uncle Huan silently. He didn't know why the old blind man came to the great wall of Sword Chi. If the old blind man and the Dragon Monarch fought, it would cause the river to change its course, and it would be even more chaotic. Li Jun smiled again. What does it have to do with me? Li Jun cried again. Why am I involved? Zhang Lu glanced at the young sword cultivator. It seemed that he didn't get any advantage over Qin Pingan. The young hidden official who had been trapped in one place for a long time didn't lose his mind, but the disciple of the moon-bearing mountain, who was free, was about to go crazy. Qin Pingan didn't keep standing on the high city wall. He took a step, and his body fell rapidly. He wanted to land straight on the ground, but before his feet touched the ground, he was hit by the Dragon Monarch's sword without warning. The Dragon Monarch was too vengeful. Qin Pingan had to use his mind to appear on a stroke of the city wall that was closest to the ground. He tried to get closer to the old senior. It was too disrespectful to talk to an old senior at the highest point. Whether the senior was calculative or not, it was the senior's magnanimity. Whether the junior was bothered or not, it was the junior's etiquette. It wasn't just for the old sword immortal and the old blind man. Qin Pingan traveled the world, and it was the same everywhere. There was a listless old dog lying at the old blind man's feet. It was bored and raised its paw to scratch the ground. Qin Pingan couldn't break the restrictions of the 60-year tent, or else he would have asked the Dragon Monarch to come and see his relative, the one on the ground. The old blind man said to the Dragon Monarch, I won't fight. I just want to chat with the hidden official. The Dragon Monarch nodded. Although the old blind man had a bad temper, he always said what he said and was trustworthy. Then the old blind man tilted his head, the dialect of the great wall of sword chi, or the dialect of the desolate world. Which one is more suitable? Chun Pingon said, "It's up to you, senior." The old blind man smiled. Chun Qingdo really liked juniors who were outwardly, but inwardly. Chun Qingdo didn't like to speak his mind to others. It had been like this since ancient times. Just like Alliance's early years, he crawled all the way up the mountain and blindly showed off in front of his house, saying that he was a man who only liked to drink alone. He must have a lot of stories. Of course, Alliance, in addition to bragging and flattering, saying that the host and guest were all men with stories, also wanted to cheat some old stories from him. Old stories of the past. The old blind man didn't let him do as he wished. As for the wine that Alliance brought, it would be a waste if he didn't drink it. The old blind man suddenly kicked the old dog at his feet and scolded, "An ascendant realm, if you don't have money, how can you not see money? Or is there shit on the ground to eat?" The old dog was almost able to dig out a piece of magical equipment of acceptable quality from the underground of the battlefield ruins. After a few rolls, it whimpered and simply lay on the ground without moving. Chun Pingon smiled as usual. Indeed, a great demon of the ascendant realm and a junior of the nascent soul realm snatched some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Have some shame. The sickly old dog opened his eyelids and glanced at the young hidden official in a bright red robe. According to the sort of mortals who were guests of the mountain, this young man was the master of picking up money. Old blind man, you are really blind. Instead of scolding outsiders, you scolded your own dog. The old blind man asked the young man with the most elegant words in the world, "How did you know where Kuiyu was hiding?" "Kuiyu has only been in the world for a few years, and Kuiyu Mountain is hiding. There shouldn't be any records of her in the Summer Palace." "I'm betting on what if?" Chun Pingon didn't even bother to use his inner voice. He directly said, "I almost activated 3 big and small worlds at the same time, but Kuiyu was still calm and composed. She didn't even choose to use her natal moon to break the formation and exchange the great Tao with me. So she almost gave me the answer for free. She was also betting that I couldn't find her. I had to maintain 3 great formations at the same time, which required spiritual chi. She could be a spectator on the Heart Moon Wall. So why not?" Chun Pingon lightly clenched his fist and knocked on his chest. He smiled and said, "The distant horizon is right in front of you. What's closer than what's in front of you is the mental state of us cultivators. We have all seen the moon before, so we all have the moon in our hearts. It's either bright or dim. Even if it's just an afterimage of the Heart Lake, it can be the best hiding place for Kuiyu. Of course, the prerequisite is that the difference between Kuiyu and the opponent's realm isn't too great. Otherwise, she would be walking right into a trap. Kuiyu can be so careless against a junior, but against a senior, she definitely wouldn't dare to be so rash." The old blind man nodded. He was much more meticulous than Chun Qingdu when he was younger. Back then, among the many sword cultivators in the world, Guanzhao was the one who thought the most. He planned before taking action. The dragon sovereign only knew how to fight and kill, showing off his edge. Chun Qingdu liked to open his eyes and look at the world and the sky. He wanted to learn everything. As for his brain and heart, it seemed that he didn't have as many brains as Kuiyu at the same age. That was why it was said that there weren't any good scholars. The old blind man asked again, "If Kuiyu is willing to risk 1 or 2 tales of her life to break that strange flying sword of yours, what would you do?" Chun Pingon shook his head and finally said telepathically, "If she can't do it, I'll let her go. I'll remove that sparrow in the cage and only maintain that moon at the bottom of the well. At most, I'll use the shattering of a 5 thunderdermic seal to exchange for that 1 or 2 tales of her life to help me refine the moon at the bottom of the well. Even so, the deal won't be a loss. Using the essence of the bright moon in the sky to refine the moon at the bottom of the well and sharpen the blade. Even if Chun Pingon only thought about it now, he felt that if he had the chance to meet Kuiyu again in the future, they could still give it a try. Actually, Chun Pingon didn't have much of an obsession with keeping Kuiyu back then. Especially through the great Tao manifestation when he used the flying sword to shatter the moon. Chun Pingon roughly knew that Kuiyu didn't kill many people in the vast world. Chun Pingon also didn't have any strong killing intent. Previously, when Kuiyu ascended the city wall, he treated her as a demon of the wilderness. Of course, Chun Pingon would kill her as he pleased. This was because he was still on the battlefield. Chun Pingon seemed to be facing the entire demon army of the wilderness. However, when it became a true battle, Chun Pingon immediately changed his mindset. Furthermore, Chun Pingon was also worried that Kuiyu would fly into a rage out of humiliation. She would return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi with her full true body and fight to the death with him. Therefore, he stopped in the end and only took half of her life. When Chun Pingon thought of this, he raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun, moon, and stars revolved regularly. That was originally the void, where Kuiyu cultivated. She plucked the moon and brought it to the mortal world. A bright moon with 20 parts. I obtained one of them. I am very satisfied. If it were in the medium-grade lotus root blessed land of his hometown, it would be an extremely bright moon hanging in the sky. The Mid-Autumn Festival was a full moon, and the flowers were beautiful, and the moon was round. Every year, on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the full moon would be like a large mirror. Everyone in the blessed lands would admire the moon, as if they were looking into a mirror. Aside from themselves, they could see everyone they wanted to see. Of course, they had already agreed to give it to the first disciple as a gift for breaking through. Chun Pingon did not feel any reluctance. On the ground outside the city, the blind old man nodded gently. Although this hidden official's identity as a scholar was unavoidably a bit of an eyesore, he was a young man who was smart enough. If he could hope for a better world, that would be even better. In history, there was a scholar who came from the vast world family. He first traveled the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and then came to the 100,000 Mountains. His seniority was not low, and his cultivation was passable. After he found the blind old man, he said with certainty that scholars only needed to write about how the world was real. They only needed to write about how pitiful the people in the world were. They would not be responsible for how the people who read the books felt. They would not care if the people who read the books were in despair. They were so desperate that they became numb and did not care. They just wanted everyone to know how unbearable and unbearable this world was. In the end, the blind old man, who was annoyed by his words, did not care about anything else and slapped him half to death. It was not that the blind old man was angry. Those words were like, "You can go wherever you want." The blind old man could not be bothered with those who were not his son or disciple. It was just that he broke the rules by coming to the door of the mountain. He even dared to come empty-handed. He had to leave something behind. As for why he was only half to death, it was not that the blind old man was merciful. It was that the old ancestor of the family had rushed over and saved the remnant of his soul, bringing it back to the vast world. There was also a gloating alliance on the side, with an expression that said, "I didn't do anything." Later, Alliance returned. It was rare that he did not drink and said a few words. He said that such a legendary work, no matter how well it was written, was still not good enough. He also said that he was a coward and wanted to drag the readers to share the unbearable pain in his heart. At that time, the blind old man asked him why he did not write it himself. That son of a bitch just leaned against the wooden door and ran his hands through his hair. He said that he had seen too many writers who did not write with a pen. In the mortal world, they only wrote with life, shining brightly. The long story was thousands of years, and the short story was dozens of years. Chun Pingon saw that the old man was silent for a long time and could not help but ask, "Senior, is there something you want me to do this time?" The blind old man put away his thoughts and shook his head. "I'm just here to take a look." The old dog only dared to curse in his heart. The blind old man has lost both of his eyes. "Look at your grandpa. It's somewhat missed that son of a bitch Alliance." The blind old man was only at his wits' end when he met that bastard. Chun Pingon suddenly bowed with his hands clasped. The blind old man smiled and said, "What, are you trying to encourage me to work harder?" Chun Pingon straightened his back. "Junior is grateful to Senior for your great disappointment, but I can be disappointed alone for 10,000 years. There was an ancient saying that the towering mountains were the result of the unfairness of the heavens." This old man, who had been imprisoned for 10,000 years, felt that it was unfair. The blind old man nodded, raised a skinny hand, and scratched his cheek. For the first time, he smiled. "Very good. I almost couldn't help but beat you half to death. You are indeed smart, and know how to cherish your fortune. Otherwise, the dragon god and Lu Cha would not have come to find trouble with you." Chun Pingon smiled bitterly. This old man, who could make the Sword Immortal boss pay a visit twice, did not seem like a joker. The blind old man turned and left. Indeed, he just came here to take a look and chat for a while. As for the dragon god, the blind old man had nothing to say. Presumably, the other party was the same. Old friends from the past were like strangers. The old dog of the Ascendant Realm followed behind the blind old man. The dragon god also dissipated and returned to an empty robe. "Gray robe." Chun Pingon suddenly shouted, "Senior, how is Alliance?" The blind old man did not turn his head and said, "Being a tortoise holding a mountain, the dog is very happy." Chun Pingon was both worried and relieved. It seemed that he did not need to think about Alliance coming often. Chun Pingon took a last look. The mountain and river restriction had been reactivated, but what he saw in his heart was the moon's supporting mountain opposite the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The mountains and rivers were different, but the old man was fine. He wanted to drink again. Chun Pingon first sneakily took out a pot of wine from Flying Sword 15, and then sneakily moved into the Heaven and Earth small world in his sleeve. Just as he took out the wine pot from his sleeve and was about to take a sip, the Dragon King smashed the wine pot and the wine together. Chun Pingon was used to it. His figure flashed, and he returned to the top of the city wall. He walked like the disciple, his shoulders and sleeves swaying. He said loudly that the stinky tofu was delicious and that the stewed old dog meat would be even better. Chun Pingon did not know that he could not see the world outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The blind old man, on the other hand, could clearly see the scenery on the city wall. The old dog took advantage of the blind old man's good mood and muttered, "I didn't provoke him. We just met once, and he's already thinking about my meat. Hateful, hateful." The blind old man sneered and said, "Are you worthy of provoking the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Who gave you the courage?" The old dog did not dare to retort, only obediently wagging its tail. On a piece of land 1,000 miles away from Moon-Bearing Mountain, the spot where the blind old man had stopped had been temporarily marked as a forbidden area. There was a pot of fine wine there. The blind old man had purposely left it there. The great demon guarding Moon supporting Mountain didn't move the wine jug. They turned a blind eye and let it sit on the ground all by itself, even though they had already confirmed that there was nothing strange about the pot of wine and that it was just an ordinary pot of wine. None of the great demons touched it. For 10,000 years, the strong reigned supreme in the wilderness. The blind old man who ruled a region was one of the few 14 realms in the world. Now, After Shouch was tripped to the ancient well abyss, there was another one in the wilderness. However, she had fused with the wilderness through fate, and not purely with her intrinsic flying sword. The 14 realms were too mysterious and unfathomable. No one could ask what the difference between the two was. In fact, one could ask Alliance at the foot of Moon-bearing Mountain. However, who would dare to provoke him and add fuel to the fire? Did they really think he could not leave Moon-bearing Mountain? To a mountain. And Liang were both suppressing each other and minding their own business in a delicate situation. After all, it was Alliance himself who was unwilling to give up that path and came to Moon-bearing Mountain. A great demon female cultivator, who was considered senior apprentice Sister Liz Hen according to seniority, with the appearance and figure of a great beauty, came to the chaotic void at the foot of Moon-bearing Mountain. She looked at the Dharma image of a Confucian sitting cross-legged in the distance. He used a large number of golden characters as a praying mat. He looked like an outsider who had come to borrow the mountain to cultivate. She could not understand why this man would make such a choice. Mr. Zhou of the world of literature had once explained to her the true meaning of every man for himself. Therefore, she could not understand why this Alliance would destroy his own cultivation. When the sloppy man saw the female cultivator, he immediately sat up straight. Sister newly made up, why are you still wearing the same makeup as when we first met? The female great demon who had changed her name to newly made up relied on her memory and then frowned. Bullshit! Did she hit an iron plate with her own nonsense? Alliance was the least afraid of the situation. With a face full of affection, he said, "It seems that Sister newly made up still remembers the first time we met. It comforts my heart. How many good men are worthy of Sister newly made up to remember for 100 years? Newly made up sneered. If you were to make a different choice, how many swords would you use to kill me? Alliance was a little embarrassed. This old woman really knows how to talk dirty. Even I can't stand it. Newly made up did not understand. She only thought that this man was daydreaming again. She diverted her attention to control the sword, intent to suppress the void anomaly under their feet. Alliance felt that this was a rare opportunity. It was time to use his trump card. It was rare to meet again. My handsome appearance is still the same, and my swordsmanship is even better. I think that sister must be used to it. Then let's have a bit of a scholar and a beauty. Alliance coughed to moisten his throat. Unexpectedly, newly made up sneered. Shut up. This man once traveled the wilderness alone on his sword. Due to the constant trouble he caused, many great demons witnessed his sword-riding posture. He supported his waist with his hands while loudly reciting a poem. He glorified it as a sword immortal and a poet immortal. One had to know that behind him, there were still great demons who were constantly chasing after him. Alliance sighed. A beauty who did not understand romance was the most disappointing. Newly made up asked, since you have such a realm, why don't you cherish it? Alliance said, I can answer sincerely, but Sister newly made up has to listen to me first. Newly made up nodded. As expected, there was no surprise. The man slapped his knee and recited a poem with a smile. He did not smile much, but his voice was loud. This is the 3 farewell songs that I, Alliance, created. The path of Shu is difficult. About to drink, sleepwalking Tianlao's farewell. Playing the pipa, song of everlasting regret. Bestowed with ancient grass to bid farewell. Grandson of the emperor, without a home, painting is presented to General Chao. If it weren't for the topic, it would have been MT Magong paid salary 150 days and nights to the moon. It's also not bad. Washing the troops and horses, presenting flowers to the minister, unrivaled by the riverside. It would have been better if it were San Chuan Monastery, rising 10 rhymes. Good fellow, such thoughts are gushing out like a spring, like the wheels of a cart, that can't be stopped. Impressive, impressive. Newly Made Up said, "Are you done talking nonsense?" Finally, Alliance nodded. His expression was like a smile. He clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. He muttered to himself, "What a good after Joshua cries, there is no one left. What a good drunk as a horse falls, do not laugh. Gentlemen, please take a look." Newly Made Up quietly waited for the answer. "Why did you, Alliance, not cherish the 14th realm of a swordsman?" "Because I cherish this 14th realm very much." Alliance did not act shamelessly. He smiled and said, "Unfortunately, Sister Newly Made Up is not young and has not traveled far enough, so you don't understand. After all, it is difficult for a non-swordsman to understand." Newly Made Up was silent. Whether it was a swordsman or a swordsman, the world recognized them. Only this man who tried too hard to pretend to be a cultured person was truly annoying. She always felt that there was no need to be like this, just be a swordsman. Newly Made Up had once asked Mr. Zhou, if there were many people like Alliance in the vast world, what would he choose? Mr. Zhou laughed and said, "Then I won't come to your hometown." And the reason why Alliance was because there was only one Alliance. It was said that the reason why Alliance wielded a sword and ran rampant in the wild world many times was because he wanted to find Zhoumi. In the past, the vast world was not successful and could only cry with ghosts and gods. That Jiasheng. But Zhoumi was still unwilling to see him. Alliance suddenly stood up. With a solemn expression, he recited in a low voice the words of a book that he had read when he was young and had obtained the will of a great deity early on. "See 10,000 li, wander the great wilderness, have the courage to break the earth, raise the heavens. Clouds and dragons change, spring flowers blossom. Good fortune is in my hands. Is it in my heart?" All of Alliance's words turned into golden characters that were as big as mountains and smashed into the abyss below the golden futon. The characters revealed the golden dragon. Spring flowers appeared in the white clouds and suppressed the evil aura that soared into the sky. The scholarly sage, the vast righteousness. His mouth contained the heavenly law, and his words were law, deep underground. There was a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering movement. It seemed that the path was blocked and could only temporarily retreat. But the remaining momentum still slowly spread to the golden futon. Newly Made Up only felt that it was shocking. The man wiped his head with both hands and asked the great demon of the moon supporting mountain with a smile, "Is a scholar fierce?" "716. Before Lu Shirlu left Luapa Mountain and went to the battlefield in Old Dragon City, the burly man who called himself Jun Qian went to Jisei Peak's ancestral hall to offer incense, and went to the first floor of Luapa Mountain's bamboo building. Except for a wooden bed in the corner, it looked more like a study room. The little butler, Muan Shu, opened the door with a key. Zhou Mili held a green bamboo cane and a golden pole. She was the door god. She stood straight with her chest out. Lu Shirlu flipped open some books that were neatly placed on the table. Most of the pages were densely packed with annotations written in small regular script. If it was true, then little junior brother should be a very serious scholar. After all, senior brother Chui Dong's collection of books were also like this. Every time he saw a different view from Chui Dong's, he would ask Xiao Qi to write for him. Usually, there would be dozens of fights in a book. Lu Shirlu put the book back and looked up slightly. He looked at a couplet hanging on the wall. It was blue with golden words and cloud and bat patterns. According to Xiaomi, little junior brother had picked her up from the North Continent. Outside the mountain, Wind and rain is a 3-foot sword. Go down the mountain with the sword when you have something to do. Flowers and birds in the clouds. A house of books. Read without worry. Lou Shirley looked boorish, but he was actually very careful. He noticed the words Chin 11 printed in the corner of the couplet. He was good at both civil and martial arts. He cultivated his strength and heart. Before Lou Shirley returned to the mountain, he went to the Yang family's shop to guard the array for Dong Wang Gong. Then he went to the sky screen with Wan Xiao to entertain guests. He got what he wanted. He crushed 2 enemies with his fists. 2 golden rain fell on the north peak of the first continent. Half of the golden body fragments were collected by the Longevity Fellow, and the other half was given to Mount Biyun. Wan Xiao, the little girl, was even more exaggerated. She went straight to the sky screen. Did she meet the Sage of Rites? After returning to the mountain, Lu Shirlu was secretly awarded the position of Mountain Patrol Envoy by the Right Guardian of Luapa Mountain. Xiaomi said that the position was not high and he should not despise it. When the man patrolled the mountain, he spread his arms horizontally. A little girl was hanging on each arm. One was in a pink dress and the other was in black. They walked together in the morning. Once when he was patrolling the mountains, there was a little lotus figure sitting on his head, admiring the moonlight together. Heavenly Lord Qing Tong's reopening of the Ascension platform in the mortal world could be said to be an extremely profound blessing that fell from the sky to the numerous earth immortal cultivators of the continent. It was an ascension platform. It was a veritable ascension to an ancient ruin. In the end, there would be a dilapidated heavenly gate standing above the sea of clouds. During the process of Tiantai's ascension, it was a kind of tempering. So long as every earthly immortal cultivator stabilized their Tao heart and soul, they would be able to ascend to the top. Although they were destined to be unable to pass through the heavily guarded ancient door, being able to stand outside the cloud heaven door was already considered a success. Cultivators continued to fall from the ascension platform and return to the mortal world. The size of the harvest depended on the height of the ascension platform. 70 to 80% of them had great gains. Su Han, the city lord of Qingfeng City, wore the Swansea armor and stood on the ascension platform. His state of mind was as calm as a mountain. He finally broke through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm and entered the upper 5 realms. Lu Baqiao, the sword cultivator of the Wind and Thunder Garden, was more unfortunate. Due to the flaw in his sword heart, he stopped at the nascent soul realm. In fact, he originally had a glimmer of opportunity to enter the great Tao, but it was probably because of the inner demon that caused him to suffer serious injuries. After taking a big step forward, not only did he fail to take the second step, but he also retreated slightly. However, even if he only advanced from the Golden Core realm to the Nascent Soul realm, Lu Baqiao would still have a good explanation for his senior brother Huang, he who was about to give up his position as the Garden Lord. Otherwise, Lu Baqiao felt that given his senior brother's temper, he would be able to transfer the Garden Lord to someone else. Then he would be grounded in the mountain for 100 years. If he did not cultivate to the Nascent Soul realm, he would not be able to leave the mountain. Lu Baqiao and Su Han ascended to the top of the Sea of Clouds. Soon, they could not help but return to the mortal world. Lu Baqiao revisited the small town and went to the supervisor's office. He met Supervisor Chow for the first time and hit it off. They drank together. The golden core female deity of the Mount Yunxia, Kai Qinqian, was a rather surprising one. With her potential, the few grandmasters on the mountain did not think that she would be able to ascend to the nascent soul realm. However, this time she clenched her teeth and persevered until the end. Although she only caught a glimpse of the divine gate, it was a great success. This time, Kai Qinqian could be considered to have reached the heavens in a single bound. If there were no accidents, when she returned to the sect this time. Other than her previous position in the Hall of Grandmasters, she would also be the youngest female Grandmaster in the history of the Mount Yunxia. There were many immortal mansions in the Aquarius continent. Usually when a cultivator became a golden core cultivator, other than being able to establish a mountain and announce it to the entire continent, they could also be promoted by one generation in the mountain and river register. If they were lucky enough to ascend to the nascent soul realm, they would be one generation higher. As for the upper 5 realms, they could establish a sect there. After Kai Qinqian left the ascension platform, she came to an old school by herself. She looked at the empty school, and no one knew what she was thinking. The black-clothed man Jiang Yun, as a disciple of the Jiang clan of the Cloud Forest, did not immediately head towards the East Sea battlefront, where the Jiang clan of the Cloud Forest was overseeing to meet up with his master and Governor Wei Liang. Instead, he stopped for a while and made the same choice as Lu Baqiao and Kai Qinqian. He decided to visit the Pearl Grotto Heaven town of the past. However, when he went to the Iron Lock Well, he was a little disappointed. After he pulled out the iron chain that was hanging at the bottom of the well, he had already refined it into his natal item. It allowed him to successfully refine a small world in the human body into the long-lost Iron Mountain Forest and crystal-clear dojo. He also obtained an immortal treasure that could both attack and defend. This time, Jiang Yun had also ascended to the nascent soul realm. The other earth deities all had their own levels. Those who were lucky enough to see the ancient appearance of the Gate of Heaven were the minority. Among the earth deities that secretly rushed over, only 20 to 30% of them returned in disappointment. They did not obtain anything and quickly fell out of the ascension platform. However, they did not dare to reveal any weird expressions. The only compensation was that they did not break through here. The earth deities did not need to accumulate too many battle merits when they went to the battlefield at Old Dragon City. Sui, you had just broken through the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm in the Book Lake True Realm sect. He was the Jindan Earth deity with the least experience in this group. However, Sui Yu changed from a pure martial artist to a sword cultivator. It was already a strange thing for him to become a Jindan sword cultivator in just a dozen years. It was even more shocking. However, Jade Gui sect and True Realm sect, the two upper and lower sects, helped Sui Yu hide a lot. Therefore, if it wasn't for the camouflage of the Jade Medallion sect's direct disciple, all the Earth Immortals of the Aquarius continent gathered at the Ascension platform this time, which one of them wasn't a person who cultivated the human heart into a spirit, they would definitely be suspicious of Sui Yu. However, Sui Yu did not break through this time and only reached the bottleneck of the Jindan realm. She only saw more of the scenery in the sky than ordinary earth deities. She was willing to follow her teacher to the Ascension platform and sweep the falling flowers with the immortals. Unfortunately, there was no teacher or immortals by her side. Actually, Sui Yu had a chance to enter the nascent soul stage. However, Sui Yu did not know why, but at the crucial moment when the long sword on her back was willing to protect her, Sui Yu deliberately suppressed the infatuation sword, as she did not use her sword, and was unwilling to use her sword intent to resist the astral wind. She only used the body of a cultivator to stabilize her mind, and lost a greater opportunity. After Sui Yu left the Ascension platform, her sword heart was clear. Not only did she not look dejected, her Tao heart was even more determined. She bought some pastries at the Dragon Rider Alley's New Year's shop and then rode the wind to the prefecture city. The direct disciples of True Realm sect who left the Calligraphy Lake with Sui Yu were brought to the Aquarius continent by sect leader Wei Ying from the high sect Joey Peak. The two people who traveled north with Sui Yu were Wei Ying's direct disciples. They were sword cultivators like their master. The young woman was called Sui Yu. She always liked to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to sharpen her Tao. She wanted to see with her own eyes if the sword immortal Miyu was as handsome as her master. The other man was called Nianjiu. He seemed to know nothing about worldly affairs other than sword cultivation. The only thing he could do was to stop his beloved senior sister from going to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, the names recorded on the True Realm Sect's mountain and water register were Wei Gusu and Wei Xianyu. Their intrinsic flying swords were Fish Dragon and Wine Flask, respectively. They were given to them by their master, Wei Ying. Sui Yu liked hers, and Nian Zhou liked his because there was a completely different world inside the wine flask. They left the immortal ascension stage earlier than Sui Yu. They were staying in an immortal inn in the continent city. The innkeeper's surname was Dong. He was young and had the reputation of Dong Banching in Bei Yu's territory. Even Sui Yu and Nian Zhou, who were picky, felt that the inn's environment was not ordinary. If they came again in the future, they would choose this place. Sui Yu said telepathically, Sui Yu is so good-looking. Even Master likes him. Why don't you like him? Nian Zhou answered honestly, I only like those who like me. Sui Yu was furious. She scolded her stubborn junior brother. Go die. Sui Yu's figure landed outside the inn. Dong Shuijing's immortal inn was not big, but its rules were not small. Even the guests could not fly in the wind. They could only enter through the door. Sui Yu found Wei Gusu and Wei Xianyu. He said, Go to Oxhorn Ferry. Wei Xianyu glanced at Sui Yu. After looking at her for so long, he was still stunned every single time. The young man glanced at his senior sister again and thought, if you keep being so unreasonable, senior sister, I'm going to fall in love with someone else. Sui Yu and the two direct disciples of the Truth Realm Sect both possessed sword talismans, which allowed them to fly in the wind in the Dragon Province. As a direct disciple of the Luapa Mountain, Sui Yu obviously possessed a Pass Edict sword talisman forged by the Dragon Spring Sword Sect a long time ago. However, he had spent the money of the Truth Realm Sect, so there was no harm in obtaining an extra one. Sui Yu flew in the wind with his sword on his back, making his way to the Oxhorn Ferry. The sword that he had lost and then recovered was both infatuation and heart-eating. However, who knew who had eaten whose infatuation, and who was the master, and who was the heartless one? A man and a woman left the territory of Clear Wind City that very night. They carefully concealed themselves along the way and concealed their tracks. However, when they entered the territory of the Northern Mountains, they seemed like they were going on a sightseeing tour. There was a huge difference in their ages. The old man was stooped, while the young woman was beautiful. She did not stand out too much. The old man would take out a pear blossom from time to time and twirl it gently. The young woman was not embarrassed by this. If this shopkeeper, Yen, really was bold enough to do that, it would be hard to say who was taking advantage of who. The old man went a little overboard. He even made fun of her for looking like a country bumpkin. They were Zhu Lian and the ruler of the Fox Kingdom of Clear Wind City. One had returned home. The other had traveled far away. The current Clear Wind City must have been in a state of chaos. The ruler of the Fox Kingdom was called Pei Xiang. Nascent Soul Realm, 7 Fox Tales. Zhu Lian mainly depended on Pei Xiang's decision as to whether to place the Fox Kingdom in a blessed land of lotus roots, isolated from the rest of the world, or whether to place the Fox Kingdom in a vassal mountain. However, in reality, Pei Xiang still refused to believe that a Luapa mountain could possess a medium blessed land even now. At the end of the day, she only believed in Zhu Lian and did not believe in Luapa Mountain. Zhu Lian smiled and said, I forgot to remind you, when you come to my young master's mountain, you must remember one thing. and that is to treat people with sincerity. Pei Xiang was a little uneasy, and her expression became more delicate. She bit her lip and said, "You should be more specific. I have a good memory and am used to being submissive." She had interacted with the Sioux family of Clear Wind City for a long time and was most afraid of the word mountain. Zhu Lian shook his head and said, "If I say more, you will slack off. And I don't need to say more. My Luapa Mountain is very sunny, and the wind is gentle. The wind and rain outside the mountain is just for viewing the scenery. Other mountains, like Clear Wind City, have people scolding them for dividing the silver. Luapa Mountain is different." She asked another question. "Are there any narrow-minded women on Luapa Mountain? I am also very afraid of that." That Sioux woman had indeed made Pei Xiang very wary. But when she thought of the woman's awkward situation, Pei Xiang could not help but laugh. Women like to make things difficult for other women. That woman probably felt that she was not as beautiful as her, and liked to put soft nails in her embroidered shoes every day. Now she was suffering from retribution? In the words of shopkeeper Yen, Su Han had just entered the upper 5 realms anyway, and was just in time to drive away bad luck for Clear Wind City. Clear Wind City was indeed good at creating momentum. First, the daughter of the first wife married the son of the Yuan family of the Pillar State. Then, the Sioux family seemed to have used the scheming son of the first wife to form a marriage alliance with the Tao family of Jinyang Mountain. Now that Su Han had crossed the huge threshold and entered the upper 5 realms with the temper of Clear Wind City, if not for the disappearance of the Fox Kingdom, the news would have spread to the Snow Mountain continent, let alone the North Continent. Zhu Lian laughed and said that a person who was conceited would be easily slapped. This made Pei Xiang deeply agree and feel very happy. In the end, Zhu Lian had given her a light slap on the face. In the evening, the two of them passed by the bustling Red Candle Town. As long as they passed Chiduan Mountain, Luapa Mountain would be right in front of them. Pei Xiang felt relieved. When she looked up, she could clearly see the Piluan Mountain surrounded by clouds, which made her feel reassured. Zhu Lian bought a lot of melon seeds from a market shop and then took Pei Xiang to a street. Pei Xiang asked softly in her mind, "Who are you meeting?" Zhu Lian led the ruler of the Fox Kingdom to walk on the crowded street and answered with a smile, "The water god of the Chongdan River, Li Jin." Zhu Lian added, "He sells books, and I buy books. We have always had a good relationship. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative." Because of the water god of the Jade Liquid River, it was inevitable that the Li Jin brothers would hold a grudge. After all, it was normal for a fox to mourn the death of a rabbit. This time, he had to resolve the knot in the shopkeeper's heart. After all, Zhu Lian was best at dealing with women. Did women need to be dealt with? In any case, Zhu Lian never needed them. Pei Xiang understood. Red Candle Town was located at the confluence of the 3 rivers, and there were 3 river gods. Among them, Li Jin had just been promoted by Dali a few years ago, so the incense in his ancestral temple was not bad. The Fox Kingdom was a place where crooks and dragons mixed together. News circulated very quickly on the mountain, so Pei Xiang knew a lot about the secrets of the continent. As for Zhu Lian being familiar with Li Jin, Pei Xiang was not that surprised. After all, although Li Jin's rank was not low, he was still Dali's newcomer to the mountains and rivers officialdom. Perhaps he needed to build a good relationship with Luapa Mountain. Being familiar with Luapa Mountain was almost equivalent to having a relationship with Lord Wei of the Piluan Mountain, although Pei Xiang, a nascent soul fox demon, was only one stage away from Wei Bian. The difference in status and true cultivation was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Now, there was a rumor that Wei Shan Jun's golden body had been nourished and refined by the 3 golden raindrops. Soon, his golden body would reach a higher level, which was equivalent to a cultivator ascending to the immortal realm. he would once again become the mountain lord with the purest golden body and the highest Dharma form among the 5 great mountains in the continent. The shopkeeper was a handsome young man in black. Lying on a rattan chair, he held a pot of tea and read a book. However, Pei Xiang did not look at Li Jin. When it came to looks, the worst thing was to be compared. After Li Jin saw Zhu Lian, who was wearing a mask, he quickly recognized the other party's identity. It could not be helped the other party was too familiar with the place. The few erotic books on the bookshelf were in the hands of the guy in a few blinks of an eye. In the past, he often loved them so much that he could not put them down. In the end, he was reluctant to buy them. Today, he was generous and did not hesitate. He had a posture of, I am a scholar. If I buy books, even if I only take a look at the price, I am ashamed of the sage books. It seemed that Zhu Lian had earned a lot of money from this trip. Li Jin glanced at the young girl. Since she was the righteous deity of the river, he could see some clues. However, he still couldn't determine her level. It doesn't matter. This was the answer anyway. So, she was at the level of nascent soul? Right, the Su family of Qingfeng City had a famous fox kingdom. The fox skin beauties were sold to the dynasties and immortal mansions. What a fox beauty! Why did she board Zhu Lian's pirate ship? Was Luo Pa mountain planning to completely fall out with Qingfeng City? This Zhu Lian was indeed the backbone of Luo Pa mountain. Even if the young mountain master was not at home, he could still be so decisive. Li Jin had many guesses in his heart, but he only pretended that he did not recognize Zhu Lian. He did not look at Pei Xiang and continued to drink tea and read books. He was the shopkeeper of his bookstore. Buy it or not, bargain and scram. Perhaps the real smart person was like Li Jin. He saw through it, but did not say it out loud, pretending to be a fool. Whether it was a lucky person who was born as a human or a mountain and lake spirit who had cultivated with great difficulty, it was not easy to learn how to speak, but had to learn not to speak to be considered smart. Sigh. This world. Zhu Lian snapped his fingers, and Pei Xiang immediately took out an inkstone. There were 2 words inscribed on it, Mountain Lord. Later, Zhu Lian used Xiaozhuan to inscribe a string of words and a mark. The stone life was 10,000 years, the paper life was 1,000 years, the life was 100 years, the real life was a few years. Zhu Lian's personal mark was Silent Marquis. Zhu Lian took the inkstone. Pei Xiang had already told him how to open the mountain and river restriction of this item. She actually had an extremely precious item close to her. It could be considered the treasury of the Fox Kingdom and also her private stash. She was not afraid of Zhu Lian getting his hands on it, but Zhu Lian was not interested. When a woman's body and mind were honest with a man, if that man had a little conscience, he should be burdened. Zhu Lian happened to be most afraid of this. Therefore, Zhu Lian did not have any thoughts about this ruler of the Fox Kingdom. Zhu Lian took out 2 sketches with fine brushes and placed one of them on the counter. He turned to the water god and smiled. Shopkeeper, would you like to take a look? Li Jin stood up after hearing this. He smiled and placed the teapot and books on the side table. On the side table, there was already a bronze flower engraved with cloud dragon patterns. It was extremely exquisite, and the dragon whiskers could be seen clearly. There were several peach blossoms in the bronze flower engraved. Li Jin came to the side of the counter and smiled knowingly. Sir, it's vulgar of me to buy with money. Why don't we exchange books for paintings? It was also the first time Pei Xiang saw this painting. It was probably done by shopkeeper Yen when he was free in a spice shop in Clear Breeze City. She glanced at Zhu Lian. Her bright eyes were bright and full of amorous feelings. Zhu Lian did not comment on Li Jin's suggestion and opened the second painting. The first painting was of the carp Gao Shi. The scholar had an elegant appearance and was riding a large carp. The carp only revealed its head and tail, and its huge body was shrouded in the vast white clouds. Zhu Lian printed the 8 characters in Xiaozhuan. My heart is deep and serene, the realm of great enlightenment. The other painting was of the Dragon Gate overlooking the rapids. It was the scholar holding the Dragon Gate's pillar with one hand, and the 8 characters in Xiaozhuan were printed in Xiaozhuan. It was a superb painting. Li Jin's smile deepened, and he clicked his tongue. Brother Zhu Lian, you're so generous. Zhu Lian nodded and smiled. Brother Li Jin, you have a good eye. Li Jin's gaze did not stay on the painting for long. He leaned against the counter. Say it. What's the price? It's hard to buy a good heart with money. Take it as a good omen. Even if it's Guyu money, it's negotiable. Alias Li Jin, real carp. Zhu Lian patted the back of Pei Xiang's hand, and she understood. Her movements were gentle as she carefully rolled up the painting and tied the string. Zhu Lian chuckled. We've dealt with money for a long time. Let's not talk about money today. How about exchanging books for paintings? Li Jin looked at the 2 paintings and looked away. He shook his head and smiled. It's still the same old rules. Brothers settle accounts clearly. Zhu Lian did not mind and laughed. Then I'll give it to Brother Li Jin. Li Jin nodded and reached out to cover the painting. Thank you. The shop will make an exception for Brother Zhu in the future. All books will be 20% off. Pei Xiang was so smart that she immediately understood the meaning of both sides. Zhu Lian, as the head housekeeper, hoped that Luapa Mountain and Chongdan River would interact more, each taking what they needed and accumulating more incense. However, Li Jin, as the water god of Chongdan River, also declined Zhu Lian's alliance. Zhu Lian took a step back. The 2 sides called each other brothers, but it was only a personal friendship. They parted on good terms. Zhu Lian took Pei Xiang to Chiduan Mountain, which was adjacent to Red Candle Town. While walking, Zhu Lian picked up a branch to use as a walking stick, looking more and more like an old man. Pei Xiang asked casually, if it's not a white sketch, but a bright red carp, wouldn't it be more to his liking? Zhu Lian shook his head. For example, I know that Pei Xiang is the root of a fox spirit, but if in front of Pei Xiang, is it appropriate to call her a fox spirit every time they meet? It's not appropriate. If nothing goes wrong, Li Jin will add color to the painting himself. There's no need for an outsider to do it for him. Zhu Lian smiled and asked, you don't believe me, right? Let's make a bet. A small bet is fun. A piece of snow costs money. Pei Xiang was not willing to bet with him, as it did not matter who won or lost. Along the way, not only Pei Xiang, the nascent soul stage fox spirit, all the earth immortal cultivators in Aquarius continent, when they raised their heads slightly, they could see the golden lotus covering the entire continent. With Aquarius continent as a treasure bottle, a lotus flower bloomed. In the spring breeze, swaying with the wind. Such a phenomenon. Even Pei Xiang felt that it was inconceivable. But after a long time, she became accustomed to it and treated it as a rare beauty to appreciate. On the way back to his hometown, Zhu Lian rarely appreciated this pleasing scenery. Zhu Lian only asked her about the flower deity temple division officer recorded in the book, whether or not he was really in charge of the flower deity lake. Pei Xiang only treated it as a pure martial grandmaster, and did not care about it. Zhu Lian was also unwilling to tell her the inside story. After all, it was a good reunion. Whether or not they could part, it was not just him. The human heart was as fragile as glass. Unless the young master was at the top of the mountain, Zhu Lian chose a secluded path on Qidun Mountain. In the past, when Pei Qian and Zhou Mili came to wait for the young master, they liked to take this path. He believed that Pei Qian at that time did not lack that crazy demonic sword technique. After leaving home for many years, there were many changes. For example, previously in Red Candle Town, he found out that Qidun Mountain had one more mountain deity temple, and Luopa Mountain had one less mountain deity. The mountain deity temple on Luopa Mountain had been moved to Chidun Mountain. Its rank did not change. It seemed like the official circle was level, but in reality, it was demoted. Without the plaque and the statue, the building was still preserved. This move was a tacit understanding between Shan Junwei Pai and the Dali dynasty. Mountain deity Song Yuzhong did not have any complaints, as if he had already expected this day to come. Instead, before moving, he walked out of the temple without any incense for the first time and strolled around Luopa Mountain. He had the meaning of not having an official position. Zhu Lian could actually understand Song Yuzhong very well, but since they worked for different masters, they did not need to be friends. However, Zhu Lian had never stopped Pei Qian and the others from visiting the temple on the top of the mountain. Apart from the matter of the mountain deity temple, Zhu Lian also received a congratulatory message from Li Jin, the water god of the Chongdan River. That was because the great python of Yellow Lake Mountain had actually been bold enough to leave the mountain and walk on the river. Since Li Jin had congratulated him, the woman in yellow must have succeeded. Li Jin was cautious. Earlier in the bookstore, he had only spoken about this with Zhu Lian mentally. As a proper nascent soul cultivator, Pei Xiang could still sense it even when she was on the border of the Dragon Province. She immediately rode the wind to a high altitude and gazed at the rapid changes in the water of the Dragon Province in the distance. She was certain that something huge was going on in the water. Zhu Lian found the journey to be dull, so he just told Pei Xiang about it. He gave her a rough explanation, but it was definitely closer to the truth than Pei Xiang's wild guesses about the origins of the water serpent. Earlier, Pei Xiang rode the wind in the sky and used the ability to observe mountains and rivers. Although the fate of the mountains and rivers surged at the confluence of the three rivers, and there were also gods casting illusions, blurring her vision, Pei Xiang was certain that the great python with the startling presence as it walked on the water must have been a prominent existence like a protector of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Otherwise, how could it walk on the water so smoothly, let alone the torrential flood? It also seemed like there were water gods from various places protecting it along the way, just in case the flood washed onto the shore and affected the people, incurring the wrath of the heavens. If regular people of water died, they would already be extremely fortunate if the various shrines of the mountains and rivers did not make things difficult for them. In the eyes of the regular masters at the foot of the mountain, the territory of the Dragon Province that was particularly vast in Dali's old territory was nothing more than torrential rain. Day was like night, the sky darkened, and the rivers surged. However, in the eyes of the cultivators on the mountain, it was a magnificent transformation into a serpent, since Pei Xiang had mentioned it a long time ago. And they were close to home. Zhu Lian no longer hid anything. She's called Hongxia. She's been cultivating on a vassal mountain of Luopa Mountain for a very long time now. You can basically be considered half a family now. You're both women, so if your personalities are compatible, you can just keep in contact with each other in the future. There's no such thing as a small mountain or not in Luopa Mountain. It's all on the table. There's a difference between those who are close and those who are distant. There were only a few rules of the mountain anyway. Even Xiaomi could recite them like the back of her hand. Pei Xiang was slightly surprised. She grumbled, "Why didn't you tell me about this assistance that can't be underestimated? A nascent soul realm water serpent. She could completely treat it as half a chi practitioner of the unpolished jade realm." Aside from sword cultivators, who would be bold enough to provoke a water serpent that possessed a powerful body and innate abilities so easily, especially those immortal sects that were close to the rivers and rivers. Once they became enemies with it, it was simply an invitation from the King of Hell. If they accepted it, they would die. If they didn't accept it, they would also die. If Su-hun of Clear Wind City had not already ascended to the upper 5 realms, and as a military cultivator, he was famous for his killing power. Otherwise, Luopa Mountain would be able to go head-to-head with Clear Wind City, with just this water serpent and Zhu Lian. Miss Hongxia, it's good that you're able to make Pei Xiong feel more at ease. Zhu Lian smiled. In the face of Pei Xiong's shock, he only mentioned it briefly, and did not say much. Unfortunately, in her hometown, Hongxia did not dare to go to Luopa Mountain to say a word. If Zhu Lian did not remember wrongly, Hongxia had not even seen Jisei Peak's ancestral hall. What Zhu Lian was more worried about now was that Chun Lingjun had blasphemed the river in the North Continent. Since there was no definite news that had reached the Aquarius continent, it meant that Chun Lingjun had not caught fire. He did not care too much about Chun Lingjun's far more exaggerated result of catching fire than Hongxia. Zhu Lian was only worried that Chun Lingjun's temper was too jumpy. When he was outside without anyone to take care of him, he would easily be at a disadvantage. With Chun Lingjun's temper, it was fine in his hometown. Anyway, he had already obediently accepted his fate. He would not care about his face, even if he was beaten to death. He glorified it as the world's grievances are a matter of one punch. But outside, he probably liked to puff himself up at his own cost. Pei Xiong was in a good mood. She plucked a tree flower and handed it to Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian waved his hand and smiled. The uglier a person is, the more they love to wear flowers. You should wear it. In the past, in the lotus flower-blessed land, there was the custom of men wearing flowers. Otherwise, in the future, it would be the flower hairpin man Zhou Shi. Pei Xiong glared at him, but still wore the flower hairpin. Zhu Lian could travel with the wind. Pei Xiong was also an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm. When she felt like it, it did not matter whether there was a path under her feet or not. Zhu Lian came to a deserted ridge of Chiduan Mountain, but it was already a little far from the temple where Song Yuzhang was. Zhu Lian stood on the branch of an ancient pine with his hands behind his back. He smiled knowingly. It was obvious that this was Luopa Mountain. Pei Xiong sat on the branch, her 2 fingers gently pressed against the tree flower beside her ear. Zhu Lian sighed. Which family dares to hang a sign saying that there is no trouble? There is peace in tofu and vegetables. One can eat and wear warm clothes. One can sleep today and wake up tomorrow. This is the peaceful world for us, ordinary teachers. Pei Xiong joked, I'm not boasting, but how can you and I be considered ordinary teachers? Zhu Lian looked up at the sky and said softly, even if we are only below 1 person, we are all ordinary. In Zhu Lian's old hometown, even if the junior Dingying's martial arts realm was higher. But in terms of state of mind, it was not necessarily so. Dingying was born with the times and took advantage of the situation. Whether his fist technique was high or not, it was actually just an external matter in Zhu Lian's eyes. According to Pei Qian's later narration, Dingying was at least unable to achieve what Zhu Lian did back then. It could even be said that the path that the demon Dingying took was the one that the martial arts maniac Zhu Lian stepped on. That immortal laurel was something that Zhu Lian casually threw to the young Dingying. Zhu Lian killed 9 people by himself, killing all the experts in the world. In his eyes, there was no one around him. But Zhu Lian did not feel that it was a magnificent feat. It was still far from what he imagined. For example, the senior on Luopa Mountain was already far away in Zhu Lian's heart. Zhu Lian had to walk over step by step to see him clearly. One of the 3 portraits on Luopa Mountain was of the martial artist Cui Cheng. And the reason why the old man who had been crazy for more than 100 years was led to Luopa Mountain was because of that middle-aged monk who traveled with alms bowls and eventually created lotuses with each step Pei Xiang stretched out her finger and said, "That is Luo Mountain?" Zhu Lian nodded. "Surrounded by mountains and rivers, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Among them, the most profound is my hometown." Pei Xiang joked, so sour, "You know how to make pickled fish?" Because Zhu Lian had once joked that he claimed to be #1 in cooking. His fist technique was passable, and he was also good at zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Zhu Lian laughed aloud. "Pei Xiang, you just happened to mention that, so let me give you a reminder. On Luo Mountain, no one apart from the young master should talk about pickled fish, or it'll be easily recorded in the account book. Under the resplendent night sky of the river, the two of them walked along the path of Chestun Mountain again. Zhu Lian walked slowly, while Pei Xiang had nothing to do, so she raised her head and admired the scenery. In the end, they arrived at the final slope of Chestun Mountain. Zhu Lian pulled back his fist and gazed into the distance. He sighed emotionally for no reason. Waking up from a dream is like jumping off a cliff. Pei Xiang asked with a smile, "What do you mean?" Zhu Lian shook his head. "There's no solution." Pei Xiang did not think too much about that. Zhu Lian's occasional words were often strange, leaving her at a loss. She could not help but think of the water serpent that had already reached the same realm as her. That great python sure was lucky when it hit the water. Is it because of your Dolly Dragon Province? The Dragon Province is a good name? Zhu Lian said, "No matter how good the name of the Dragon Province is, it's still not as good as my young master's name." Pei Xiang extended a finger and rubbed her forehead gently. Her head hurt. Zhu Lian, if you keep acting like this, I'm going to suspect something." Zhu Lian muttered to himself. The dog glanced at him, he glanced at me, and I glanced at the world. Is it really true? I'm becoming more and more uncertain. Zhu Lian added very soon, "It's just the ravings of a fool. Pei Xiang, you don't have to worry about it." Pei Xiang asked, "If I ask you and you answer me, won't that prove that it's you instead?" Zhu Lian shook his head and sighed emotionally. "How would I know whether you're real or not? It's pointless to ask and pointless to answer." Pei Xiang was rather irritated. However, she also felt rather relieved. For Zhu Lian to be so honest, he already treated her as no longer an outsider. Pei Xiang asked, "Then just who can give you an answer?" Zhu Lian raised a hand and pointed at the sky, before extending his hand and pointing into the distance. In the end, he clapped his hand gently. "The sun and moon are in the sky. My heart is bright. I'm a good person. If this person tells me the answer, I'll believe it." Zhu Lian shook his sleeves and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Don't worry, I rarely do that. It's because I'm close to home." Pei Xiang's mind was rather unsettled. A person who thought like that would probably find it very strange and very lonely. Zhu Lian had already sorted out his emotions and continued on his way. In the past, he traveled alone in his hometown, traveling through the stars and wearing the moon. In the night, Wan Xiu stood by the banks of the Jade Nectar River. Hong Xia, who was temporarily recuperating and stabilizing her cultivation, immediately circulated her divine ability and hurriedly came out of the water to see Wan Xiu. Before transforming into a flood dragon, Hong Xia had been trembling with fear when facing Wan Xiu. She had never thought that after transforming into a flood dragon, she would be even more distracted and unable to control herself. Therefore, after successfully transforming into a flood dragon, Hong Xia's uncontrollable joy from before had been reduced by at least half. That Jade Nectar River's water goddess was hesitant and timid. A moment after Hong Xia appeared, she also came to see Wan Xiu. Wan Xiu looked at the two of them. One had transformed into a flood dragon, and the other had been conferred the title of a water goddess. Wan Xiu did not speak. She only took small bites of a peach blossom cake. The water goddess had already banished all the officials and river demons of the underwater estate in this part of the Jade Nectar River, just in case she accidentally angered this woman in green with a ponytail before her. Earlier, after receiving Wan Xiu's decree, the woman in yellow was uneasy in the pouring rain at night. She chose a source of water and revealed herself beginning to catch fire. Currently, there were actually only 3 immortal mountains in the Dragon Province: the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, the Cloud Shroud Mountain, and the Luapa Mountain. As a result, the incident this time went so smoothly that the woman in yellow who had changed her name to Hong Xia only felt like she was dreaming. First, she made her way out of a mountain through a source of water. The river Granny Ma Lanhua of the Dragon Whisker River had a divine position, but no ancestral temple. The river Granny only dared to send her off flatteringly, while helping to detain Hong Xia at the same time. Afterwards, she made her way through the Tiefu River that had the greatest amount of water. She did not show herself, but she did suppress the water. Afterwards, she made her way through a small section of the Embroidery River before finally making her way upstream to the Chongdan River that was the most precipitous and had the greatest amount of water. The 2 river gods both protected her like they were her protectors. Hong Xia's journey was just so smooth and unhindered. In the end, she could even go to a natural cave in the Jade Nectar River that was abundant with spiritual qi to heal. It was fellow Hong Xia that the water goddess had personally come to invite. The water goddess of the Jade Nectar River was truly envious of the great python's fortuitous encounter. On the other hand, let alone fortuitous encounters of the Great Path, it seemed like all she had was disasters. The woman in green said nothing. Hong Xia and the water goddess became even more silent out of fear. Wan Xiu ate the cake and glanced at Hong Xia. How unsightly! No wonder she lost to a little loach. Hong Xia carefully glanced at Wan Xiu's wrist. A fire dragon was coiled like a bracelet. The fire dragon, that was originally lifeless, immediately turned its eyes nimbly and stared at Hong Xia. Hong Xia's heart immediately trembled. He hurriedly shifted his gaze and stabilized his Dao heart with difficulty. Only then did he not follow his heart and retreat. The fire dragon was already in the upper 5 realms. It was definitely in the upper 5 realms. Wan Xiu probably did not know that her slow eating of the pastries was a great torture for the 2 people in front of her. It was like a fish being cooked in a pot of oil. Even if she knew, she probably wouldn't care. Wan Xiu had just returned to the world. It was the middle-aged Confucian scholar who helped to open the door. She was afraid that her father would scold her for causing trouble, so she came here to hide. Because she was in a bad mood, she naturally did not have a good expression when she looked at Hong Xia. Wan Xiu gently shook her wrist. The fire dragon that had obtained a strange water disaster in the outer space was extremely docile to its master and continued to sleep. For the most ordinary descendants of the mountains and lakes, being able to successfully cross a river was already considered a success. If they were lucky and had a righteous bloodline, they might be able to obtain some auspicious characteristics of the flood dragon, such as dragon claws, dragon scales, or dragon whiskers. Just like the eel demon of the Tongyi continent, he had tried to cross the river in the past. If not for the water goddess stopping him, he would have turned into a flood dragon long ago. As for the water descendants of the Great Swamp, who were originally flood dragons, they needed to cross at least a huge river before they could be considered righteous by the heavenly Tao. Apart from having a flood dragon's body that was righteous, the key was that they could nurture a natal flood dragon pearl. But 3,000 years ago, the calamity that affected all the water descendants of the world was seen, as there were no more true dragons in the world. Only the many dragon descendants with impure bloodlines were left. In addition to the great blasphemy of the world, there were only a few, Along the way there were many sects, and the flood dragons did not dare to be rash. Not to mention crossing tens of thousands of miles, they would hide at the bottom of the water and find a nest with relatively dense water fate, and casually hang a signboard of some dragon palace, some underwater residence, and burn incense. Thus, a flood dragon that succeeded in crossing the river and turning into a dragon did not appear for 3,000 years. Of the thousands of flood dragons in the world, who did not want to turn into a dragon? But who dared? Because no one dared to determine whether the unknown sword immortal that killed the true dragon would attack again. Until the Aquarius continent, there was a flood dragon covered in snow-white scales that crossed the river, and the true dragon returned to its position. In one fell swoop, it seized an immeasurable portion of the world's water fate. This small python under Hong Xia, compared to the GQ of the clay bottle alley, was worlds apart. Even the little thing that followed behind the GQ was not as good as it. Wan Xiu raised her chin towards the surface of the jade liquid river. Go back, a water flood dragon and a water god, as if they were pardoned. They immediately dived into the water and looked at each other from afar. They did not dare to communicate telepathically, and only felt that they were in the same boat. Wan Xiu frowned, still looking at the river in front of her, and asked, "Is it beautiful?" An old boatman slowly floated down the water with the help of wormwood. Even though they were dozens of miles apart, Wan Xiu's voice was clearly heard by the old boat. He did not answer, and only clicked his tongue in wonder. A young female Taoist priest stood at the bow of the boat, looked at Wan Xiu, and smiled. "Miss Wan, we meet again." In the past, Wan Xiu had a good impression of He Xiaoliang, who used the identity of the female Taoist priest of Shin Ao sect to travel around the Pearl Grotto heaven. But now it was not good. North Continent's Cool Breeze sect Master He Xiaoliang. Beside him stood a deer-riding goddess who walked out of the skeleton beach city of murals. She was instructed to stand behind her master, He Xiaoliang, because she only took a glance at the green-clothed lady and felt that she was dazzling and started to feel uneasy. He Xiaoliang, an old boat C, who was half a senior brother, had received a mysterious decree from their master not long ago. There were only two things. One was related to Qin Lingjun, and the other was for He Xiaoliang to return to the Aquarius continent to find GQ from Clay Bottle Alley and Ma Kuxuan from Apricot Blossom Alley. He Xiaoliang could also meet a senior brother. As for old Boatsy, compared to that junior brother, he wanted to go to Old Dragon City to meet Madame Gui Moore. Li Shishan crossed the central divine continent in one step and came to the gate of Fulu Street in his hometown. After paying his respects to his parents, Li Shishan came to the small pond where his sister lived. Looking at a small golden crab inside, he smiled. Mo Dao is fearless of thunder and lightning, and the Sea Dragon King is also rampant. Zhu Lian and Pei Xiang walked out of Qidun Mountain and continued to return slowly. Near the foot of Luo Pa Mountain, Pei Xiang saw a little girl in black with her arms crossed, hugging a green bamboo cane, and a golden carrying pole, standing straight, with her eyes wide open, as if she was a little water monster in charge of guarding the mountain gate. Pei Xiang could not help but laugh. Your Luo Pa Mountain is really... She did not know how to describe the mountain wind of Luo Pa Mountain. Zhu Lian introduced, she is our Luo Pa Mountain's right protector. Pei Xiang laughed out loud. Zhu Lian said, I am not lying to you. Xiaomi Li is the right protector on Luo Pa Mountain's register, and her seat in the Jisei Peak's Ancestral Hall is very close to the front. Pei Xiang was skeptical. Really? Zhu Lian laughed. That's right. When you see Xiaomi Li later, just go straight to the point and say, you are the legendary mute lake water monster. She will be very happy. He wiped off the skin on his face and restored the face of Luo Pa Mountain's old chef. Pei Xiang also took off the skin on her face and then removed the camouflage. Zhou Mealy rubbed her eyes, and then ran all the way to Julien, sobbing, "Old chef, old chef, I thought you were lost and did not know how to go home. I did not dare to go to Red Candle Town to pick you up." The little girl was so sad that she could not speak. She did not care about her face, and even accidentally admitted that she did not dare to go to Red Candle Town and Jade Liquid River. Julien reached out and rubbed Xiaomi Li's head, shook the big bag on his back, and said with a smile, "Guess what's inside?" Xiaomi Li wiped her tears, looked timidly at the woman beside old chef, pursed her lips tightly, and bowed to Pei Xiang. Pei Xiang smiled and nodded. Just now, she was so focused on whether old chef had gained weight or lost weight that she did not see this beautiful sister. Pei Xiang remembered Julien's reminder and said with a smile, "You are the Mute Lake water monster." Zhou Mili was stunned on the spot. She did not know whether to scratch her face or her head. Oh ho! Why did this sister suddenly look better? Maybe this is what Pei Qian always said about a girl changing 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Sigh, change my head. What's so good about growing up? However, Xiao Mili did not dare to say that to Pei Qian. Zhou Mili remembered old chef's question and said softly, "The kind of immortal book that Pei Qian mentioned? The little people in the picture. The ones that can fight?" Unfortunately, Pei Qian is not willing to say more. "Can you let me take a look? I like to read now, and I am very knowledgeable." When Pei Qian comes home, she will be shocked. Zhu Lian's face turned red, and he said helplessly, "It's melon seeds." Zhou Mili sighed and said like an old man, "You are already an adult, and you are still eating melon seeds." However, the little girl quickly smiled and said, "Since I have already bought it, let's just leave it at that." Julien smiled and nodded. The long-awaited mountain breeze was no longer just a distant memory. "I have already returned home, and I am in this mountain." A little water monster seemed to have turned into a little yellow sparrow in the mountains. It hopped around Julien and chattered about its family affairs. Xiao Mili did not say some things that could not be said. Pei Qian was first, she was second, and Sister Wanshu could only be third. Pei Xiang felt that it was ridiculous, and could only ask in her heart, "Is this little girl really the right protector of Luo Pa Mountain?" The protector position of the sect and immortal cave abode on the mountain had a lot of weight, and was said to be half of the mountain and river formation by the immortal master. Pei Xiang was sure that this little water monster's realm was not only not high, it was simply ridiculously low. Since this little girl was the right protector, could it be that Hongxia was the left protector? Or the head of Luo Pa Mountain? However, that Zhu Lian actually turned a deaf ear, and only cared about talking to the little girl about trivial matters. Pei Xiang laughed in anger. "Serves you right to be called old chef." Just as Pei Xiang was feeling a little depressed, it quickly turned into horror. A handsome man in white appeared out of thin air and smiled at Julien. "You are learning from others. Are you satisfied being a shopkeeper? How many years has it been?" Pei Xiang only felt that this person was as handsome as a jade mountain. In her eyes, this person's looks were only slightly inferior to Julien's. Shanjun, Wei Pai, the first deity position in the northern mountains of the continent. Julien sighed. "After being away from home for a long time, I miss Brother Wei." Wei Pai twitched the corner of his mouth. "Forget it. Don't blame me for being unrighteous." Zhu Lian immediately rubbed his hands and said, "Shan Jun's cultivation has soared, and the heavens and earth should congratulate you. When the chaotic world is over, we will have a proper night banquet." Wei Pai ignored Julien and nodded to the king of the Fox country. He roughly guessed Julien's plan. How despicable! Julien's hoe directly dug out half of the wealth of the Su family of Clearwind City. Pei Xiang hurriedly bowed to Lord Shan Jun. She was graceful and charming, but she did not do it on purpose. Xiaomi smiled and called out Wei Shanjun. Wei Shanjun, Wei Shanjun. Usually, she would only call him twice, but today, she was so happy that she called him again. Wei Pai understood, bent slightly, and opened his palm. Xiaomi put down a large handful of melon seeds. Wei Pai thanked her, and naturally ate the melon seeds, and telepathically told Zhu Lian to put away the business. Pei Xiang's eyelids twitched. When Zhu Lian heard what Wei Pai said, he sneered. That little brat saved his life. The surviving member of the Zhu Ying dynasty who came to Luo Mountain to take refuge and escape disaster had also received a secret order from Dali, but did not go to the ascension platform. The young sword cultivator had given up the great fortune of being in a favorable position. This was, of course, a clear indication from the emperor of the Song dynasty and Luo Mountain. Dali already knew of this person's background, but was still willing to let bygones be bygones. The pursuit of the Ministry of Justice would stop. Zhu Lian was more satisfied with the choice of that homeless dog. It was very wise. He did not push his luck. Luo Mountain gave him a place to stay, so he should be content. If he still dared to rely on Luo Mountain and did not know the severity of the matter, mistakenly thinking that a life-saving talisman could be used as a long-term protective talisman, then Zhu Lian would stick a life-hastening talisman on his corpse. Otherwise, when he returned to Luo Mountain, the second thing Zhu Lian would do would definitely be the will-seeking fist. And Zhu Lian's will-seeking fist was to determine life and death. As for the first thing, of course, it was to send melon seeds to Wanshu, Xiaomi, and the others, and then make a table of delicious mountain seasonal dishes. When the time came, he would take off his apron and go to the will-seeking fist. Zhu Lian raised his head. Then Pei Xiang saw a man in a green robe slowly walking down the mountain with a gentle smile. Zhu Lian was stunned. He glanced at Wei Pai. Wei Pai deliberately did not mention this matter. Anyway, Brother Zhu had already returned home, so he could see for himself. In those years of secret planning in Qingfeng City, Zhu Lian did not have any secret communication with Luo Mountain, just in case, to prevent all his efforts from falling short. After all, that Madame Su was really not easy to deal with. For example, regarding the matter of using the Fox Country to secretly gather literary luck, even now, Zhu Lian had already discovered the clues, but Pei Xiang still did not tell him frankly. Therefore, Zhu Lian really did not know this person's identity. He only saw that the other party was a sword cultivator with a high realm. Miyu smiled and said to Zhu Lian telepathically, "Greetings, head butler. I come from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Miyu Mi, as in white rice, you, as in rich, a jade, unpolished realm, sword cultivator. In Luo Mountain. Brother Zhu can call me Yumi." Zhu Lian cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Brother Yu is so handsome. You have added a lot of color to my Luo Mountain." Miyu hurriedly cupped his fists and returned the greeting. I don't dare. Wei Pai smiled playfully. Zhou Xiaomi blinked at Yumi, then quietly leaned back a little and threw a look at the bag on Old Chef's back, indicating to Yumi Old Chef went home today and bought a lot of melon seeds. Pei Xiang felt that she was a little unsociable and was even more shocked by that Brother Yu. The sword Qi was too heavy. Of course, Miyu was not deliberately showing off his realm. It was too boring. In truth, Miyu had just returned from Old Dragon City to Luo Mountain not long ago, and the sword Qi that was mixed with the killing intent had not faded, and was naturally revealed. And this was the result of Miyu deliberately suppressing the sword intent. Other than Miyu and Zhu Lian, who returned to Luo Mountain, there were still people rushing over. Zhongqiu, Chao Qinglang. They had finally returned to Aquarius Continent. They came from the north, riding on the Hempsex ferry, to directly return to Aquarius Continent from the Central Plains. Firstly, there was no ferry, and secondly, it was too dangerous. Thus, Teacher Zhong brought Chao Qinglang to the pure jade continent, to the North Continent, and then took the ferry to return to the south. The other group of people was Sui Jingqing and his senior brother Rongchang of floating Duckweed Sword Lake. They were returning from the south of Aquarius Continent and would once again pass by Luopa Mountain. During this time, they specially went to Old Dragon City to find their master, Li Kai. Li Kai did not allow her eldest disciple Rongchang to remain on the battlefield, as she said that if she died, floating Duckweed Sword Lake would be bullied half to death. So Rongchang should not join in the fun. Anyway, floating Duckweed Sword Lake had her as the sect leader, and while they did not win much, they would not lose face. At this time, on the mountain outside the bamboo building, the sword cultivator Chui Wei, who was cultivating at the Sword Reverence Arena, was about to leave the mountain. It was to bid farewell to Senior Sword Immortal Miyu, and also to take a look at the talisman Jiang Chu. Chui Wei also went to the Ascension Arena. He was already a nascent soul sword cultivator. Currently, Wei Pai, the Northern Mountain Lord, was one of the more leisurely ones. It was not that Wei Pai was lazy, but in truth, in the few battles after the opening of the sky screen from start to finish, he did not need to do anything, and only took advantage of the situation. He reckoned that when he met his colleague, Middle Mountain Lord Jin Qing, the other party would say many strange things. Zhu Lian pulled Wei Pai, Miyu, and the accountant Wei Wunlong together to discuss serious matters. There were too many things to discuss, and none of them were small. Even the matter of settling down in the Fox Kingdom was not the most important. Pei Xiang followed the little girl in the pink dress named Qin Wanshu and the strange little Xiaomi to an elegant courtyard to stay. Pei Xiang's mood was complicated, and she could not sleep at night, so she left her residence and walked alone, sitting on the steps of the mountaintop. She felt that her current mood was too unreasonable. Before she arrived at Luopa Mountain, she was afraid that Luopa Mountain's resources were too weak. She did not expect that Luopa Mountain would be filled with one strange thing after another, and she could not help but feel anxious. Then Pei Xiang realized that Zhu Lian should have finished his discussion and was now accompanying Sun Yuanji down the mountain. Zhu Lian realized that Sun Yuanji's fist technique had improved greatly and knew that she had received guidance from Lu Shirlu. Zhu Lian let Sun Yuanji continue up the mountain, and he took the lead in quickly ascending to sit beside Pei Xiang. Zhu Lian said softly, "Did you just realize that you are already in a foreign land? Don't worry, it won't take long for you to get used to it." Pei Xiang asked softly, "Yan Fang, have you always been secretly laughing at me for being a frog at the bottom of a well?" Zhu Lian laughed. "When did you become so melancholy? In my impression, the ruler of the Fox Kingdom in Clear Breeze City was a heroine, calculating, decisive, and good-looking." Pei Xiang said faintly, "If only I hadn't met you." Some women's moods were really unreasonable. When they were in a good mood, everything was good. When they were in a bad mood, everything was bad. The latter always comes out of the blue, often catching men off guard. Then don't listen to what she says in detail, whether it's some inexplicable complaint or some irritating words that you don't know where the reason is. Don't be anxious and throw yourself into confusion. Just treat it as an irrefutable reason and listen to it. Once you become impatient, or once she tries to reason with you, what can you do? You are finished. Even if you do not speak, you must listen and look at her seriously. Whether a man was willing to do so was often the real, not in a woman's heart. But who was Zhu Lian? Very quickly, Pei Xiang smiled. Sun Yuanji stopped halfway up the mountain, wanting to see the heartwarming scene at the top of the mountain. She admired old Mr. Zhu even more. He had just returned to his hometown and had to take care of a guest for Luopa Mountain. If it was the young mountain lord sitting next to that woman, Sun Yuanji would probably be worried about Sister Pei Xiang's situation. So what if it was the mountain lord? Her eyes were not good, and she liked to walk drunk at night. She liked to ignore everything, and only cared about traveling alone, making old Mr. Zhu unusually busy. And she, Sun Yuanji, practiced diligently every day. No one could find any fault with her. Moreover, the next time they passed each other, the gap between their fist techniques would be narrowed by her. In the small town at night, Yang family's medicine shop, Changming left Dragon Riding Alley and came here at night, knocking lightly on the door. Su Tian and Shi Lingshan, who had gone to an ancient battlefield to train their martial arts, had returned from their travels and continued to work as inconspicuous shop assistants. However, Shi Lingshan lived in Peach Leaf Alley, and only senior sister Su Tian lived there. Su Biao was instructed by her master to open the door for the woman. Changming went to the back courtyard. Su Biao simply moved a stool and sat at the door. In the back courtyard, Changming bowed to the old man. She bowed as a junior and did not even take a seat. She asked if the shop needed gold essence copper coins. After all, the war was in full swing. Other than Old Dragon City's main battlefield, the other two coastal battlefields were not as desperate as Old Dragon City's, but they were also filled with smoke. Old Yang shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions. It wasn't easy for you to accumulate such a small amount of wealth. Use it well. The reason he was willing to speak with her, besides her sincerity, was because of her relationship with the divine path. Changming was about to leave, but the old man suddenly asked, "That Shiro in the shop has a hidden line on her body. Did you see it?" Changming shook her head. "I didn't see it." Old Yang changed to an old tobacco pipe before putting it in. He lightly knocked on the stairs. In Gu Shu's territory, there are many mystical people. That Shiro's inheritance is only one of them. At first, it was not obvious, but after a while, it became clear. Changming was extremely interested in the Aquarius continent. Luopa Mountain had a large collection of books. She frequently flipped through the books and saw a book on Gu Shu's 800 immortals. The old man continued. She has some relationship with the Beko Keikyung building's third sect master, and they are still connected. As for when the lotus will move, it depends on the other party's mood. In the future, whether or not he will return to his true home and meet his senior brother. Changming only listened and silently memorized it in her heart. Old Yang suddenly said, "Wild cats, the night is full of stench." Ma Kuxian's childhood playmate had a much bigger background than Shiro's Tao Seed spirit aura. Old Man Yang pointed at the bench under the eaves. "Have a seat. Let's have a chat." Changming accepted the order and sat down. Old Yang was silent for a long time and slowly said, "It's just a palm-sized place. There is no place in the world that can scare outsiders. 60 years ago, Chui Dong, Qi Jingchun, this pair of senior and junior brothers who became enemies in front of the world. Chui Dong's betrayal was true, but deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors was fine. The sage of literature, Lu Shilu Junqian, adding Qin Pingon, then the sage of literature's direct disciple, was only missing a few who had not appeared. The world's proudest by Yi, Bek Okeikyung building's third sect master, Lu Chen, set up a fortune-telling stall. There was the Yin Yang School's Sozi, who set up a stall to sell Tanghulu. Heavenly Lord Xie Shi, Wan Qi, Wan Xiu Lier, and Li Lu, two pairs of father and daughter. Chao Shi, Chao Jun, a pair of grandfather and grandson from Mud Bottle Alley. Blind Taoist Jia Cheng, White Emperor City's Sheng Juzhong, another pair of master and disciple. One of Taoist master's clones, Li Shisheng. Song Zhangqiang of the White Dragon Fish Robe. Mahis Su Rua, Alliance, who was just a few steps away from entering the small town. Just like the Mud Bottle Alley's servant girl, GQ. The first Upper Five Realms mountain monarch in the history of the Aquarius continent, Wei Pai. sword cultivator Jiang Shangjin. Miyu Li Kai, of course, there was also the ancient sword under the bridge. To the cultivators on the mountain, a short 60 years was nothing. So as long as one's luck was not good, no matter who came here, no matter how high one's cultivation level was, if one had the guts, one's life would be hanging by a thread. Even if one was pleased for a moment and made enemies here, and temporarily did not have to worry about one's life, one still had to look further ahead and take it easy. After all, the young people of Pearl Grotto Heaven, especially Qin Pingan, Ma Ku Xian's generation went out many times, and their future was not small. For the first time, Old Yang laughed. This kind of opening is really heroic. Chong Ming held her breath and concentrated, only listening without speaking. Then she turned her head to look. A travel-worn young Confucian scholar with a bamboo chest on his back and a green bamboo cane in his hand suddenly opened the curtain. He happened to see Old Man Yang's rare smile. He laughed aloud and said, "Old man, look at how happy you are. You look silly. What's wrong?" "Found a wife. Old but vigorous, not bad at all." Chong Ming was stunned. The young man did not know Chong Ming's identity and could only cup his fists and smile, and then ran to Old Yang's back and squatted and grabbed his neck. "Did you miss me? Did you miss me?" He didn't think that Old Man Yang would have the ability to find such a beautiful sister. Chong Ming was stunned for a long time, and then suddenly laughed. "I know, it's that famous Li Huai who I have heard of for a long time. He had a good relationship with Master since young." Old Yang also allowed Li Huai to be rash, and only said, "You are still willing to come back." Li Huai let go of his hand and sat down next to him, gently beating his legs, and complained this trip was so tiring. "My luck is not good." Old Man Yang chuckled. Chong Ming said goodbye and left. Old Yang turned a blind eye to it. Li Huai took off the book box and put it aside, and then lay back, looking tired. "Old Yang, why do you think the world suddenly became so chaotic?" Old Yang said, "It's okay." Li Huai asked, "It has nothing to do with you, right?" Old Yang did not say anything and began to smoke. Li Huai sat up. "Give me a definite answer. Do you really think you are a master beyond this world? Old arms and legs. Don't try to be brave." Old Yang said, "It has nothing to do with me." Li Huai was slightly relieved and said with a cheeky smile, "I saw you laughing like a thief before, not like a decent person. What good news? Did you really find a wife?" "It can't be." Old Yang did not say anything. Li Huai lay back down. If he could lie down, he really did not want to sit, and if he sat, he did not want to stand. Anyway, he was like this since he was young. He was used to not being high or low, and he could not compare to anyone, not to his friends. Li Huai actually did not care, but when he went on a long journey, he always encountered some things, and it was not so comfortable. But his mother always said that he was a person who enjoyed life, and the reason was his sister, who was born a bit beautiful. In the future, if he found a brother-in-law who was willing to help him, he could just lie down and enjoy life. But when Li Huai thought of his sister Li Lu, he was worried. She was not young anymore, and there was still no one to settle down. Look, after missing out on my good brother Qin Pingan, who could cut a chicken head and burn yellow paper, she can't get married, right? What did father and mother mean, especially mother, sister? Do you really not understand? Or are you pretending not to understand? With our mother's temper, would she be willing to let an outsider live in the house that she prepared for her son? Old Yang seemed to know Li Huai's thoughts and said, "Your sister doesn't like Qin Pingan, and you can't force a melon to be sweet. If you don't understand this, what kind of books have you been reading all these years?" Li Huai rolled his eyes and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Find a wife first, then talk to me about romantic relationships." Li Huai sat up and opened the bamboo box, nagging about how much he spent. He did not spend any money on this trip to the North Continent, and now he had broken his cultivation. The old man listened and laughed. The lazy Lu Xianyang rarely visited Luopa Mountain. He did not come often. His blacksmith shop by the river was not close to the mountain. Lu Xianyang was so lazy that he did not even go to the ascension platform. Anyway, it was not like he had not gone there in his dreams, many times. Ordinary people would not talk to me, Lu Xianyang, about how thrilling it was. Looking at Zhou Mili, who was sitting on a small stool and dozing off like a chick pecking at rice, Lu Xianyang coughed softly. Zhou Mili shuddered and rubbed her sleepy eyes. She immediately got up and laughed. Sleepy Lu, you're here? Lu Xianyang, who had long been given the nickname of Sleepy Lu by Little Mealy, nodded first, then sat at the side and said with a smile, Little Mealy, as the right guardian, it's so degrading to be a small door god. Zhou Mili said helplessly, What can I do? Uncle Defeng has gone for a long trip, and Yuan Lai has also gone down the mountain with his sister. Sister Wanshu is so busy every day, and I'm so free. Then, the little girl said quietly, When Pei Qian comes back, he'll see me guarding the door here. I won't be able to run away from him. The little girl suddenly stretched out a hand and clenched it into a fist. Even if he runs away, I'm not afraid. I can catch him in an instant. It's like Pei Qian pressing down on the head of the left guardian of Dragon Riding Alley. Lu Xianyang crossed his arms. Zhou Mili said, What's wrong? Have you thought of a mountain chieftain? Think about it. Think about it. The two of us happened to be together. Unexpectedly, Lu Xianyang smiled and shook his head. Think about him, my ass. Just thinking about him makes me annoyed. The little girl, who had just taken out a handful of melon seeds to entertain Sleepy Lu, silently put them back into her sleeves. What did he say? Think about him, my ass? Then eat his ass. Little Mealy shook her head lightly. Lu Xianyang held back his laughter and asked, In the past, that good mountain chieftain of yours would often follow me to the stream and find a narrow spot. I'd jump first and he'd jump later. With a whoosh, he'd jump to the opposite bank, and with a splash, he'd fall into the water. I'd laugh at him from the opposite bank. The little girl widened her eyes and shook her head vigorously. Sleepy Lu, you're bragging without thinking. The good mountain chieftain is very, very powerful, except that he didn't know how to recite poetry. Moreover, if the good mountain chieftain was Sleepy Lu's follower, then what about her and Pei Qian? Wouldn't their seniority be lower? Lu Xianyang shrunk his shoulders and smiled. Little Mealy, the little girl laughed mischievously. Sleepy Lu, Lu Xianyang looked into the distance at the bright moon and joked, I have to quickly find a wife and give birth to a daughter as cute as Little Mealy. Zhou Mili thought for a while and drew a circle with her little head. Generally speaking, it's very, very difficult. After eating melon seeds, it's not difficult at all. Lu Xianyang muttered, Short pavilion and long pavilion and short pavilion and short stop. The road back is endless. Zhou Mili's eyes lit up. Sleepy Lu, you can recite poems too. Can you lend it to me for a few days? I can show it off to Pei Qian in the future. After I'm done showing off, I'll definitely return it to you. Lu Xianyang smiled. Of course. Then, the two of them looked at the full moon together, each thinking of someone far away, the center of the Jinjia continent. On a tragic battlefield, Pei Qian picked up a child whose face was covered in mud. This was the last remaining elite border army of a great dynasty. A total of 160,000 people were wiped out just like that. When they first met, the child was lying on the ground. The first thing he saw was a pair of broken boots soaked in blood. He stopped not far from the child. Pei Qian reached out to pull the child out of the pile of corpses. The child sat on the ground motionlessly, only staring at the young woman bathed in blood. His face was cracked and his cheekbones were exposed. His eyes were lifeless. Yu Zhuanfu came to Pei Qian's side and looked at the skinny and pitiful child. he said to Pei Qian. "Thank you for that punch." Pei Qian squeezed out a smile and shook his head lightly. The punch she used to save Yu Juanfu from afar on the battlefield was learned from Lei Gong Temple Senior Pei, so Pei Qian didn't think there was anything to thank. If Master knew, would it cause him to eat a chestnut for nothing? The eye-catching young man in white stood alone on the top of a hill. On the path of cultivation, there was a Taoist #2 in the Qingming world, who was known as the true invincible of several worlds. On the path of martial arts, this person also had a bit of an invincible spirit. After all, before him, there was still a female martial god master waiting for him. Chao Ci not only can punch to kill enemies, but also to save people. At most, Pei Qian could pay attention to Shi Jiejie's safety. This was also because Yu Juanfu was fighting side by side with her, not far away. But that Chao Ci Do Duci's fists can take care of the battlefield far away, worthy of being Master's only rival on the path of martial arts. The opponent Master finds is the same as whatever Master does. Always strong. But looking for the first disciple, it doesn't seem to be very good. Pei Qian said to the child, "Get up, play dead when you should, get up when you should, get up and lower your head again. This way you can live longer. If you stay here, death is death." Pei Qian actually already noticed this strange child, but couldn't take care of him before. This child is a Yao, but on the battlefield, the child from the Jin-Jia continent unexpectedly protected a person. Unfortunately, the person the child protected with his life has already died without a complete corpse, and the child, who just took human form not long ago, was only affected by a spell and paid the price of having his longevity bridge broken. So he didn't actively play dead before, but instead fainted. When he woke up, he began to play dead. The child finally got up, silently following behind Pei Qian, limping forward. If Pei Qian walked fast, he would walk fast. If Pei Qian walked slow, he would walk slow. Yu Juanfu didn't hide anything. Straightforwardly said, "Pei Qian, I'll say one more thing. In the future you have to fight by yourself and take care of a child. It won't be easy." Yu Juanfu didn't hold a grudge against the child because of his Yao origin. Pei Qian nodded. "It will be very difficult." She turned to look at the child, who stopped in an instant. It seems that after that person died, the beastly aura on the child began to gather again, becoming more like a mountain spirit who hasn't cultivated for long and isn't very good at hiding his Yao origin. There's nothing sadder than a dead heart. Pei Qian stopped, turned to face the child, and asked in the language of the Jin-Jia continent, "Do you want to learn fist techniques from me?" The child was indifferent, just standing there. Yu Juanfu frowned because she saw a deep-rooted hatred in the child's eyes towards herself and Pei Qian. It seems to be the same for the entire world and the world. It doesn't make sense, but it is the truth. The child looked at Pei Qian, finally willing to speak. He stretched out a hand. His voice was hoarse and unclear, as if it hurt the foundation of his Tao, making it difficult to speak. Yu Juanfu finally heard clearly. The child said, "Lend me money, and I'll leave. I'll pay you back later." Pei Qian said, "You can earn money by learning fist techniques." The child's face was expressionless, and he lowered his head. Yu Juanfu was a bit helpless. "Pei Qian, and this child, what's going on?" Tong Yi Continent's Heavenly Fault Peak Azure Tiger Palace. The old nascent soul, Lu Yong, was determined to die, and found the leader of the cultivators following the army, saying that he wanted to make a deal with the Dali dynasty according to the rules set by the imperial tutor. The stout general nodded, saying that it was negotiable. Then he immediately summoned 2 secretaries from the Great Li dynasty to discuss the details with a foreign nascent soul stage cultivator. They also brought a secret record with them, which recorded detailed information about the Green Tiger Palace and Lu Yong in the Tongya continent. One of the secretaries suggested to the general that Lu Yong didn't need to go to the battlefield to kill demons in exchange for battle merits. He could just refine pills and his battle merits would only be greater. The general frowned and directly asked the young civil official how the so-called conversion of alchemy into battle merits was calculated. This Lu Yong is putting his life on the line to discuss this with us. Could you please explain it to us in detail? The secretaries first discussed with their colleagues, and then frankly and honestly, according to Dali's established rules, they gave the general and Lu Yong a detailed explanation. The young civil official spoke quickly, and his words were precise without any ambiguity. For example, Lu Yong and the Azure Tiger Palace didn't need to provide any of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for alchemy, and they just didn't want to haggle over wages with Dali. For example, if the Azure Tiger Palace's alchemy methods could really have an immediate effect on cultivators and pure martial artists, then as long as Lu Yong was willing to go public with Dali, they could calculate a considerable amount of battle merits. The general only interrupted and said that Lu Yong didn't need to worry. If he wasn't willing to give out the secret alchemy formulas, Dali wouldn't make things difficult for the Azure Tiger Palace, and he wouldn't settle accounts later. Lu Yong was overjoyed. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and agreed to everything. From the beginning to the end, it took less than an hour. The two secretaries gave Lu Yong an extremely detailed account of where Lu Yong and all the alchemists of the Green Tiger Palace were going, how they were going, the prices of the various elixirs, how they were going to calculate their battle merits, and the people who were going to meet them at the temporary station. After finishing their discussion, the two young civil officials quickly left. The general only cupped his fists and didn't exchange any pleasantries with them. Lu Yong sighed in his heart. Dali's border army's thunderous momentum didn't only lie on the battlefield. Dali's general, who was in charge of keeping an eye on the foreign cultivators, patrolled the mountains and rivers' restrictions every time he put on his armor and sword. Occasionally, he would look at those immortals who seemed to be kept in captivity. The man's eyes were very cold. As a Dali's border army officer, discussing business with this old, nascent soul Tong Yejo, who was an expert in alchemy, in Dali's border army, the law was the most important, and no one could ignore it. Those rules, big and small, were all engraved in the bones of the martial artists. Dali's cavalry and the accompanying cultivators didn't differentiate between the top and bottom of the mountain. They were all martial artists, but since they had finished discussing business, there weren't too many taboos. Before the man left, he suddenly smiled and cupped his fists towards the old cultivator. He said in a deep voice, "Just because you're willing to die in a foreign land, my comrades, and I will remember Heavenly Fault Peak, Azure Tiger Palace. Of course, it doesn't matter whether or not we remember a few brutes on the battlefield. I'm just speaking from the bottom of my heart." The man walked away in large strides, his armor clanking as he left the old man with his back view. Lu Yong couldn't help but cup his fists towards the general's back view. He then put it down and left quickly. Time to do something. In the distance, on the battlefield of Old Dragon City, the senior monk of the large temple was fighting side by side with the unknown Taoist. The old Taoist opened a famous semi-cursive scroll. The content was only 28 words, but there were 172 seals in the future. Each word was talisman. Many golden armored puppets smashed into the demon army. He was a true pure jade realm cultivator, but he was unknown in the Aquarius continent. The martial fate of the Aquarius continent didn't lose to the other 7 continents outside of the Central Plains Divine Continent. It was even more prosperous than the pure jade continent, but in terms of the number of native cultivators in the 5 upper realms, it was too little. As for the old monk, he threw out his staff, which turned into a green flood dragon. He also took off his kasaya, which suddenly became as big as the clouds, covering tens of miles of the battlefield. On the kasaya, there seemed to be a clear and round water surface, like a lotus in the wind. The emperor of the Song clan had once ordered to build temples in the entire continent. The The Buddhist sect had to return the favor. Today, when the old monk and the Taoists were resting, they sat on the clouds, a few thousand feet apart, and spoke telepathically. The old monk smiled and asked, "Why did you come here?" "I have nothing to do in the mountains, so I came down to take a look." His place of cultivation was the White Frost dynasty, which was as majestic as the Zhuang dynasty of yesteryear. Only that when the Dali cavalry passed through the country, the old immortal didn't make a move. Cultivating in the mountains, one's Tao heart was emotionless, but he wasn't a native cultivator of the Aquarius continent. He traveled to the Aquarius continent and stayed there for many years. The old Taoist smiled and said, "Outside the mountains, the grass grows every year. Whether I look at it or not is my problem. Whether I open it or not, it is my problem." Old Dragon City's Fu family's head helper, sword cultivator Chu Yang. Su Ruo had once asked for his help, and then they met in a foreign land. It made the Mo family ranger feel that he didn't save Chu Yang for nothing. He joined hands with the Sun family's helper. Now that old Dragon City used the Fu family's mountain river formation as a barrier, 3 huge holes had appeared on the South Sea battlefront. Chu Yang was in charge of stopping the demons from entering. He was exhausted, but he was still killing to his heart's content. With old Dragon City as the core of the array formation, the Mountain Grand Array was not only responsible for blocking the demons who were constantly sending themselves to their deaths and piling up corpses into mountains, but it could also help Mountain Lord South Mountain Fan Jun Mao and some other people who had attained the Tao find demons of the upper 5 realms and earth immortals who could break the array formation's restrictions alone. Dali's floating sword boat was in charge of fighting the wasteland. Now, south of Old Dragon City in Aquarius continent was wasteland. On the continent, the treasure bottle had a golden lotus flower, which was a huge formation. There was also the 24 solar terms formation, which was still flowing perfectly. Chui Dong was in charge of the Beko Keikyung building and was in charge of slaying demons. There was a female sword, Celestial, who came from afar. She kept on killing and attacking with her sword. Her sword in the past was already broken and couldn't be used anymore. The sword in her hand was still a sword that she pulled out from the floating duckweed sword lake's treasury. As for the life-flying sword that was the foundation of a sword, Celestial, Li Kai was also damaged in the 2 battles in a foreign land and in her hometown. The female sword immortal caught a glimpse of him and suddenly smiled, because there was a man who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. With a swing of his sword, he killed a nascent soul demon sword cultivator from afar. Then he fled far away, leaving behind only one sentence: "Tonight, my wife is especially beautiful and moving." Li Kai laughed and replied, "Do I need you to tell me if I'm beautiful or not?" At the southernmost part of Old Dragon City's battlefield, Zhou Mi appeared. Beside him was his direct disciple, Sword Celestial Xingchen, and Lu Bai, who rushed over from the Great Wall of Sword Energy. There was also his closed-door disciple, Jia Shenying, who wasn't a sword cultivator. The young man in the past was now a young man. All the schemes and wisdom in the world belonged to Jia Sheng. Jia Shenying frowned and said, "The small Aquarius continent has records of all the strange people in it. Where did those accidents come from? Did I miss the spy report of the 60-year period?" Jia Shenying shook his head and said, "Senior apprentice brother has never missed a spy report." Zhou Mi smiled and said, "It's my fault for leaving my hometown for so long. It's also Chui Dong's fault for scheming too much." In the history of the world, there was a sigh that said, "All the schemes and wisdom in the world belong to Jia Sheng." Therefore, Jia Shenying said, "Embroidered Tiger Chui Dong is indeed the senior apprentice brother of hidden official." Zhou Mi smiled and said, "I don't know how strong he is until he dies." Zhou Mi waved his hand. After a while, on the vast and boundless sea surface, The sound of thunder grew louder and shook the earth. It turned out that outside of the sea surface near Old Dragon City, there was another sea surface that was 100 feet tall and surging over. It was a water technique of the king stage great demon Fei, the current lord of the swaying river in the desolate land. She wanted to flood Old Dragon City. On the road to the north, there were many demon race cultivators that were proficient in water techniques, all of them unleashing their natal divine abilities or adding techniques, all of them adding fuel to the flames of the gigantic waves. The monstrous waves ferociously crashed towards the obstructing city at the southern end of Aquarius continent. On the Dragon Ascension stage, GQ's figure transformed into a rainbow light, passing through Old Dragon City's formation and entering the sea. Before she revealed her true dragon body, she had already killed countless of the demon race cultivators in the radius of 10 li. Zhou ignored it and laughed to his closed-door disciple, Mu Sun. Previously, you said that Cui Dong is indeed the senior apprentice brother of Hidden Official. Isn't that inappropriate? It should be that young Hidden Official is indeed the junior apprentice brother Cui Dong. Zhou looked up and spoke in his mind. Embroidered Tiger thinks so. The majestic image of Cui Dong was in the sky above Dali Pidu, holding the Baek Ok Kyung building in his hand. The 12 flying swords were as big as sword boats, hovering in all directions. Cui Dong did not answer the question and smiled. Jia Sheng's schemes are disappointing. Note 1. Don't take it seriously. Don't hit the face. (7:17). Left and right, they arrived at a beautiful place with verdant hills and limpid waters. With a green bamboo stick in hand, they climbed the mountain. The temple was at the foot of the mountain. The Taoist temple was at the peak, and the academy was halfway up the mountain. Even if it was not a blessed place, it was still the same. He was now in a foreign land called the Yuhua, blessed land. He had nothing to do and was unwilling to move his real body. He could only use his Yin spirit to travel and take the opportunity to see the world's scenery. This blessed land was a holy place for cultivation and was known as the immortal's abode in the human world. It was a place that all the hermits in the world had to pass by. It was also the first choice of all the kind men and women in the human world. It was said that there were many immortals in the ancient times who cultivated in the mountains. Hence, there was the Chui Song Palace at the peak of the mountain. Later on, there was an immortal who attained Tao and rode a green dragon that was transformed from an ancient pine. He ascended and became an immortal. When the monarch saw the unprecedented and unrecorded auspicious sign, he immediately changed the name of the era. In the first year of Shanyun, he ordered the construction of Baoji Temple to worship the Taoist immortal's ascension. More than 100 years later, the dynasty changed and the temple's incense withered. The immortal's last recorded return to the human world was to use his supreme supernatural power to salvage the Baoji Temple that had sunk into the water for unknown reasons and move it to the peak of the mountain. The emperors of the new dynasty quickly gave the ancestor of the treasure accumulation temple many titles, such as Enlightened Being, True Lord, and Heavenly Lord, as he ascended step by step. They also gave him plaques and Tao books, causing the temple to prosper until now. Later generations had different opinions. They were sure that this immortal was not only listed as an immortal after his ascension, but was also given an extremely high-rank green seal by the Heavenly Emperor. His official position was similar to the 6 ministers in the human world. Hence, wherever he went, the gods of the mountains, lakes, and swamps, as well as the hidden immortals of the sea, would come to greet him. Of course, Zhuozhu knew that these rumors about the blessed land were just baseless rumors. The old cultivator, who was regarded as a Tao enlightened immortal, was actually just a sect in the Tongyi continent. He was a consecrator of the ancestral hall. His final achievement was the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. He was unable to break through and extend his lifespan, and could only decay day by day. Then he encountered the invasion of the desolate world, whether it was because the old cultivator believed that his time was up and there was no meaning in living for a few more years, or because there was some other reason. The old cultivator chose to die in battle on the battlefield of the Tongyi continent. As for feather transformation-blessed land, it was unable to escape this calamity and fell into the hands of a military camp. The blessed land was supposed to be carried by a direct disciple of the sect to the Aquarius continent to hand over this emergence-blessed land to Old Dragon City to help the cultivators of the sect exchange for a place to cultivate with the Dali dynasty. Feather transformation-blessed land was vast but sparsely populated due to the thin spiritual energy and the fact that the god who owned the blessed land was unwilling to spend too much money. There were very few cultivators who could barely make it in history. To a Tongyi continent's immortal sect, it was indeed a very useless and inferior blessed land. If they spent a lot of money on the blessed land, it would delay the cultivation of the Qi cultivators on their own mountain. In the end, the gains would not make up for the losses. Moreover, a sect leader, even if he was already in the unpolished Jade realm, as long as he could not become an immortal and his lifespan was fixed, he would be short-sighted. He would not dare to say what would happen to the blessed land 1,000 years later. As for the rest of the elders, consecrators, and direct disciples of the ancestral hall, their realms were lower and their Tao skills were shallow. Therefore, they would only be more short-sighted. They might not be unable to see the long-term benefits of the blessed land. However, what benefit would it bring to Tao in the next 1,000 years? However, to the Song clan, it could indeed solve a part of their urgent needs. It was the most convenient to use it to migrate the people of the vassal state in the southernmost part of the continent. Feather transformation blessed land's rank was too low. On the contrary, it was a good thing because the hidden dangers were very small. The conflicts between the people on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, as well as between cultivators and mortals, were almost negligible. It cost almost nothing to settle the refugees. As for why the blessed land eventually fell into the hands of the demon army, Swazwa was not very interested. Regardless of whether it was the greed of the human heart or the accidents of the world, he was detained here anyway. The pilgrims on the road did not pay much attention to this man, who looked like a Confucian scholar with a green robe and a green bamboo cane. After all, he was very common. Zwa was stopped at a place where vendors gathered halfway up the mountain. Among them, there was a banner that said, "The last place to drink. Quickly drink until you are full." It reminded the people of the world that they had to be sincere in burning incense. Those who were addicted to alcohol should quickly satisfy their cravings here. Otherwise, if they drank when they were high up, they would be drunk. If they were seen by the immortals who had opened their celestial eyes, it would easily cause them to be unhappy and their blessings and wishes would not come true. Other than devout pilgrims who went up the mountain to burn incense, there were also many porters who worked hard to earn money. They either carried luggage for the pilgrims or carried stones up the mountain for the pilgrims so that the temple at the top of the mountain could accumulate stones to build a new mansion. The former made less money, while the latter made more money. It was just that this hard-earned money was really hard to earn. Therefore, some pilgrims who were well off would let the porters rest here and treat them to a bowl of wine to strengthen their energy and heart. Zwazwa took out some money to buy a bowl of wine. There were more drinkers, and they took up a few tables. Zwazwa was unwilling to share a table with others and wanted to walk further away. When the vendor saw that the customer wanted to walk further away to drink, he hurriedly shouted and asked him to pay a deposit first. Otherwise, he could not walk too far away to drink. If he encountered a drinker with a bad conscience after drinking, he would just casually throw him off the cliff. You are saving effort and being generous. Our vendor is just a small business. Who can we ask for compensation? Zwa could only return with the wine and pay the vendor a few coins. Then he walked to the railing of the cliff and looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance. The mountains and rivers meandered up and down like a scene in a pot. Previously, the official sword seeker Tong Yi sect had taken the initiative to give the sect a great future. No matter what the demon race's intentions were, it was obvious that they wanted to turn the Tong Yi sect's disaster into a blessing. After all, the scholar with the pseudonym Zhou had appeared as the second highest sovereign great demon in the wasteland. His vows and promises could indeed be taken seriously. One had to know that in the southernmost part of the Tong Yi continent, there was a meeting in the Jade Gui sect's ancestral hall, where the sect master was not present. They rejected the suggestion of the round-faced woman in cotton-padded clothes and did not hand over the Cloud Cave blessed land controlled by the Jiang family. As a result, the demon race's army attacked continuously and no longer held back. The temperamental patriarch of the Jade Gui sect cursed Jiang Shangzhen for being a jinx while killing demon cultivators. If one day I die and the Jade Gui sect and Cloud Cave blessed land are lucky enough to survive, let Jiang Shangzhen come to my grave and kowtow out to thank me. The sound has to be loud, otherwise no one will hear. This was probably the so-called every dog has its day. It was easy to become a joke if one enjoyed watching a joke. The Jade Gui sect had watched the Tong Yi sect become a joke for a few years. It seemed that it was the turn of the Tong Yi sect's cultivators to watch the Jade Gui sect become a joke, and this opportunity was easily obtained. All they had to do was nod their heads. As long as the Tong Yi sect's ancestral hall seized this opportunity, it was possible that they could directly annex the Jade Gui sect in the future. It was not even an extravagant hope to turn their sworn enemy into a vassal sect. However, the hearts of the Tong Yi sect's cultivators were shattered but not shattered. This was because the number of people in the Tong Yi sect's ancestral hall who held their own opinions was actually half and half. Zwa was actually quite surprised. He originally thought that the Tong Yi sect's cultivators, regardless of their age, would immediately change sides and expel him from the sect. Unexpectedly, those younger cultivators of the Tong Yi sect, who were younger in terms of seniority, were actually able to bear this burden together. Not only did they refuse the invitation of the wilderness world, they also dared to find Zwa and say, "We implore Sir Zwa to stay. Sir Zwa can leave his life to us." The old cultivators who had lived for hundreds and thousands of years still wanted to live. The young people who had only walked on the great Tao for a few years were still willing to die. At that moment, Zwa suddenly felt that the world had indeed changed for the better. In the past, the world rarely made things so easy for Zwa. For example, in the past, when he encountered those sort of mortal embryos who relied on their strength to act, Zwa would be put in a difficult position. Should he kill them or beat them half to death? As long as Zwa was still in the Tong Yi sect, and the sword Aura was still in the Tong Yi continent, to the wilderness world, it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. After the sword-shattering Ascendant Realm Sun Yuanjin, Xiao Chu went to the South Whirlpool continent where the battle was relatively stable. He said that he wanted to strike down the sun and moon that fell from Chen Chuanan's shoulder. At the same time, he wanted to meet Lu Ji. Therefore, the Sword Immortal Advisor was in charge of the specific implementation of the plan. In the end, they used an inferior blessed land with less than 10 million people to successfully detain Zwa. The advisor seemed to be asking Zwa, but his real method was to suddenly open the heaven and earth restriction of the Ascension blessed land and fiercely smash it to Zwa. At the same time, in the blessed land, There was an unpolished jade realm demon cultivator who had the will to die. He hooked his finger to Zwa Zwa. The meaning was obvious. Either enter the trap or watch the blessed land shatter in front of Zwa Zwa's eyes. At the same time, Zhomi used the great method of changing the heaven and earth, causing Zwa to be in the blessed land. Zwa did not allow the blessed land to shatter in the Tong Yisek's territory. Other than killing demons, he also used the sword Aura to travel the heaven and earth barrier. He used the sword Aura to form the heaven and earth formation to protect the blessed land. Without hesitation, then Zhomi restored the original mountains and rivers. The advisor immediately closed the blessed land's restriction and isolated the heaven and earth, causing Zwa to be temporarily detained here. At the same time, he first rooted the blessed land in the Tong Yi continent and merged it with the great Tao of the wilderness world. He also ordered 2 immortal realm demons to continuously use spells to attack the blessed land's barrier. The immortal realm spells and great Tao combined to continuously wear down Zwa's sword will and cultivation. He did not pursue the result of shattering the blessed land, but also did not allow Zwa to be too relaxed in the ascension blessed land. After stabilizing the boundary of the heaven and earth barrier, Zwa began to carefully observe this small blessed land. The vast sword Aura was still far away from the mortal world. If Zwa wanted to leave the blessed land and return to the Tong Yi continent of the vast world, it was extremely simple. He could just casually use his sword to split open the heaven barrier and ignore the life and death of the ascension blessed land. Not to mention, Zwa, even if Jiang Shangjin used that willow leaf, he could do the same. Hence, it was meaningless to trap Jiang Shangjin here. Jiang Shangjin would definitely use his sword decisively. After using his sword, not to mention the millions of casualties in the blessed land. Even if the blessed land was shattered and millions of mortals died, Jiang Shangjin would not feel the slightest ripple in his heart. In the past, Jiang Shangjin almost failed miserably in his own family's gutter. He punished the group of arrogant earth immortals who led the group to cause trouble in the Cloud Cave blessed land. The number of casualties on and below the mountain was more than 1 million. However, Zwa planned to stay here temporarily until he thought of a solution that was not difficult to solve. This caused the left and right true bodies to be unable to move at all, as if they had entered a meditative state. His meticulous means were not ordinary. Before he let the officials throw out the blessed land, he had already set up an edict of the Great Way in the blessed land. It was as if he was carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens. It was specially used to suppress the sword Aura in the human world. Therefore, the Yin spirit could only travel far away. Otherwise, a slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. The so-called Heaven's Way here could not hurt the sword immortal at all, but it would make the human world fall into trouble. For example, when the left and right swords slashed the demons earlier, a huge ravine that was 10,000 miles long appeared in the sky of the blessed land. This was even after the left and right swords tried their best to guide their own sword, Aura, and Great Tao to circulate. Otherwise, after killing the demons with a single sword strike, the human world would have suffered countless disasters. In the eyes of the few cultivators who were climbing the mountain in the blessed land, the ravine that seemed to tear a crack in the sky was like a rainbow of sword chi that hung between heaven and earth for a long time. The brilliance of the colored glaze and the sword chi flowed endlessly. The sword Aura of the left and right true bodies had to be far away from the human world. It was used to support the boundary between heaven and earth to prevent the demon cultivators' spells and supernatural powers from wantonly breaking the barrier of the blessed land. Otherwise, when the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth happened, the common people of the Yu Hua blessed land would suffer from all kinds of natural disasters. It could be torrential rain that lasted for 10 days, causing floods to fill the sky. It could be a drought that lasted for a few years, causing thousands of miles of land to be dyed red. Or snow that covered the entire winter and killed everything. In the beginning, the left and right true bodies thought that there were still demons left behind in the blessed land, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. For example, a sovereign great demon was hiding here. However, after patrolling the area, he realized that it was normal. If the two sides fought, once the blessed land was destroyed, causing the mountains and rivers to be destroyed, it was equivalent to letting the left and right true bodies break free from the cage. At that time, it would be his turn to attack with all his might. However, it was not as simple as Jiang Shangjin taking out the willow leaf and stabbing it here and there. After confirming that there were no more great demons hiding in the Yu Hua blessed land, the left and right true bodies began to travel far away. The name of the blessed land was Yu Hua blessed land. The meaning of the name was great, but in reality, it did not live up to its name. It was really just a private property of a low-level celestial family in the Tongyi continent. In the past, the cultivators here formed their gold cores and ascended to the Tongyi continent in the sky beyond heaven. After that, on the path of cultivation, they were recruited by the celestial family. Even though the cultivator hid very well, his hometown blessed land was still discovered by the ancestor at the top of the mountain. After a series of deductions, he followed the clues and roughly figured out the location. After spending tens of years, he finally salvaged this small blessed land from the shore of the long river of time. After that, it was only logical that the door would open and the celestial immortals would descend to inspect the blessed land. They would plunder the natural treasures and look for good materials and jade that were suitable for cultivation. However, the blessed land was too barren. The natural treasures that could catch their eyes could be counted with one's fingers. The so-called cultivation geniuses were also lacking. Occasionally, there would be one, but after being brought out of the blessed land and nurtured wholeheartedly, they would not be of much use. At most, they would cultivate to the gold core realm. For a celestial family, with the celestial family, even if they had a blessed land, they would not be able to make ends meet. As for the other mountain celestial masters and disciples of rich and powerful families, they would spend money to travel around the blessed land as celestials. However, due to the quality of the blessed land, the benefits were too small. Therefore, the other celestial families in the Tongyi continent felt that they had made a loss. Over time, Yu Hua blessed land had always been a low-level blessed land. The sects in the world were all willing to upgrade a medium-level blessed land to a high-level blessed land. No matter how much money they spent, they would not be tired. However, they might not be willing to upgrade a low-level blessed land to a medium-level blessed land. Therefore, there was a saying on the mountain, it's better to not have a low-level blessed land. If it fell into the hands of a large sect, they would not care about the cost. In the end, they would gain a lot of long-term benefits and turn their losses into profits. However, in history, there were many small sects that were not rich enough. They would often be harmed by this. In the end, most of them would choose to sell it to the rich sects on the mountain. The quality of a blessed land was not only based on the size of the mountains and rivers and the number of people in the blessed land, but also the amount of spiritual energy in the heaven and earth. Otherwise, even if the blessed land was vast and had a population of tens of millions, it would not be suitable for ordinary people to cultivate on the mountain. The threshold for cultivation was too high, and the bottleneck was too big. Therefore, people who cultivated were all in the lower 5 realms. Even the cave realm was an extravagant hope, Perhaps the so-called becoming a celestial was only the first level of the middle 5 realms, the cave realm. Therefore, the quality of the blessed land could only be evaluated as low level. In this Yuhua, blessed land, the 36th generation Taoist of the Azure Dragon Palace at the peak of the mountain, the first temple master of the treasure accumulation temple, belonged to the category of cultivation genius who gathered the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth. In a low-level blessed land, not only did he cultivate the unprecedented Dragon Gate realm, he even cultivated a golden elixir in the end. Therefore, he was favored by the great Tao of heaven and earth, allowing him to break through the canopy of heaven and earth and travel far away. Unfortunately, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. The cultivators who came from the blessed land were some lucky ones who carried the fate of the heaven and earth. When one person became a celestial, the troubles of the world began. This Yuhua, blessed land, could be considered a blessing in the misfortune. The blessed land was preserved and had not been destroyed until now. In the vast history of the world, there were many blessed lands that were not taken in by the big sects because of carelessness after someone ascended. They were firmly protected, and in the end, the mountains and rivers of the blessed land were destroyed, and the people died tragically. There were also many low-level blessed lands that were drained by cultivators and completely cut off the native cultivators' way of climbing the mountain. Of course, low-level blessed lands rose because of one person in the vast world, and there were still many of them. A young lady in gorgeous clothes took advantage of the fact that the elders in her family were resting here. She brought her maid and her mother with the excuse of enjoying the scenery. She came to the side of the green-robed scholar, who was drinking alone with a bowl of wine in his hand. She lifted the curtain hat, and her face was slightly red. She softly said, "May I ask where you are from?" He turned his head left and right and answered, "A place that I have never heard of." The lady's slightly red cheeks were as red as rouge. She smiled and said, "If you tell me, I will know." He shook his head left and right and said, "Even if I tell you, you still won't know?" If it was in the past, he would either turn a deaf ear or just answer a question. However, after meeting and parting with his teacher last time, he felt that his temper really did need to be changed. For example, treating a woman's flirting seriously as a quizzical game. So today, he said 1 or 2 more sentences. The lady did not know why, but she left in anger and embarrassment. The young lady beside the lady was even more annoyed. This scholar was so dull. He was born with a handsome face for nothing. Very well, the quizzical game was over. Clean and efficient, without any sloppiness. He turned his head left and right and returned the empty bowl to the stall owner. The stall owner even muttered a few words of complaint. Drinking a bowl of wine for half a day. If it wasn't a delay in earning money, then what was it? Why would a scholar talk about such empty words? Was he here to burn incense or to cheat a rich woman? I have resentment in my heart, so I only said it in a low voice. You can hear it, but others can't. If a scholar like you doesn't have a big heart, then you're a gentleman. If we really want to fight, do you think I'm afraid of you? If it was a normal scholar, they would just treat it as wind past their ears. They would go up the mountain to burn incense and not cause trouble. However, the scholar stopped and said, "Say it again." The stall owner suddenly felt a burst of anger. He glanced at the other party again. The blue-robed scholar was not short, but rather tall. He resentfully averted his gaze, not daring to look at the guy with such a bad temper. He said in a low voice, "It's nothing, it's nothing. Customer, you misheard." Zhuozhua continued to climb the mountain towards Chui Song Palace. The death of an old Yuanying in a foreign land seemed like a drop in the bucket in the vast world's turbulent general situation. There was no benefit at all. However, Zhuozhua did not think so. In the past, when the four direct disciples of the sage of literature saw such small matters, Chui Dong would investigate the details of people's hearts. Perhaps he would use this opportunity to observe someone or something, wasting several months. The big guy was neither painful nor itchy. It was all the same when bigger things fell on his head. If you want to make me angry, you have to have enough ability. Otherwise, it's all empty talk. Shao Qi might think more about the local customs and so on. However, Zhuozhua insisted on competing with people face to face. He would not give up until he had a clear explanation. When Zhuozhua was young, he suffered a lot because of this. It caused his teacher to have to leave the study room many times. He was distracted and had to deal with the students' problems and clean up their messes. This was especially true after Zhuozhua went to practice swordsmanship. When he pulled Zhuozhua to apologize in person, every time the old scholar saw that the stubborn student refused to bow his head, he would get angry. The old scholar would often jump down and give the student a slap. Otherwise, he would not be able to press the student's head down. He would make Zhuozhua quickly bow his head and apologize to others. However, after each time he reluctantly bowed his head and admitted his mistake, the old scholar would bring Zhuozhua out of sight. He would first talk to Zhuozhua about some bigger principles and where the real right and wrong was. The principles involved had long been away from Zhuozhua and Zhuozhua. In the end, Zhuozhua, who had lowered his head in anger, would raise his head higher and higher. If you want to read more. Don't just focus on swordsmanship. You will only get into trouble. In the future, if you really understand the sage's books, when you use your sword to pierce through the sky, your teacher will mend the sky for you. But before that, you have to read more. You have to use the Tao of heaven and earth and the sufferings of the human world as the scabbard. Otherwise, how can your teacher rest assured that you will practice swordsmanship without reading? After Zhuozhua reached the peak, he saw the Chui Song Palace covered with dark green glazed tiles. However, the glazed tiles here were not made of celestial materials. It only symbolized the favor of the emperor of the human world. Zhuozhua did not go to the Taoist palace with incense burning in spirals. He chose to go to a place with fewer people, which was higher than the halfway point of the mountain. He would only cause his teacher to worry and would not help him share his worries. In this matter, only that silly big guy did the best, not to mention himself, who caused trouble, as if he was eating. Even Shao Qi was not as good as him. When he was scolded, he did not talk back. When he was beaten, he did not fight back. He always accompanied his teacher, and almost never caused trouble. Zhuozhua looked up. He frowned at first, then his brows relaxed, and he held back his laughter. Someone broke the sky curtain's prohibition with a punch and scattered the sword or a barrier. Therefore, Zhuozhua thought it was an ascendant realm demon who came here. He was inevitably worried about the safety of the blessed land. When he saw the appearance of the uninvited guest clearly, he was in a good mood. But Zhuozhua slightly leaked a bit of the essence of the sword intent, so that the other party could see at a glance. At the same time, he used the sword aura to open the way for the other party to help cover the atmosphere, so that the other party's whereabouts in the Yu-Hua blessed land would not be too conspicuous. The other party noticed the sword intent on his left and right and immediately restrained his qi. He stood straight and visited the mountain top, where Zhuozhua was. But even so, the mountain top still trembled slightly because the burly man's feet touched the bottom. For a moment, the pilgrims mistakenly thought it was a celestial. Many pilgrims who had already walked out of the gate of Chui Song Palace hurried back to ask for incense. Lu Shirlu grinned and said, "It took me a long time to find you. Before coming here, Lu Shirlu traveled across continents to Tongyi continent. He first went to the northernmost Tongyi sect. He did not get involved in the matters there, and only asked about Zhua's whereabouts. Then he went all the way south, from a sword cultivator named Zhou Fei, who claimed to be a consecrator of Luopa Mountain. He found out where Zhuazhua was imprisoned in Tongyi continent. Before he opened the gate, he really saw the two celestial demons that could scare people to death. Zhou Fei also told Mr. Lu to be careful. Lu Shirlu had a good impression of him. Jiang Shangzhen, who killed celestials with a willow leaf in Tongyi continent, was very famous. Now, even the Aquarius continent was talking about the fighting style of the new sect master of Jade Gui sect. It was really amazing and satisfying. At the same time, the reputation of the entire True Realm sect rose in Aquarius continent. The only bad thing about this person in Lu Shirlu's mind was that he was too talkative. Ignoring the fact that he followed Lu Shirlu for thousands of li, he kept on nagging, asking questions that Lu Shirlu could not answer. For example, did he have the chance to be promoted to the head consecrator of Luopa Mountain, and also the child that he helped Mr. Lu raise, and whether or not he was being naughty in the Book's Lake? So after Lu Shirlu and Jiang Shangzhen separated, he accidentally flicked his finger and destroyed the body of a celestial demon cultivator. The celestial's corpse was dismembered, and the body was like a cicada. His Tao was damaged, and he dropped by a realm. Lu Shirlu did not continue to chase after the fleeing demon cultivator, and went back to work. Zhuazhua remained silent. Lu Shirlu was used to it, and took the initiative to talk about Mr. Lu's recent situation and the situation of Aquarius continent. After listening to Zhuazhua, he was still expressionless. Lu Shirlu said helplessly, "That's all. I don't know anything more." Zhuazhua then said, "Call him senior brother." Blockhead was still not enlightened. Lu Shirlu could only call him senior brother Zhua. Senior brother Zhuazhua had the most rules in the sect. Zhuazhua then said, "It's been hard on you." Lu Shirlu said tentatively, "Let's exchange. I'm in the vast world. Killing a few ancient gods from afar is fine, but the rest is not suitable." Zhuazhua thought for a while, nodded, and said, "Okay." There was no need to be polite with junior brother Junqian. Lu Shirlu hesitated. Zhuazhua frowned and said, "Junqian, if you have something to say, say it." Lu Shirlu said, "When I went south to the Aquarius continent, I found senior brother. He seemed to know about your situation. So I came this time to let you go directly to the capital of Dali. Of course, if you don't want to, you can continue to stay in the Tongyi continent." But here, at most you can go to the Jade Gui sect, because the Tongyi sect that you were protecting has been severely divided, and the young people of one sect have been imprisoned. The ancestral masters have taken the cultivators and locked them up. But don't worry, the lives of those prisoners are not in danger for now. Zhuazhua said, "Then I'll go to the Jade Gui sect." There was no superfluous thought. Lu Shirlu sighed. As expected, he could only say the words that eldest senior brother had thought of and told him long ago. "Senior brother Zhua, you haven't been to Luopa Mountain yet, right? Some people hope that every chair outside Ji Se Peak's ancestral hall has someone who is really sitting there, or someone who has really sat there before. Then, in the end, everyone will make up a picture scroll together. Our teacher, before leaving, sat in the middle. When I left Luopa Mountain this time, I also moved a chair to a certain position. Of course, whether you go or not, whether there is a real senior brother was sitting outside the door, the picture scroll can still be completed in the future. After all, the current Luopa Mountain does not lack immortal techniques." Zhuazhua was silent for a moment, nodded and said, "Then let's go to Luopa Mountain first, then I will go to Old Dragon City and see if the way and Jean's swordsmanship has improved." Boss Sword Immortal once had high hopes for this person. After that, he would go to the Tong Yi sect to teach some people what a sword cultivator was. Zhuo was extremely difficult. Just as Lu Shirlio's mouth changed slightly, he realized that Zhuo was looking coldly at him. Lu Shirlu immediately suppressed the corners of his mouth and used his aura to envelop the heaven and earth barrier. Together with the sword qi around him, he created a second heaven and earth barrier. Then he took out a picture of the mountains and rivers and threw it on the ground. As long as he stepped on it, he could shrink the mountains and rivers and cross 2 continents. Actually, Senior Brother had smiled and told him that it was unusual to let people from afar cross continents by themselves. It was also the first time Chui Dong created a mountain and river. Anyway, even if it did not succeed, he was a great sword immortal and was not afraid of accidents. However, Lu Shirlu was not stupid and would not tell Senior Brothers with this. Senior Brother Zhua and Senior Brother did not get along, and they would really attack each other. If the junior brother complained, the senior brother would suffer. If the senior brother fought, the junior brother would suffer. This was an old tradition of the sage of literature. The first junior brother was Shao Qi, and the second junior brother was him, Jun Qian. Especially when there were some unexpected misfortunes, the teacher would console his little junior brother with a righteous aura. Little Qi, this time you were indeed in the wrong. Your senior brother is still in the right for the first time. It doesn't matter. If you really can't take it, just hit Jun Qian. Remember not to hurt yourself. It won't be nice if it affects your study and writing tomorrow. Jun Qian, come here. Why are you standing there like a blockhead? Fortunately, this didn't happen often. Every time, the teacher would wink his eyes and Shao Qi wouldn't hit him. Instead, he would quickly calm down and teach the teacher a lesson, telling him that he shouldn't be so biased towards himself, and that he should be biased. The old scholar suddenly realized, and he hit his palm with his fist and swore that the teacher would change next time. In such a scene, 2 heads would often pop out from the corner to keep watch. The lower ones were Senior Brother's left and right sides, while the taller ones were Senior Brother Chuishi, who gently rested his left and right sides. Therefore, Lu Shirlu inevitably felt regretful, as if those good things would never come back. That was why Lu Shirlu agreed to let Chuishi take a trip to Luopa Mountain, so that the 3 remaining direct disciples of the Sage of Literature's line would be able to regain some beauty in their hearts despite the passage of time, and the fact that things remained the same. But people had changed. Before Zhuo moved, he said seriously, Jun Qian, no matter what the reason is, I came here as a guest, and there are some strange phenomena. Previously, when I supported the heaven and earth with sword energy, there are big and small disasters hiding and growing. Sooner or later, they will fall here. Lu Shirlu did not seem to understand. Zhuo was said in a low voice, Junior Brother Jun Qian. The guy who liked to put on the airs of a senior brother was at it again. There was no other way. Senior brother was senior brother, and junior brother was junior brother. Lu Shirlu sighed and said, I know, I will not only protect the stability of the heaven and earth here, but I will also be responsible for helping you compensate the blessed land. Zhuo gently threw the mountain staff to Lu Shirlu. Jun Qian, this is for you. Lu Shirlu smiled and caught the ordinary-looking mountain staff. In the past, it was extremely difficult to get extra things from Senior Brother Zhuo, who was in charge of money. His senior brother could not do it, and neither could his teacher. Then Zhuo bowed to his junior brother. Lu Shirlu bowed back to his senior brother. Zhuo walked towards the picture scroll, and his true body instantly merged with his Yin spirit. The sword immortal and the picture scroll flashed and disappeared at the same time. In this small blessed land, Lu Shirlu did not have as many restrictions as senior brothers was Zhuo, because he did not have the burden of the great Tao to suppress the sword energy. However, Lu Shirlu was not interested in traveling in this world. While dispelling the strange phenomena caused by the migration of his senior brother's true body, he traveled far into the sky with the wind. Finally, he found a lonely mountain and waited there, ready to follow his master's orders and accept a direct disciple. Talent and talent were not the same thing. It was enough to teach him some sage principles, insist on a few words, and the disciple could finally practice it. Therefore, Lu Shirlu was on the top of the lonely mountain, paying attention to a demon of the lower 5 realms who had not completely transformed into a human form. He saw that the little demon stood on 2 feet. On the rough stone table outside the cave, there was a bowl of wonton that came from nowhere. It was cold and mushy. It was using a pair of claws to learn how to use a pair of chopsticks. However, it could not pick up the wonton every time, and the chopsticks would even slip into the bowl. In the end, the little demon was extremely annoyed. It threw the chopsticks into the bowl, raised its claws, and pointed at the bowl and chopsticks on the table. It cursed, "Eat, eat your mother's food." Eat your own wonton. Therefore, Lu Shirlu tried his best to restrain the vast and ancient aura of the great Tao and landed outside the cave. In addition, the mountain demon's vision and realm were too low. It would probably only treat him as a woodcutter who went into the mountain to chop firewood. Lu Shirlu sat on the stone bench, picked up the chopsticks, and ate the wonton. Damn it, it was really disgusting. Was it rancid? Was this half of the apprenticeship ceremony a waste? The little spirit had just returned from its original path and walked out of its cave. It had spent a lot of effort to move a bowl of wonton from the village outside the mountain to the mountain. It couldn't let those feathered beasts in the mountain ruin the wonton. In the end, it suddenly saw the burly woodcutter and got a fright. Was he here to collect his debt? The little demon was really scared. The man was so strong, and he did not look like a person who could talk and negotiate. The immortal spells it had randomly learned were not useful, right? The little monster was furious. I paid for a bowl of wonton. Not only did I pay you a string of copper coins, I even deliberately threw a few more wild animals in the mountains next to the stove. If I hadn't read those sage books in the cave, I would have been a scholar. Otherwise, I wouldn't have paid you any money. Not only did I rob you of a bowl of wonton, I even robbed you of your big pot of wonton cooking. My goodness, after getting the money, you still have the face to scold me in my house? How dare you? How dare you? The little demon paced back and forth at the entrance of the cave. You are indeed a country bumpkin who has never studied. I will not argue with you. I ate a bowl of rancid wonton. Thinking of this, the little demon sighed. It gathered its courage and hid at the side of the cave without showing its head. It deliberately made some noise to scare away the hungry ghost. If it ate too much, it was afraid that there would be a hungry ghost in front of its house. How unlucky it would be. It did not know how to cure people. The books did not teach it this. There were only some patterns in the Taoist books about praying to the sun and the moon to refine the human form. It flipped through the books in confusion and learned some superficial knowledge. It was a self-proclaimed king of whirlwinds, but it could not be taken seriously. It just used it for fun. Lu Shirlu suddenly remembered that it had just come to the blessed land not long ago. It did not know how to speak any official language or understand any dialect. It was a little awkward. Looking at the cave, Lu Shirlu put down his chopsticks and scratched his head. When the little demon saw this, it was so scared that it almost cried. My goodness, after eating and drinking, you still want to hit me? It could not help but tremble. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I am not a human. These woodcutters and hunters who like to go up the mountain were all fierce people. As long as this man did not argue with it today, it would pack up its belongings and move away immediately. Wouldn't it be fine if it moved far away? Lu Shirlu thought of a way. He caught a half-baked cultivator nearby and learned how to speak first. Only then could the three of them have a good chat. Good things come in pairs. He had accepted 2 anonymous disciples in one go. As for whether he could take in a disciple or not, whether the other party could become his direct disciple or an anonymous disciple who did not know his master's name, it all depended on the luck of both parties. Lu Shirlu would not take in disciples indiscriminately. There was one thing that the teacher had reminded students many times. They must not always think that taking in a disciple was a kind of charity. Taking in a disciple, whether it was a teacher in the school or a master on the mountain, a preacher in their heart, if they kept throwing knowledge and immortal arts to the people below, the people's hearts would only deteriorate day by day. When the little demon saw the man striding down the mountain, it heaved a sigh of relief. It collected its timid mood, as if it was tidying up the mountains and rivers. It swaggered out of the cave, looking awe-inspiring. It was truly awe-inspiring. The Whirlwind King's glare scared away a burly man. Move my ass. I still have to hang a plaque with the words Whirlwind King's Mansion in gold when I get back. With such a heroic thought, the little monster still picked up the bowl and chopsticks and quickly ran into the cave to pack up a package. It carefully put away the few books, and finally, it respectfully knelt down and kowtowed in front of a small grave. It muttered in its heart that it could only come back to visit the immortal master in the future. After kowtowing, the little monster then slipped away. Lu Shirlu actually did not really go far. He had used a camouflage technique and was actually following behind the little demon. In ancient times, Lu Shirlu had actually learned some of the supernatural powers of the gods that pointed directly at the true nature of the human heart. It was just that it was not wrong to take a closer look. As a result, this look made Lu Shirlu happier. It was quite enlightened like him. In the middle of the Aquarius continent, above the sea of clouds, above the capital of Dali, Fei Xiang was holding a replica of the Baek Okekyung building Chui Dong. The real body of this Dali imperial tutor was actually preaching and lecturing to the young scholars of various academies. Among the scholars present, even if there were scholars from Lakeview Academy and Cliff Academy, none of them had received the title of gentleman or sage. A slender figure in a green robe appeared out of thin air at the edge of the sea of clouds. Chui Dong did not look sideways and continued to explain the subtleties of the 100 schools of thought to the young scholars. Many scholars sensed the anomaly, especially some scholars from Lakeview Academy who had cultivated the Great Spirit. Their divine senses were sharper, so most of them immediately turned to look at that person. Swishiu did not look at Chui Dong, who was still lecturing. He looked at the people who turned to look at him and frowned as he reprimanded. Did you enter the 72 academies to be immortals? Swishiu then turned into a magnificent sword light and went straight to the northern peak of the first continent. The sea of clouds near the Baek Okekyung building was separated by the sword energy and did not close for a long time. Chui Dong only continued lecturing. He did not speak a word to Swishiu, who was traveling across continents, nor did he stop the young people from being distracted. He allowed them to be spirited, whispering and guessing the identity of that Swishiu. Swishiu finally landed on Luapa Mountain. Chen Nuanshu helped to open the door. Swishiu first burned incense in the ancestral hall of the Jisei Peak. Then, Zhou Mili had already moved the chair outside. It seemed to have placed it in a very particular position. Swishiu sat on the chair. Swishiu looked left and right. There seemed to be a teacher sitting in the middle. There was junior brother Jun Qian, junior brother Qi Jingchun, junior brother Chen Pingon, senior brother Chui Dong. They were all on Swishiu's left and right. There seemed to be many direct students and disciples of Luapa Mountain behind them. The lineage of the sage of literature was spreading. It was lively and no longer lonely. Swishiu straightened his clothes and sat on the chair. He clenched his fists and placed them gently on his knees. He looked forward with a smile on his face. After Swishiu got up, it was Swishiu's left and right. After that, it was no longer difficult for him to draw his sword. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.